things fall apart. Okonkwo, very strong man. He was working. He earned whatever he was using. He did not just sit back like his father Unoka and wait for anything. The Igbo man is resilient. The Igbo man is hardworking. The Igbo man is poised to succeed. But today we have people who are weak. People who don't want to get. So our traditional institutions should remind us, in case we have forgotten, what we are made of. That we are people who are made to succeed, and not people who always sit down and beg. There is a tribe in Nigeria that is known for begging, and today Igbos have resorted to that type of nonsense. We are not made to beg. We are made to survive, to work, to do things. But today you have people who are sitting at home, and so our traditional institutions, they have a great role to play. They should reward excellence. They should reward hard work, not those who have money. You go to those who are taking titles, you see that they are the people who have money, and you don't even consider the source of these money. So we need, while we are talking to the traditional institutions, we also talk to the church, because we should not celebrate successes that are not earned. Sometimes we know the sources of this money, and we still continue to confer titles and praise some of these people. It is not the way. You need to be clear, and we should not be enticed by money. Even in the traditional institutions, somebody makes money and says, I want to answer a particular name, and we don't even restrict them, we don't even scrutinize them, we don't even ask them, this name you want to answer does not go well with the Igbo understanding of names. People answer all sorts of names, and we accept these things because they have paid. We give titles to those who have not done anything for the community, just that they paid money. So our rewarding institutions, our rewarding mechanisms should be reviewed, so that people don't get, and our traditional institutions should be able to praise those who are doing well.
All right, thank you.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
The people, we drive it. Our human capital is very, very crucial, as well as we take full advantage.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices in African excellence.
Leadership. It's, not prioritizing, what we regard as essentials. So, and then there's also the issue of course, corruption and mismanagement and embezzlement of funds and diversion of capital, etc. So that in itself is the problem of infrastructure. For insecurity, we all know, why the place is insecure, and all the fingers being pointed, both on the private side, of course, on the government side, and various groups. When it comes to funding, most of our people still don't believe that they have to borrow to grow. So when you're telling the average small business person or the average business person in the Southeast, oh, go and borrow, they're like, let me save up my own, and then I'll just grow within my own space. It has its advantages, it also has its disadvantages, because you don't scale high, faster, and be comparatively competitive with your own colleagues in other regions. So those are some of the causes of these challenges.
Now, this thing you said about borrowing, don't you think that because of the high risks involved in borrowing and the uncertainty about whether they can pay back what was borrowed is also a factor that is hindering them from taking that step to improve their businesses?
To a large extent it is. However, before you borrow, and this is where outfits like that are called business development organizations. They are, BDOs in various areas, and these are outfits that work. They handhold small businesses, help them put together business plans, help them register their companies, help them, do feasibility studies, etc. And so, before I go out to borrow, a BDO, if I have one that I'm working with as a business person, would have already done the groundwork for me and said to me, okay, these are areas that your goods can move faster within. Or this is an area where you can diversify your business into that is, fast moving. If you borrow X amount and put it here, chances are you will get your return quicker and you'll be able to pay back, and you would have grown your business a certain percentage and of course increase your bottom line. And so businesses don't just borrow for borrowing's sake. They don't just borrow because the money is there. They borrow because there's value added. They're adding value to their business. And so you don't borrow to throw a party or to, buy a new car, etc. You borrow because you want to put it into a venture that will give you a rate of return. And it's that rate of return that will not use, or the profit from it that you use to pay off the loan and even borrow more. So you can have a plan to grow your business by say 5% every month or every quarter or every year. And over a 10-year period, you've gone from a one corner shop to a conglomerate.
Now, Dr. Okeje, who just left, made mention of having sub-micro enterprises in almost every street or every area in towns. Using ENUGU as an instance, almost every corner, every street, you have like 5, 10, 15 shops, possibly selling the same thing, possibly selling smaller things or different things. Now, do you think that these multiple enterprises in small areas, these clusters of enterprises in small areas, affects the economy or Southeast economy, or waters down the economy?
Yes, I think it does. Now, the positive thing about it is that everybody is engaged. You have these small clusters of businesses in every corner. So people are off the streets and are engaged. They're making income, but they're not really creating wealth. Now, the Southeast, for lack of a better word, government, I know there are various governments within the Southeast, but the Southeast governing the council, whatever, if there isn't one, there should be something there. Maybe the Southeast Development Commission also could play that role, whereby you now say, okay, all these little businesses all over the place and the ones that are being planned, how can we now bring them together in such a way that we want to achieve an objective? And we should always have a goal. Are we setting up these small businesses just so they're all over the place? Are they environmentally feasible? Are they going to help the Southeast economy in the long run? Or are we just going to be at that subsistence level where everybody else owns a small shop? So the reason I brought up a governing body of some sort is that excuse me, they have to be able to chart a course for the economy of the Southeast and say, in 10, 15, 20, 50 years from now, this is how we envision the Southeast to be. And then we start working towards that. So it's not just having a small business or setting up small clusters just for the sake of it. We have to start moving with the rest of the world. We have to start repackaging the Southeast. We have to start educating the people and start going beyond what we are comfortable with today into something that might be a bit more challenging but highly rewarding tomorrow.
So what would be your recommendations if you were to get these MSMEs together to have, to better improve the economy? What would you say are those things that can better support them to make them engines of growth?
Well, I mentioned BDOs earlier on in the business development organizations. I don't think we have too many of them in the Southeast. I know there are quite a number of them in Lagos. and maybe some in the north, in places like Kano and Abuja. But we need them in the southeast because these are outfits. They're like NGOs, but on the business side. So they're closer to the business of these business people, and they know what their needs are, and they can transmit those needs to either the chambers of commerce, to the ministries, even up to the federal government levels in their own cases. For the MSMEs, the first thing to do is to try and see how you can put in place something that will migrate them, the micro enterprises to small enterprises, the small enterprises to medium enterprises, the medium enterprises to large enterprises. If I'm a small enterprise, and I have been a small enterprise for the past 20 years, and I don't see myself breaking out of that small enterprise mode in the next 20 years, then am I making any progress? And that's the questions we all have to ask ourselves. What are those things? How can we support these businesses to ensure that they grow, they expand, they pay their taxes, the economy improves? Because that's the main objective, improving the economy of the Southeast. If everything we are doing is not making us achieve that objective, then we're not doing it well.
Now let's look at exports-driven economy in the Southeast. We know that cities like Aba, Nnewi, Onitsha, these places have the potential to become export hubs, but we still have low turnout or low export capacities in this area. So what would it take for the Southeast to reposition itself as an export-driven economy using these areas that are already known for having the capacity to do these things?
Well, the first thing would be a deliberate policy. There has to be a Southeast export-driven policy, which all the states key into. Now, that policy, once it is established, will clearly state our goal in terms of exports, what we plan to generate, or what we hope to generate, in terms of exports, given our potential in the Southeast. Which areas, which products are we exporting? Manufactured goods? Are we exporting, vehicles from Nnewi? Are we exporting garments from Aba Umma here? Are we exporting, food and raw materials and rice from Ebonyi State? So there has to be a clear policy so that even the exporters, the manufacturers, know exactly what the value chain is. In the absence of that, we wouldn't know when we've even hit our target. We wouldn't even know what our potential is. We'll just be producing and exporting without even saying to ourselves, we're only doing 10% of what we're even supposed to do, because nobody has really said this is, the ceiling, this is, our capacity. And so all these things have to be done. And one of the things I always advocate is, and one of the mistakes we make, is that we rely a lot on development partners. Every little thing, once they come in with their, foreign, thing there, we leave what we're doing and then we jump and then we sign up. Oh, we are partnering with this, with that. And at the end of the day, nothing comes out of it. We have to start looking inwards. A lot of the skills that we have in the Southeast have worked and have been part of this whole development partnership, world. And they still exist in the Southeast. Tap into them. Use our own local knowledge. Use our local skills. Take advantage of our diaspora, of the people out there, and then work towards improving the investment climate in the Southeast. If the investment environment is not improved or is not improving, the investment climate in the Southeast will not be conducive enough for investors to come in. And how do you improve the investment climate in the Southeast? First of all, you tackle insecurity. investors will not come in where the environment is not secure. So however it should be done, whether it's forest guard, luckily, even though it's still not clear where the government stands on this, the president announced that, open grazing will no longer be in effect. A day later, there are some reports that the FG is trying to explain that is reversing its stand. So nobody really knows exactly where we are on that. But we have to secure our borders in the southeast somehow. We have to be able to know where things are, because if you don't have a starting point, you will not know, where, in which direction you're moving to. And so, improving the investment climate, ensuring that the southeast is secure, ensuring that we have enough skills, education. That's good. And then data. Data is neither here nor there. If you ask anybody, so how much cassava do we produce? They can't even give you a range. How much yams do we produce? What is our potential? We can be doing 1,000 tons of cassava today. Do we have the potential to even produce 2.6 million? So we need this information, and it is that potential that will now make the average person say, I'm not even doing enough. I can do more. I can grow. I can expand. Then the appetite to now borrow and seek funding now becomes relevant to the person. That's the value that's added. Otherwise, they will ask you, why am I borrowing? What do you say? You're borrowing because here is a huge pool of opportunity that you're not even tapping into. If you take 100 million naira, you can make 1 billion. And when you now showcase it, and the person understands, you're like, and you're like, yes, it's been sitting there. And that's why when you look at all the funds that have been coming in, that both from the federal government, from the central bank, even at zero interest, people from the southeast don't take advantage of it, because it's the same mentality. Why am I borrowing? You're not borrowing. These are grants. These are funds that you can just grow your business. It's for the Christmas.
But why do you think that Southeasterners have that mentality of why am I borrowing?
Well, first and foremost, we grew up with this impression that you have to raise yourself from your own bootstraps, right? And so, if it's known that, you got this because somebody gave you money, in your mind, it waters down your relevance. So you want to show that you're the, Omo Kachie, I'm the one who did this, from scratch. But no. Big businesses go out there and say, listen, what even gives you that relevance is your plan. I have this huge plan and it can work. Why do companies like MoneyPoint and all these other guys, young people in the fintech sectors today, why are they making it big? It's not because they had money initially, but they had a plan, and they went and they sold their plan to a venture capitalist who gave them money, and today everybody's happy. It's a win-win. I'm not saying that all plans will work, but at least have something, make it watertight, and go for it, and chances are you'll smile at the end of the day.
Now, from your observation and from your knowledge, when you look at how the Southeast is doing economically and the efforts and the moves that have been made, at different points to help, would you say that the Southeasterners as a people are doing well or are doing enough? And would you also say that the Southeast government and the Southeast governors are also doing enough to help boost the economy?
Well, there are two things now, two distinct things. There's the economy of the Southeast, and there's the economy of ENUGU, the Southeasterners. Now, the economy of the Southeast is the domestic economy. However you measure it, if it is X value naira, this is the economy of the Southeast. This is the economy of the Southeasterners. It is exponential, because a lot of the Southeasterners make their money outside the Southeast. And so a lot of our big, huge billionaires don't make their money in the Southeast. They don't even reside in the Southeast. And so the question now is, how do you bring some of that back in? What role, like you mentioned, would the state government play? How much do they even trust government to even bring their money through government? How secure is the Southeast for them to invest their funds in here? We have one thing going for us, and the thing is that because in a place like Lagos, with all these demolitions and the Lagos Calabar coastal road and everything going on, and Ndibo saying hi, what's going on in Alaba, in this and that, let's start thinking home. That could be, a panacea that can help pull more funds back into the Southeast. But the key thing is that we have to think beyond what we have now. ENUGU Airport for instance, is a passenger airport. Can ENUGU Airport be expanded to include other things? How could it link with Imo, with Anambra, with Ebonyi Airport? How can all this now become, an aviation hub? Can the Southeast be an aviation hub? Can we start doing cargo? Can we start, we need a think tank. We need to sit down and just think outside the box. It might sound ridiculous at first, but as ideas are thrown up and are being debated, they're also being streamlined to something that is workable. And before you know it, we can have something that we can say, this could actually work. Enyimba City in Aba, the new development, the 9th Mile industrial zone, the Anambra industrial hub that is being put together. How do you link these together? How is it going?
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Well, roadside street vending and patronage has become a significant part of the Nigerian culture, especially with popular food choices like the suya, which is the grilled meat, and the abacha, which is the African salad or tapioca, and down to the roasted corn. Street food has become something that has come to stay in the Nigerian eating culture. However, the big question still remains, do these choice food and of course street food, do they have significant public health adverse effects on the Nigerian people? Well, I am Chigiche Agorom and this is Inside Health. But first up, we'll go over to our background report to see what we have on street food in Nigeria. Across Africa, roadside food vendors serve as a convenient and affordable option for millions of people, providing quick meals to students, workers, and travelers alike. In Nigeria, a bustling street food culture exists in nearly every urban and rural area. While street food is a staple part of daily life for many, it often raises significant concerns about health and hygiene. With the growing incidence of foodborne illnesses, it's essential to understand how these convenient choices may be affecting public health. The street food industry in Nigeria has grown significantly over recent decades, especially with increased urbanization. Many Nigerians rely on these vendors due to low costs, accessibility, and the unique flavors they offer. Foods such as suya, spiced grilled meat, akara, bean fritters, roasted corn, and jollof rice are popular. However, these vendors often operate without formal regulation or oversight, presenting a considerable risk of contamination. A recent report showed that 70% of Nigerians consume street food weekly, a statistic that indicates its prevalence but also hints at popular public health implications. Several studies have linked street food consumption to foodborne diseases. A study conducted in Lagos revealed that 48% of street food samples were contaminated with bacteria such as E. coli and Salmonella, bacteria commonly associated with gastrointestinal diseases. The health risks tied to these foods are diverse, ranging from mild stomach discomfort to severe cases of food poisoning and even long-term complications. This contamination often results from a lack of adequate hygiene measures, including improper storage, handling, and cooking, as well as inadequate access to clean water for washing utensils and ingredients. Poor sanitation practices at street food stalls are often exacerbated by environmental factors. Well, in many cases, vendors operate on busy streets or crowded markets where dust, pollution, and flies are common. In Nigeria, studies show that bacterial contamination in street food, of course, is higher in heavy trafficked areas, suggesting that environmental exposure can further increase health risks. For many vendors, maintaining high food safety standards is financially challenging. Most vendors operate on slim profit margins, making it difficult to invest in sanitary facilities, refrigeration, or quality ingredients. Additionally, as the sector is largely informal, vendors rarely receive any formal training on food hygiene or proper storage techniques, often relying on personal knowledge or observing other vendors. According to the Nigerian Institute of Medical Research, nearly 65% of street vendors in Lagos are unaware of the basic health implications of food contamination. While foodborne illnesses are of immediate concerns, frequent consumption of street food can have long-term consequences on health. Many of these foods are high in trans fats, sodium, sugars, contributing to the rising cases of lifestyle diseases such as obesity, hypertension, and diabetes in Nigeria. According to a report by the Nigerian Heart Foundation, 1 in 5 Nigerians suffer from hypertension, with diet cited as a significant factor. Regularly consuming high-calorie, low-nutrient foods can strain the body over time, increasing the risk of chronic diseases and reducing life expectancy. Efforts to introduce health and safety standards often face pushbacks due to significant number of people who rely on street food for their livelihoods. Well, while street food is an integral part of Nigeria's culinary landscape, there is need for greater awareness about the potential health risks. The unregulated nature of street food can, of course, vandalize and they cause problems with public health. Addressing these issues will require a combined effort from health authorities, vendors, and consumers to ensure that these convenient food choices do not come at the cost of public health. By encouraging safer practices and raising awareness, Nigeria can enjoy the benefits of its vibrant street food culture without compromising health and well-being. Well, do stay with us, because right after this timeout, we'll have our guests in the studio to take us in depth into this discussion. Please don't go away. Well, this is still Inside Health with Chigichi Agoroma. If you're just joining us, welcome. And we are continuing our conversation on how street food can actually be harmful to your health. And we have someone in the studio to take us through this discussion. He is Dr. Chijoke Oliver Nwodo. He is a nursing practitioner and also a lecturer. Good afternoon, doctor.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon to you. And good
Thank you so much for joining us. Well, you're not a new face on Signature Television, and I'm sure someone out there is, waiting to see how you will do justice to this. And we have no doubts that actually you're going to do justice to this topic. So we're talking street food or roadside food.
Yes.
So in local terms, what do we refer to when we talk about street food or local food, so that we'll have an understanding of, the concept or the thing we're actually talking about. What exactly is roadside or street food?
Okay. Roadside or street food in a layman term are those food vendors within the street or by the side of the road, probably under an umbrella with a table and the food displayed, where people come patronize. They give them food, they will collect, some may even eat it there, and the person serving within along the road. And in an open place where motorists may even be passing, doors and everything, just heaping into what everybody's consuming. I think that's the simplest form of presenting what it means, actually.
Okay, but I want us to break it down. Yeah. I know what you just described there. Those people, they sell rice,
yes,
beans, yam, and things like that. So when we talk about roadside vendors or vending, do we also refer to people who sell grilled meat? Do you also refer to people who sell probably local beverages, zobo and things like that? Do you refer to people who sell roasted corn? So we want to have a holistic view of street food vending. So are those ones still part of it? And then if they are, because they are actually in local parlance or in Igbo, they say they are Ozibondu, because most people may not be able to afford going to a restaurant, to buy food or to eat. But these guys are there, filling these gaps, and you're saying it's a possibility that there are health challenges. What are those health challenges? And give us a holistic view of what food vending is,
Okay. First of all, let's look at what one can call food.
Yes.
It's a very long list of items that you can class as food. Even the zobo, some persons can take that and feel, yes, I've taken something that can serve as a food to me. Others may need maybe protein, and they will go for animal protein, and they will feel the meat being roasted or grilled along the road will serve for them. The same thing with cooked food, or even fruits, all those things. Whatever anybody can eat for the person to get nourished can be classed as food. So all of them put together, so long as that is being done along the street or maybe along the roadside, all of them can be captured under this.
Great.
Because they are all what you consume for the nourishment of your body.
Great.
So I see all of them as part of that. However, they coming to the side of the challenge there. It has two sides, actually. Given the kind of bargaining power we have in our part of the world, a lot of persons can't afford to go to the classed restaurants or those ones that somehow have met the requirement needed of maybe a standard restaurant. So because of that, they resort to patronizing those ones along the streets or along the road. There are also the other side of it, which is what they may likely get, in return. They may get something negatively. The positive thing is using small amount of money possible to get something to eat. But the negative side is the health implication.
That's why we're here this morning.
Yes, the health implication of that is the problem. Because the way these things are done here is such that somebody will just maybe wake up and feel, I can cook this kind of food very well, and I can even serve Nigerian public. And the person will just set up one small thing along the road, and the person will start selling something. Gullible Nigerians will start patronizing the person. So, and that's exactly where we need to have a serious check on. Because if care is not taken, in short, most often, foods purchased from such environment and eaten along that environment and within that environment can predispose the individual eating the food to some diseases. There are some microorganisms that can cause diseases that are found in such environment very well, like the stomach upset, what we may call cholera or gastroenteritis or dysentery or even typhoid fever. And if hepatitis A and E, all these things are possible diseases one can get from eating from such environments because of the unhygienic nature with which such people usually prepare. Sometimes they will just have like a small gallon of water with which they will rinse all the plates they will use in serving how many persons. So the unhygienic part is the major problem. And because people sometimes eat at such open place, airborne diseases will also maybe possible. The person, someone eating them may also get that because air will be entering, and even the way they serve, they can be talking, and droplets from their mouth will even be dropping in the food, and somebody will just collect that and eat. They don't even wear anything to cover the head, you know. And they even use just the same outdoor wear they put on doing every other thing. That's what they also put on in serving the food, you know. And the place where they are sitting to eat, maybe a bench, desk, along the road, people will just sit there in such a open place. Cars will be passing. Dust will even be heaping it in the food, and they will be consuming everything like that. And the water they drink, the one they use to rinse the plates, and all those things.
From what I'm getting from you, there are so many vehicles through which someone could get infected just by eating street food. Because compared to restaurants are in a controlled environment. But these ones are open. Okay, when we were introducing this topic, I made mention of two organisms: Salmonella, which causes typhoid, and E. coli that causes gastroenteritis.
Yes.
So one would think, how do these organisms make their way probably into the dust or whatever, or the water, such that it can now contaminate the food and a consumer will now take it? How does it make its way into the food?
No, the thing is, it's mainly through the water. Yes. The source of the water in such environment cannot be ascertained. It can't be ascertained. The person can get water from anywhere. Use it to prepare the food. The food may not even be well.
Please hold that thought. Okay. Hold that thought. I want us to understand exactly what's happening.
Okay.
Because from afar, you would think it's the dust that is, being raised by the cars and by the footfall that falls into the food and probably causes the contamination. Now you're talking about water. Is it water that they use to cook the food, or water that they serve for the consumers to drink?
Okay. All of them put together. In the cooking, the water may have been sourced from a contaminated source. And if not well cooked, some microorganisms, if not well cooked, you can't kill it with heat. So they will still be there. And when you want to serve, you give it like that to someone, and the person will consume that.
Wow.
Some other time, it could also be washing of the utensils, as I mentioned earlier, or maybe the plates. After serving Mr. A, they will wash the plate, rinse it in the same contaminated water, not properly rinsed this time around, and they will use it. The water will be collected in a place, not a running water. And that's the same spot where they will be rinsing all the plates. So that's how they will be recycling those microorganisms. They will just use it, just squeeze, then bring it out. Then the next thing, they are using it to dish food to another person. Someone will just use it to eat again, and the person will get the microorganism. That is also there. Then, because of sachet water thing, and maybe Yes, mainly sachet water. The getting it from maybe the water they will drink may be minimal. However, there are still some persons that may not even afford the cost of sachet water. So they would like to drink from whatever water they will see around that place. And if the source was not okay, they will also get it from there.
So I see water is a major, is being
But,
implicated.
yeah.
Yes. So my mind is going towards local beverages.
Okay.
Because with food, science has taught us that you could cook and kill most of these microorganisms. Tell us about local beverages, zobo, the kunu, the soya milk, and things like that.
Yeah.
How do they actually, how do they cause, healthcare issues to consumers?
Okay.
Is it, sorry, is it, do you think the prevalence should be higher or lower?
No, it should be higher. No? Because if you check the container they use.
Let's talk the containers they use. Let's talk about those ones. We've been talking about water.
Okay, water.
I think you just hit the nail on the head, because you could be walking on the street and you see collectors collecting these plastic containers, and you wonder, what really do they do with them? And if they actually recycle them, do they recycle them properly before they put all these local beverages inside it? Yes. So aside water, tell us about the containers. And the
that's why I mentioned the containers.
Yes.
Because, the containers is number one. Most often, the problem I usually have with all those drinks they usually make locally is the container. They will just get containers from maybe waste bins. The highest they can do is to just rinse it and wash off maybe the dirt one can see.
And then the water they're using to rinse, you're not even sure.
You're not even sure. Most of them, water that is contaminated, they will use it to rinse. And that's the highest thing they will do. They will just pour the drink into it. Use the same cover someone else used when the person drank that. Who
could have been a patient of tuberculosis?
Or anybody. Or even you can use something like hepatitis B virus someone can contract from saliva.
Are you serious?
Yes, and someone's saliva may even be there. And the person
but do viruses live that long on inanimate?
No, so long as there is presence of fluid where it can still stay. That can still happen. It will thrive. And somebody will just say, let me just wash the kangaroo type of washing they will do, and they will pour another thing, seal it. Not seal it, but they will just cover it using the same thing. Someone will just get it and start drinking. So that's the problem. That is where people can get a lot of diseases from, using the container. Then the water source is also another thing we must look at. Which water are they using to prepare? Because they have to add water to whatever thing they are preparing. Where are they getting the water from? It's a serious issue. No one actually checks where is the water coming from.
The source. Nobody,
how did they
hungry man doesn't have time to ask those questions.
How did they prepare this thing? The next thing is that you just get it, drop money.
Someone actually said if you see where the food served in public, where it is prepared, you will lose your appetite.
That is it.
All right, so many things have been implicated, or at least a couple of things. You've implicated water, you've implicated containers. Let's talk about grilled meats.
Good.
Exposed grilled meat, especially on the road, cars are passing, food fall, and then the dust.
Yeah.
And then also like roasted corn too.
Yeah.
Someone could come pick it up. Oh no, I don't like this. And drop it. Another person will come pick it up and buy it. What's your take on that?
That's also another source. In short, there was one finding like that I read about.
A study.
A study I read about. They just took sample of. They would just use people's palm. Yeah. They will just take platelets on the hair. Then after culturing for a while, they checked and see that a lot of microorganisms are contained in our palms.
Just on your palms?
Yes. And the same palm is what someone will use to hold the corn and look. After looking, and the person will say, I don't like this one, drop. Another person will come and touch it and drop. And it's also exposed to the air. And the temperature has gone down such that it can't kill the microorganism as it gets trapped to that.
Yes.
Yeah. So as you pick it, we'll also eat it directly like that.
Okay, but
And
you
that
know
will
what
cause
they
another
say that microorganisms can sometimes be territorial, meaning that there's normal flora.
Yeah.
So it's expected that probably the organisms that get on the food items because of touch is normal flora. So when you eat it, it doesn't have any effects as such. However, growing up, what we knew as food poisoning is probably when somebody puts arsenic in somebody's food or rat poison in somebody's food. However, there's something in medicine called food poisoning. Tell us about that, and how can street food actually contribute to someone having food poisoning?
Okay, when we say food poison to the lay people, please don't think it's one poison that someone from the village has poured into someone's food. No, that's the misconception out there, which we have to correct.
Yes.
When we talk of food poisoning, we are talking of certain microorganism harmful to your body, growing to certain quantity that will be injurious to your body in that particular thing you consume.
Okay.
So that when you consume it, that microorganism will harm your system. That is food poisoning in a layman term.
What are some of the symptoms? So if someone is having such symptoms, they'll be like, oh, I probably ate something that is contaminated. What are the telltale signs?
It usually starts with the gastrointestinal system. That is the
stomach.
The stomach.
What we know
then
as
the intestines, yes. You eat something now, and after like, say 4 to 6 hours going forward, you start having stomach pain.
So they have very short incubation period?
Yeah. Some of them can be very short. Some of them can last for a longer period of time, depending on which one. But it starts with giving you some stomach problem issues. You start having like pain, inside your stomach. Sounds, start getting some boil sounds unusual. And the next thing, stooling may start. You go to the toilet. If it's a case of dysentery, you may not be purging, but you'll be frequently going to the toilet because this thing will be attacking the lining of your gastrointestinal system, causing inflammation within the area, and you start having all those signs. Others may even get to the stage where somebody will start vomiting, depending on the extent of inflammation.
Is this self-limiting, or the person has to get to the hospital?
Yeah, the extent of inversion determines the level at which this will manifest. If the thing was high and you just notice it, once it becomes so unusual, the best is to get to the healthcare providers that will handle you immediately, know exactly what is your problem, and treat you appropriately, than staying back at home and thinking it's something I can overcome. And usually, another thing that will tell you where it is coming from is what did I eat? Where did I eat those things? That will tell you that, oh, it must be coming from this thing I ate. If it came from such areas we have been talking of, maybe roadside, patronized roadside people, that's the first thing you suspect before any other thing. It happened to me sometime in the past. I just saw, that was a roasted plantain.
Were you in Port Harcourt?
No, not in Port Harcourt. Not in ENUGU. In ENUGU. I just roasted plantain.
And it's very common. Beans and roasted.
I bought the roasted plantain, but I saw that they have beans also. I felt, okay, let me add protein to it.
Yeah.
Adding the protein and oil bean. There was a way they mixed that in. I ate. It didn't last for, within just 4 hours, my stomach started. Boiling. Before you know it, I started having pain. I didn't want to think of any other time. Just went straight to, this is the cause. All these things are built up to what we can do to prevent these problems.
Okay, so let me get you straight. Someone eats street food, and in a few hours afterwards, you start having all these symptoms.
Yes.
So the first thing you do is to backtrack.
Yes.
To find out, did you or did you not take some things? Okay, so are there first aid things that someone can do even before you get to the hospital? Are there things, because they'll tell you, of course, local alternative medicine will tell you take palm oil, take this, take that. Are there some kind of first aid that someone can, do in the house before actually getting to the hospital if you suspect that you have food poisoning?
Yeah, okay. The best you can, if it's food poisoning, actually, these are microorganisms working inside your system. What you can only do to help yourself, maybe managing what it is manifesting on your body.
Treating the symptoms.
Yes.
How exactly
for instance, if it's maybe, if you are purging, just know that you are losing fluid already. Before you assess anything, you have to be replenishing the fluid. But maybe preparing, if you can have access to oral rehydration solution, prepare it and start taking that to replenish the fluid. That will help your body. So that you'll be
replenishing the fluid. Yeah. I'm thinking in my head, does it have any way of reducing the load of organisms in your gut? Because as you're taking fluid, you're letting it out. Does it reduce the burden of organisms such that it reduces the symptom? Or just to replenish the electrolytes that you've lost?
No, if you are replenishing the electrolyte, that gives the body the chance of mobilizing all the arsenals it has to fight. But when you allow these things to be going down, the fluids and electrolytes to be going down, the body will be overwhelmed. While this one is also doing its own job, the loss of fluid and electrolyte will also become its own problem.
That's right.
So all you need to do is just to replenish so that the body will be at a level of balance such that it will be able to do the normal function God created it to do.
Yes.
But you have to do it for just a short while. That shouldn't stop you from moving to the nearest healthcare provision facility.
All right.
Where they will now render expertise service, even investigate to know exactly what is your problem.
Now, street vending is something that has come to stay.
In Nigeria?
In Nigeria.
Yes.
At least for now. Yes. Like I said earlier, it's Ozibondo.
Yes.
Now, just in a very few minutes, 2 minutes, tell us what consumers should look out for and say, no, I shouldn't eat here, or yes, I should eat here. These are the indicators to show that this is safer, at least from face value.
Good.
And this is problem waiting to happen.
Good. What you need to see in a particular place and you feel, yes, I can eat here. One, it has to be in a closet, in a building. Not just exposed. Let it be in a building with seats placed. Let there be a provision for running water by the side.
In ENUGU, you hardly see running water.
Yes, but it's necessary if you must eat there.
I think
we can improvise running water somehow.
Okay.
Yes, there is a way we can do it. By having an overhead tank. Put the water.
How many of these street vendors
if you can't
afford it?
Overhead tank can be, sometimes people can improvise a big gallon. Or a big bucket
wash
for
hand
that.
unit.
Yes. During COVID-19, you saw all sorts of such improvise.
I think it's called Veronica buckets.
Have it. Pour the water there. Then let it be a running water. So if somebody is washing hands, for instance, then it will be under the running water. If you are rinsing your plates, let it be under the running water and not in a collected water. If you see that people wash and rinse under such running water, you wash your hands under such running water, and the place is in a closet, that's the first thing that will tell you, okay, at least reasonably I can eat here and be safe. Then the environment, where that thing is another thing.
What do you look
is
out
it
for?
good? Is there a good waste disposal system around that place? Is sewage collecting around that place, or maybe anything?
Or just on top of the gutters?
On top of the gutters, all those things. You have to look at that environment too, where it is. Then after assessing the environment, how close is it to the road? It has to be a bit distant from the road, so that dust that usually come up when motorists pass would not settle on the food you want to eat. That's another thing you have to look at.
All right. Before we look at who should be involved in regulatory and oversight functions, because I know abroad there are people who go around and check on restaurants, regulate them. We don't have such things in Nigeria.
I don't know. We have, but
before we get there, calm down. Before we get there, let's talk about another staple, okpa.
Good.
Now, in Enugu,
Yes.
Okpa is a staple.
Yeah.
It's another Ozigbondo. Now, would you tell someone to desist entirely from eating Okpa because of all this we have mentioned?
What you have to do about Okpa, reasonably, that one is covered.
It's covered. Now, okay. Yeah.
Eh? And from the heat, of cooking it, they will just put it directly into that maybe waterproof or something they used to carry.
Yes, nylon bags.
Nylon bags, and it's covered. As you are buying it, my advice is this: don't tell them to cut. Buy it like that. Be the one to cut and eat. Using the knife you have washed thoroughly, by yourself. Use it to cut and eat. It will be safe for you. But when you want them to cut, the same knife that has been exposed to the air since morning, that's what the person will use to cut. At the cost of cutting, the person can even introduce microorganisms again doing that. So that's the part I want to tell members of the public to be wary of. Yes, have to be careful about that. You can afford to buy up without actually telling somebody to cut it for you. Yes. Then you go and consume it like that.
Well, so we've talked about so many things that are implicated in public health issues associated with road food or street food.
Yeah.
And then we've talked about food poisoning. But there are other foodborne infections that could come from. Could you tell us some of those foodborne infections? Because it's not just food poisoning. There are other foodborne infections. I know about typhoid.
Yeah, typhoid is there from salmonella.
What are the others that could be implicated so that the public will be wary of them?
Typhoid is there. The cholera or diarrhea of 18 is also there. Cholera outbreak happened recently, and that's exactly the first thing you have to suspect as the chief source.
Once you start having stomach issues,
then
you should suspect cholera?
No, not. I'm talking of what you can get.
Okay.
From that.
Okay.
Other possible things you can get. You can get cholera. Typhoid is also there. I've mentioned hepatitis A and E, which you can get from eating carelessly like that. And many other ones like that. Or we can break it down for the stomach. We can break it down to gastroenteritis, dysentery.
No, I don't want us to be that technical.
Okay.
I want someone listening to us to know, okay, I'm having this kind of symptom.
Okay.
It should be this, and this is what I need to do.
Yeah.
Right? So my question to you would be, someone takes food that is contaminated and it's either cholera or food poisoning. How will someone know the difference? Okay, it's cholera. Oh, okay, it's food poisoning based on what I'm feeling and what I'm seeing. What will be the difference?
Okay. The manifestation is exactly what will tell you.
Okay.
Which one it is exactly. Sometimes they will be similar. But just know that the extent at which that manifests, within a very short period of time, tells you whether this thing is actually poisoning, or whether it is just I got some level of microorganism that is already attacking my body system from what I ate. When you trace it back to something you ate, you'll be able to say, okay, for instance, from stomach pain, the next thing that you just feel like going to toilet in a short while, maybe when you check, but it hasn't been long, your system is such that you do that like once in a day. You have done that. This one is coming again within a short while again. And maybe when you go there, you start, when you check your stool, you see some colors that are so unusual.
What kind of colors?
Sometimes it may change, become more reddish than
the possibility that there's blood in it?
Yes, there's blood, possibly. Blood may be there sometimes. Depending on where the site where the blood is coming from, that will determine the color. Or it may change darkish if it's coming from far. Or if it's coming from very close to the anus, it will be a bit reddish in color. That will tell you. Sometimes you be stooling out, you will see something like fat. You'll be stooling out that. If it is a case of diarrhea, so it will just be purging.
Watery stool.
Watery stool. Watery stool, you go there, to be like, as you just opened tap, you just pour it like that. With warm, foul smell like that, very unusual, Then when you start saying things like this, just know, trace it back to if there was anything you ate you were not sure of, especially if it was from such sources we have been mentioning. Just know that this could be a case of infection from what I have consumed, or maybe food poisoning, depending on the extent. So the extent is what I can say is where the difference lies between food poisoning and maybe other signs you may get from eating contaminated food.
All right. There are some people, once they have issues with their stomach, upset of any kind or stooling, it's Flagyl and Septrin. I mean, it's all over the place.
Okay,
What's your take on antimicrobial consumption when it comes to maybe food poisoning?
Okay, you know, antimicrobial consumption, I wouldn't like to go straight to prescribing a particular one for anybody, because somebody who is trained on this needs to understand what the problem is to be able to know the right antimicrobial you should take. Before you move, that's why I said the first aid you have to give to yourself has to be how to replenish what the body is losing. Assess the healthcare provider who will now study to know exactly what is the problem. Because some of the broad spectrum antibiotics people usually rush into will even be killing the commensals in the body.
What do you mean by commensals?
Those good microorganisms in the system that help the system, they benefit from the system, but also help the system to protect itself against invaders. You know, those ones are there. When you start taking some broad spectrum antibiotics, they will go there and start killing everything they see. You know, including those ones that the body needs. You know, and when those things are killed by what you consume, you start having problems by killing those things that are protective to that particular environment. Because
disrupted the balance.
Yeah, the balance. That's why it's not advisable for people to just rush into any drug. You know, they feel it's okay. It's best for you to assess a healthcare provider trained on this, for the person to understand what your problem is and give you the right prescription.
I get you. All right. You know, we have mentioned several food items or food choices. And there's still another one that I want us to talk about before we go, and that is the abacha.
The abacha.
The African salad. Is another staple.
That one is another thing altogether.
And you notice that it's not cooked at all.
At all.
It's not cooked at all.
At all.
Yet, you know, just tell us, what do you think and what should people look out for while taking abacha? Because the truth is, you can't stop people entirely from taking abacha.
From taking all these things.
No. What can they do to better protect themselves when they go to take these things?
In the case of abacha, there was a day we were discussing this, and we said the only safety net there is microwave before eating.
Where would you find microwave on the streets?
That is the thing. So it is not actually.
And you know the funny thing, once you microwave, you lose the taste.
That's the thing. That's the problem, because of the way it is prepared. If you are foreign to the environment where people consume it, those people that have been living in that environment and they have been consuming it may have sensitized their body to build an antibody with which the body copes.
Plain
with
English. Plain English. What's antibody?
Okay.
What is antibody?
Okay, you are talking of something the body builds. Armies the body builds to fight any microorganism that wants to attack the body. This things come with time. When the body is exposed to a particular one called antigen now, maybe from the abacha now, anybody who consumes it for the first time, the body will be sensitized by the kind of microorganisms usually found in abacha. And that will sensitize the body to build a typical army that can fight such microorganisms. And when the person consumes it over time, such army will be strong. And whenever they eat abacha, definitely abacha will not harm them because the armies are already built completely in the body. But someone who is new to that environment, so long as it did not pass through heat, and it's not something you have been consuming, the kind of microorganism there, your body may not have been sensitized to build such armies to fight it. So don't join them to eat, except you can microwave it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I have to say about that.
I'm being told that we are running out of time,
but
I wanted to be like poignant advice. What would you that one thing you would tell someone? This is what you need. I know you've mentioned it earlier, but that one thing you advise someone to look out for when they're good, because we can't stop this. And trying to
Yes.
say, don't eat street food, it's fallacy, right?
yeah.
What's the one thing, that low-hanging fruit that they can hold on to whenever they're going to, they will look at it and say, no, this is a red flag. I'd rather move on to the next person. Just one low-hanging fruit that they need to look out for before they partake in any street food.
Check the kind of water there. Yeah? First of all, how are they rinsing the plates? That's the thing. If they are rinsing the plates in a collection, maybe in a bowl, there is water collected in that bowl, and that's where they rinse all the plates. Red flag. What is the source of the water? No tap around. Maybe from gallon they pour. Red flag. Eh? Where are you going to sit? Along the road, very close to the road, exposed to the dust that can easily settle on the food. No, red flag. Eh? What of the hygiene of the person selling the food? What is the person putting on apron? Eh? It's not expensive to put on apron. Eh? Wear even face mask, especially if you must talk while serving people. Eh? So the hygiene of the person is also important. If the person looks unhygienic, red flag. What of the environment? Where the food they sell the food. If that place has maybe swamp around it or maybe sewage passing around, red flag, leave such environment.
All right. Yes. Thank you so much, Doctor. I personally have learned so much, just sitting with you and discussing. But fortunately or fortunately, we have to go. But thank you so much for your insights. All right, guys, you have heard it from the horse's mouth, as they say. Check out for those red flags. Yes, we know we have to eat, but when you do get to eat, make sure you do so in a very sanitary and hygienic environment. Remember, your health and well-being is your responsibility. I'm still Chigichi Agoram. Thank you for staying with me on Inside Health. See you next week.
Thank you. Bye.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agoram, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Mornings on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, resident doctors to commence indefinite nationwide strike on Monday. Ijaw National Congress tells President Bola Tinubu to call Nyesom Wike to order. EU's Costa and von der Leyen meet with Lebanese officials during official visit. And Hamburg trial tests German law after U.S. child suicide linked to murder charge. Details in a moment.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NARD, have threatened to commence full-blown industrial action with effect from Monday, the 12th of January 2026, over what is referred to as unresolved welfare issues. This was announced by the president of the association at the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital, Itukwuozala, ENUGU, Dr. David Ugwele. Correspondent Christopher Lele has the report.
The healthcare sector in Nigeria is once again under severe strain as resident doctors across the country prepare to embark on an indefinite nationwide strike following unresolved welfare issues. Over the years, resident doctors have repeatedly raised concerns over poor welfare packages, including irregular salary payments, unpaid promotion arrears, poor training conditions and lack of basic medical equipment, and deteriorating hospital infrastructure. This has led to several strike actions in the past, leaving the poor patients at the mercy of quacks, exploitation in the hands of private practitioners, and in some cases, death of some patients. Addressing journalists, the president of the Association of Resident Doctors at the University of Nigerian Teaching Hospital, UNTH, in Enugu State, Dr. Ugwele David, described resident doctors as the backbone of healthcare delivery in Nigeria's tertiary hospitals, noting that they provide round-the-clock emergency and specialist services under difficult working conditions. He expressed concern that despite a memorandum of understanding signed with the federal government to address issues of welfare, remuneration, training, and working conditions, most of the agreements have either been poorly implemented or completely ignored.
Resident doctors are the backbone of healthcare delivery in Nigeria, tertiary institutions. We provide 24 hours clinical care, emergency services, surgical coverage, and specialist training, often under extreme conditions. Over the years, NAD has engaged the federal government in good faith, leading to signing of Memorandum of Understanding aimed at addressing long-standing issues bordering on welfare, remuneration, training, and working conditions. However, regrettably, despite repeated assurance, most of these agreements remain unimplemented, poorly implemented, or completely ignored.
Dr. David announced that resident doctors at the UNTH will comply fully with the directive of the national body for the commencement of a total and indefinite nationwide strike from 12 midnight on Monday, January 12, 2026, alongside peaceful protests across the country. He appealed to the Nigerian public to show understanding, stressing that their action is aimed at securing a safe, functional, and sustainable healthcare system for all Nigerians, insisting that the doctors are not insensitive to the sufferings of Nigerians.
Following exhaustive deliberation, NAD has resolved to resume a total, indefinite, and comprehensive strike tagged TIX 202. No implementation, no going back, starting on 12th January 2026, this Monday, 12 a.m., alongside coordinated nationwide peaceful protests next week. In compliance with these directives, ARD UNTH will fully align with NAD's action plans. Our members will withdraw services as directed while adhering strictly to professional ethics and lawful conduct.
As the clock ticks towards the commencement of the strike, attention is now on the federal government to act swiftly to avert a full-blown healthcare shutdown. The unfolding situation once again highlights the difficult realities faced by health practitioners in Nigeria and the urgent need for long-term reforms in the nation's health sector. In ENUGU, Christopher Lele.
A medical doctor at Cottage Hospital, Okana, in Esien Udim local government area of Akwa Ibom State, Matthias Etim, alongside the hospital's head of pharmacy, are to appear before a disciplinary committee of the State Ministry of Health over alleged administrative and professional breaches. Etim is accused of being absent from duty while on call and of failing to respond to official queries in line with civil service rules. The head of pharmacy is also expected to account for the absence of statutory records, including stock registers, inventory logs, and drug indebtedness records. The directive was issued by the Commissioner for Health, Ekem Emmanuel, during an inspection visit to the hospital with senior officials of the Ministry of Health and the hospital's management board. The commissioner said the medical superintendent, Ekong Etiebet, had earlier briefed him on the alleged breaches, adding that the officers will appear before the Senior Staff Management Committee for interrogation and possible disciplinary action. Emmanuel also raised concerns over financial inconsistencies at the hospital and ordered the immediate redeployment of the pharmacist heading the unit, pending further review. He further disclosed that by mid-January 2026, prices for drugs, surgeries, and other hospital services will be standardized across all government hospitals in the state. The commissioner added that all government hospitals will now source drugs exclusively from the state central medical store, warning that procurement from external vendors will be treated as an offense. The Kaduna state government on Friday sealed 20 illegal colleges of health sciences and private hospitals across the state. The State Commissioner for Health, Umar Kaltum Ahmed, said the exercise was part of ongoing efforts to ensure private health institutions complied with established rules and regulations. She explained that the move aimed to guarantee effective training of healthcare workers in the state and protect public health. The affected institutions are located in Chikun, Igabi, Kaduna North and Kaduna South local government areas. Kaltum Ahmed added that the action enforced guidelines for private health institutions and prevented unaccredited facilities from misleading the public under the guise of healthcare training. She stressed that the exercise was necessary to stop the illegal production of unqualified health workers, which pose a serious risk to public safety. The Commissioner urged the public to seek admission only in duly approved and accredited institutions to avoid wasting time and resources on unrecognized certificates. She commended Governor Ubasani for his leadership and support in repositioning the health sector to meet required standards and ensure quality healthcare delivery in Kaduna State. The decision of the River State House of Assembly to commence impeachment proceedings against Governor Similai Fubara has continued to attract reactions from political watchers and citizens of the state. Speaking on Signature Morning, a former member of the National Assembly, Chief Obonna Nwuke, noted that Wike was more interested in how to install the next governor of the state than the good and development of the state. Nwuke said it was unfortunate that the state legislators allowed the FCT ministers to use them to subvert the development of the state. He described Wike as a man obsessed with power and who has refused to appreciate that there is a change in government in the state, urging the president to strip him of his ministerial position so that the people of River State can breathe.
Somebody who is supposed to be the minister in Abuja, who refers to himself as 001 in Abuja, won't let somebody else who is governor of River State to exercise the executive powers of a governor. And so you need to nominate commissioners. You require Wike's approval. And so the issue is no longer whether functions delegated by the governor, which of course that's what it means when you're a serving commissioner. What you enjoy is delegated power. And one of the considerations is that such a person working in the State Executive Council must absolutely be loyal to the governor. Now, if we have people in the State Assembly elected as representatives of Rivers people, but who do not understand that they have a responsibility to Rivers people, if we have them at every turn and twist when there is apparent disagreement between Nwuke and Fubara, the next thing you see is a brandished impeachment drive. How do we explain it? Then what will happen in the State Executive Council if nominees in the State Executive Council are not nominees of the governor? They are nominees from outside, from one man who is determined to, as it is, strangulate Rivers.
Meanwhile, a member of the House of Representatives representing Ado, Opoku, and Obadibo Federal Constituency of Benue State, Philip Agbese, says the political crisis in River State is manageable and not a cause for alarm. Agbese, who spoke in an interview with journalists, attributed the crisis partly to political transition, noting that the governor and several lawmakers recently defected from the People's Democratic Party, PDP, to the All Progressives Congress, APC. The deputy spokesman of the House of Representatives said some of the tensions are carryovers from political practices in their former party, insisting they do not reflect the values of the APC. He urged political actors in Rivers State to move past old rivalries and embrace cooperation and stability in line with APC principles. Agbese also called on President Bola Tinubu to intervene to prevent further escalation, appealing to all stakeholders to prioritize peace, unity, and development in the state. Earlier today, an activist, Comrade Xavier Oscar, gave his own perspectives on the unfolding development in Rivers State.
Though we are not surprised, this impeachment saga does not come to some of us as a surprise. Sometime late last month, 2005, towards the end of December, His Excellency told Nigerians that politics will start in Rivers State come January 2026. So all this is expecting but all this is all about the impeachment, all about the political instability in the state, the state resources that is being abused in the name of political tussle or political crisis. And recently, we just came back from a small state of emergency rule, and they can also to tell us Rivers should also feel the negative impact or implication of the 6 months emergency rule that was in Rivers State. Totally shut down of democracy, a breakdown of the governance, a breakdown of everything from Rivers State. Our economic situation was going down zero. People were running from states. They must to emergency and political tussle. So at this point, we are thinking that the sitting place as a yes of we are conscious. And this is true for people. Also for the welfare of Rivers people, and ask the governor to perform his constitutional responsibility. This was somebody you call your son. This person you ordained, and you call him the righteous one among all your supporters, among all those that was loyal to him. This person has happened. I pray in the name of the governor the much. I think at this point, the people like the Mattis and Melody, it's not something that we are very okay with, because we believe that at this point in time, the assembly member in Rivers are being directed by years of Wike. Coming up, talking about constitution, this has something to do with constitution. This is pure politics. So I don't want us to look at it from the part of constitutional level. They are using constitution as a first front of what they are doing. But outrightly, what they are doing is political witch hunting. What they are doing is years of Wike talking about an agreement. Rivers people do not believe in any agreement. I don't believe in any agreement. What agreement is with the former governor of Rivers State signed with his son, the governor of Rivers State, his Excellency that will affect the people of the positive light. We are not interested in any agreement. His Excellency Fubara is about running up his first tenure. That's why they are about to run up his first tenure and should go for a second tenure. Yes, Obuke has PhD in governance. Yes, Obuke has PhD in leadership. Yes, Obuke has PhD in performance or in his character. Yes, okay, have PhD in drunkenness.
The Ijaw National Congress has called on President Bola Tinubu to call the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, to order and stop him from throwing the state into avoidable anarchy. The President of the Congress, Professor Benjamin Okaba, who made the call when he featured on Signature Morning, said it is shocking that a minister should be hell-bent or subverting democracy in his home state for purely selfish reasons. Okaba, who said the Ijaw National Congress will stand by Governor Similai Fubara to discharge his mandate, while calling for solidarity of all Nigerians with the people of Rivers State, insisting that Rivers State is beyond any individual or political party.
So the Ijaw National Congress, as a body, we condemn this action. We consider it unconstitutional, and we are also calling on all lovers of democracy all over the world to defend our constitution and also ensure that this very dangerous gambit is not allowed to have its way. The INC, we also want to say this, that this should not be seen as an Ijaw matter. Fobra, yes, similarly, Fobra is an Ijaw person, but it should not be seen as an Ijaw matter. And I'm happy, or we are also very happy that even the ruling party, members of the APC, have come to condemn this act, and are also calling that all attempts to impeach Fobra should be stopped, because again, it is anti-democratic. You will recall we said earlier that it is not about any other thing aside the quest for power. Inordinate control of power and resources is at the background to all of this. I wouldn't want to go into what is going around as rumor. I call it rumor because it is not a signed document, but it's going everywhere that, yes, again, going by the pronouncement of the speaker, that the FOBRA and the deputy has agreement reached. So we'll be asking what are the agreements, and what if what we saw on social media is the agreement, then I consider that document laughable.
Of the state of insecurity in the country, the Ijaw leader noted that the Nigerian government is overwhelmed by the level of banditry, kidnappings, terrorism, and other violent crimes in the country, which is why it welcomed the recent intervention of the American government. He also spoke on the tax reform, which came into effect on the 1st of this month, in the face of extreme hunger, inflation, and despair, and urged the federal government to rethink its policies, especially those that worsen the living condition of Nigerians.
Nigeria, the state of the Nigerian nation can be best described as very chaotic, very, very unstable, with a future that I would not say is very bright, unless quite a number of things are addressed. And these issues have to deal with deepening of democracy, which is the only way of restoring the people's confidence in the system, and also advancing sustainable development in this country.
Professor Okaba, are you still with me?
Yeah, I'm with you. I say unstable and with a future that looks bleak, because you can see that most of us came into the new year disappointed with what we experienced last year, rising hunger, insecurity. At the same time, we have crisis all over that even threaten even democratic base. So a lot of persons had failed expectations coupled with the issue of the tax reforms. So I would say that the Nigerian nation is not very stable, but all the same, we are not hopeless in the sense that in as much as we recognize these realities and we address them properly, I think we'll get off the hooks of the anarchy we are almost facing. Thank you.
About insecurity, we see the high level of insecurity in the country, number of kidnappings and killings all around, and even the United States intervention in Nigeria. What do you think about what has played out so far, how the federal government has responded to it, and also the United States intervention in these matters?
I think the point to note is the call for international intervention by public-spirited Nigerians across religious divides, across sections, which to a large extent we can also appreciate the Nigerian government for accepting the fact that they were overwhelmed by the security challenges. We all welcome the intervention of Donald Trump. Yes, issues of sovereignty are very critical, but again, you need to be alive to be able to protect our sovereignty. So the first thing is that of safety. The second thing is survival, and that is what the American government has guaranteed us. As a matter of fact, the intervention of the American government to a lot of persons in this country came a little bit, I won't say late, but we'll have expected this 10 years ago, because nothing has actually changed after several promises by successive governments, particularly by the last administration, that the banditry and all forms of insecurity have been dealt with drastically. I think yes, the Nigerians are not properly educated on the content and context of the tax reforms. I can assure you that over 90% of Nigerians don't even know the implications. People are just following the bandwagon effect of debates upon debates, and most importantly is the fact that is the observation made by the National Assembly that what was actually passed and was very different from what came out as a gazetted form, talking about areas that were injected, that were not even discussed, particularly those engagement with other international partners. This lack of sincerity, integrity has actually weakened the very essence of that tax reform. Because if by omission or commission, a law is passed, and before it gets to its final stage, there are serious alterations, serious alterations, far-reaching alterations that will affect the lives and the national health of this country are being observed. I think is a very serious issue. So I agree with as many Nigerians who have said that we should take a second look of the entirety. In fact, the implementation should be suspended until we go back to the nitty-gritty and until Nigerians are properly educated.
The Abia State Police Command has rescued a 4-year-old boy identified as Jeremiah Emmanuel Gimba, believed to be from Nasarawa State. In a statement released on Friday, the command spokesperson, Maureen Chinaka, described the child as dark-complexioned with no tribal marks. According to the statement, the child is currently in the care of the gender section of the State Criminal Investigation Department's SCID of the Abia State Police Command. The police public relations officer urged with a missing child, matching that description, to visit the SCID or contact the police public relations department for further inquiries. The managing director of the Ogun State Waste Management Authority of extortion made against him by members of the Association of Waste Management Vendors and Recyclers of Nigeria in the state. Hunyehu spoke during a... Meanwhile, the association's leadership dismissed his claims, insisting the protest was a last resort after efforts at dialogue failed. At least 8 people have been killed in violent clashes between rival cult groups across parts of Benue State, including Makurdi and Jatuaka in Kwande local government area. Security sources say the killings are linked to an escalating struggle for dominance among the groups. The violence began earlier in the week in Otukpo, where 1 person was killed, and in Boko, where 2 others lost their lives. Fresh attacks later spread to Makurdi and Jatuaka on Wednesday, leaving 3 people dead in the state capital and 2 more in Kwande local government area. Witnesses say the Makurdi victims were shot in coordinated late-night attacks in the Wurukum area. The chairman of Makurdi local government, Joseph Kefi, has condemned the killings, sympathized with affected families, and assured residents that the council is working with security agencies to restore calm. Meanwhile, the Benue State Police say the situation in Jatuaka is under control. Police spokesperson Udeme Edet confirmed the arrest of 8 suspects following a clash between rival cult groups with weapons recovered. She added that efforts are ongoing to arrest other fleeing suspects as police intensify operations to curb cult-related violence across the state. The chairman of Dangote Industries, Aliko Dangote, has petitioned the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, over allegations of corruption against the former managing director of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Farouk Ahmed. Dangote Group disclosed this on Friday in a statement issued to the media. The company had earlier petitioned the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, asking it to investigate Ahmed over allegations that he spent $5 million on his children's secondary education in Switzerland. A previous petition was later withdrawn a few days ago, although the ICPC stated it would continue with its investigation. However, a statement released on Friday said the petition to the EFCC followed what it described as the withdrawal of the same petition from the ICPC, a strategic decision aimed at accelerating the prosecution process. In the petition signed by lead counsel O.J. Onoja, Dangote urged the EFCC to investigate allegations of abuse of office and corrupt enrichment against Farouk Ahmed and to prosecute him if found culpable. Up next is business news.
The federal government has said all group stage bonuses due to Super Eagles players at the ongoing African Cup of Nations have been released and are expected to reflect in the players' domiciliary accounts within hours. The Minister of State for Finance, Dr. Doris Uzoka Anite, disclosed this on Thursday while responding to reports that the national team was considering boycotting training session and could decline to travel to Marrakesh for the quarter-final clash against Algeria. In a post on our official X handle, Uzoka Anite said the concern over unpaid bonuses had been resolved through coordinated actions by the federal government and the Central Bank of Nigeria. The Nigeria Interbank Settlement System (NIFS) report that the bank verification number enrollment increased by 6.8% year-on-year to 67.8 million as of December 2025, up from 63.5 million in 2024. NIFS attributed the growth to CBN enforcement measures, including restrictions on accounts without BVN and NIN, and the expansion of the non-resident BVN scheme for Nigerians and the diaspora. Over 4.3 million new BVN were issued in the year, reinforcing the system's role in financial inclusion and digital identity. The federal government has directed all shipping companies and airlines in Nigeria to submit cargo manifests through the National Single Window (NSW) platform to improve cargo tracking, transparency, and trade facilitation. Issued by the Ministry of Finance, the directive requires operators to integrate with the NSW, inaugurated in April 2024, to enable single submission of trade documents, faster cargo clearance, reduce bottlenecks, and improve port efficiency. The Lagos State House of Assembly has passed 4,444,590,777,438 naira budget of shared prosperity for 2026 into law. The budget, which was passed on Thursday, prioritizes infrastructure, education, healthcare, economic growth, and social development, with over 52% allocated to capital projects to drive inclusive growth across the states. Speaker Mudashiru Obasa therefore directed the Clerk of the House, Olaleka Onafeku, to forward a clean copy of the budget to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for his assent. In global news, this is Business News. Nasiru Usman reporting for Signature TV News.
Trading on the Nigerian exchange on Thursday, January 8, 2026, closed mixed, with turnover and deals declining despite sustained market capitalization growth. A total of 645.02 million shares, valued at 16.42 billion naira, were traded in 44,380 deals, reflecting a 19% drop in turnover and a 10% decline in deals compared to the previous session. Market capitalization rose to 102.8 trillion naira. Out of the 130 equities traded, 32 advanced while 41 declined. Niemetz International Pharmacy led the gainers with 10% share price appreciation, closing at 7 naira 70 kobo per share from an opening price at 7 naira per share, followed by May and Baker Nigeria, which rose with 9.85% to close at 26 naira 20 kobo per share, while eTransact International gained 9.64% to close at 13 naira 65 kobo per share, and Multiverse Mining and Exploration wrapped up Thursday's trading session with 9.51% to close at 21 naira 30 kobo per share. On the losing side, International Energy Insurance came out last with an end-of-day price depreciation of 9.9% at 2 naira 73 kobo per share from an opening price at 3 naira 3 kobo per share, followed by Associated Bus Company decline with 9.88% to close at 4 naira 47 kobo per share. Meanwhile, the benchmark Nigerian Stock Exchange All-Share Index increased by 214.80 points to close at 160,592.76. This is business news in Global News. Chimize Zadima reporting for Signature TV News.
The President of the European Council, Antonio Costa, and the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, met with Lebanese President Joseph Aoun and the Lebanese Prime Minister, Nawaf Salam, during an official visit to Lebanon on Friday. Costa and von der Leyen welcomed the announcement made by the Lebanese army a day after it said that it had taken operational control in the south of the country, while Israel said efforts to disarm Hezbollah fighters were insufficient, raising pressure on Lebanese leaders who fear Israel could escalate strikes. Lebanon has been seeking to place all arms under state control, in line with the November 2024 U.S. brokered ceasefire that ended war between Israel and the Iran-backed Shiite Muslim group Hezbollah. Israel says the truce requires the complete disarmament of Hezbollah, which was badly weakened by its strikes. The army had set a deadline to clear non-state weaponry from the southern area near the Israeli border by the end of 2025, before moving on to other areas of the country. It said on Thursday it had achieved that initial goal, securing areas south of the Litani River, excluding positions still held by Israeli forces, though there was more work to be done clearing unexploded ordnance and tunnels.
Committed to Lebanon, sovereignty and territorial integrity. There is no space for armed militias. They undermine the country's security and stability. I welcome President Aoun's leadership in working to establish the state monopoly on arms. This is a critical step toward ensuring Lebanon's full control over its territory. In that context, I welcome the announcement that the Lebanese army has completed the first phase of Hezbollah disarmament. I also welcome the involvement of civilian representatives from both Lebanon and Israel at this week's meeting of the ceasefire monitoring mechanism. This is a significant step forward.
We also agree that it is crucial that the ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel is fully respected by all parties. Lebanon's sovereignty and territorial integrity has to be upheld. And it is paramount to ensure that Hezbollah is fully disarmed. I therefore very much welcome your announcement yesterday of the completion of the first phase of your disarmament plan south of the Litani River. And I also welcome Lebanon's efforts to engage in dialogue with Israel.
Thank you.
U.S. President Donald Trump indicated on Thursday that Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado was coming to Washington next week. During an interview on Fox News' Hannity program, Trump was asked if he plans to meet with Machado following U.S. strikes on Venezuela that resulted in the capture of its president, Nicolas Maduro.
¿Cómo está usted, presidente? Qué maravilla
placer de verle.
Igualmente. Bueno, extraordinario para todos los venezolanos. Empezando porque nuestras actas. Gracias por venir, de verdad. Y a sus hijas. Claro que sí.
The person who actually got the Nobel Prize called me and said, I'm accepting this in honor of you because you really deserved it. A very nice thing to do. I didn't say then give it to me though. I think she might have. She was very nice. And I've been helping her along the way. They need a lot of help in Venezuela. It's a basic.
This will be Trump's first meeting with Mercado, who said earlier this week that she hadn't spoken to the US leader since she won the Nobel Peace Prize in October. A serious medical condition with a crew member aboard the International Space Station has led NASA to bring the astronaut and 3 crewmates back to Earth months earlier than planned. The first such emergency return in the orbiting laboratory's 25-year history, senior space agency officials said on Thursday. NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, in a short notice press conference in Washington, told reporters that he and medical officials made the decision to return the astronaut, whom he did not identify, because the capability to diagnose and treat this properly does not live on the International Space Station.
So for over 60 years, NASA has set the standard for safety and security in crewed space flight. In these endeavors, including the 25 years of continuous human presence on board the International Space Station, the health and the well-being of our astronauts is always and will be our highest priority. Yesterday, January 7th, a single crew member on board the station experienced a medical situation and is now stable. After discussions with Chief Health and Medical Officer Dr. J.D. Polk and leadership across the agency, I've come to the decision that it's in the best interest of our astronauts to return Crew 11 ahead of their planned departure. Within the coming days, the Dragon Endeavour spacecraft will depart the International Space Station with Commander Zena Cardman, pilot Mike Fink, Kimya Yui from JAXA, and Oleg Platonov of Roscosmos, and safely return them to Earth. We expect to provide a further update within the next 48 hours as to the anticipated undock and reentry timeline. Over the last 5 months, Crew 11 contributed to the ongoing operations of the space station, conducted extensive scientific research, completed the majority of their mission objectives, and upheld the standards of.
The NASA officials did not identify which of the Crew 11 mission's 4 astronauts is experiencing the medical issue or describe its nature, citing the crew members' privacy. NASA Chief Health and Medical Officer James Polk said this was not an injury that occurred in the pursuit of operations, meaning it did not happen while the astronaut was working. NASA on Wednesday afternoon called off a planned spacewalk with 2 U.S. astronauts that had been scheduled for Thursday over what it described as a medical concern with an astronaut, later saying in a midnight statement that it was considering ending the astronaut's rotation mission early. The crew includes U.S. astronauts Zena Cardman and Mike Fink, Japanese astronauts Kimya Yui, and Russian cosmonaut Oleg Platonov. They have been on the space station since launching from Florida in August and were scheduled to return around May this year. Fink, the station's designated commander, and Cardman, assigned as flight engineer, were scheduled to conduct a 6.5-hour spacewalk on Thursday to install hardware outside the station.
About any particular
And as many of you know, we have a very robust suite of medical hardware on board the International Space Station, but we don't have the complete amount of hardware that I would have in the emergency department, for example, to complete a workup of a patient. And in this particular incident, that the medical incident was sufficient enough that we were concerned about the astronaut, that we would like to complete that workup. And the best way to complete that workup is on the ground, where we have the full suite of medical testing hardware. Now again, because the astronaut is absolutely stable, this is not an emergent evacuation. We're not immediately disembarking and getting the astronaut down. But it leaves that lingering risk and lingering question as to what that diagnosis is. And that means there's some lingering risk for that astronaut on board. And so always we err on the side of the astronaut's health and welfare. And in this particular case, we are doing the same. This was totally unrelated to any operations on board. And of course, we do a huge amount of testing for astronauts before they go to orbit. And they're used to those operational environments. They practice the spacewalk and the pre-breathe many, many, many times. But this was not related to the operations or the spacewalk at all. Yeah, once again, this is not an operational issue. This is not an injury that was that occurred in the pursuit of operations, if that was the question. But unrelated to the operational environment that we have right now. It's mostly having a medical issue in the difficult areas of microgravity, and with the
Nigeria's Super Eagles will be battling Algeria for a place in the semi-finals of the ongoing Africa Cup of Nations, going on in Morocco on Saturday in Marrakech. Both sides progressed through the group stage with a perfect record, the only two teams to do so. But that achievement will count for little if either falls at this stage. It sets the tone for what promises to be a compelling contest in Marrakech between two informed sides with little margin for error. Some sports analysts spoke to Signaturetv on the chances of both teams in the crucial encounter.
Yes, because I know, yes, of course, the Algeria team is an incomparable team. Are you getting me? But in everything, Nigeria is a very good team, because if you watch their last game, you see that they play very, very well. Are you getting me? So Nigerian team is also a good team. So in everything, I see them as a winning team. When I was discussing with my friends, I told them that Nigeria is going to final. So after winning Algeria, I have the confidence that Nigeria will reach the final.
It's going to be a very tactical game because both teams are very good, well organized, and I think Super Eagles will have the upper hands because they have good strikers, good midfielders. We are playing very compact in the defense, and I think we have chances. But Algerians, they are very wonderful in terms of attack. They are Mareks, a lot of quality players coming out from the flank and the midfield too. So I think Super Eagles will win, but it's going to be a slim winning. I think the only problem we have is we play too many times, playing ourselves into trouble. Maybe playing out from the backs. That's the only weak point we have, and I think the team also in attacking aspect, we have to be coordinated. You see our last game, the problem between Osimhen and Lukman, so that has to be worked out in the training ground and also in the team, so that we'll be more coordinated. But far from that, we have a very solid team, so there is no weak point in the team. The team are very solid, and we've conceded many goals, but thanks to our defense last game, we didn't concede. So that's the good. If you win a game, you don't have to concede.
Truly speaking, Algeria is a good team, more especially on the attacking side. If you can watch their last minutes and the time go, you will know that they are unpredictable. But I believe that the Super Eagles has all it takes to match head-to-head with them. As far as Super Eagles, most especially Lukman has impressed me, but I will not forget Alex Iwobi. He's the man that has been doing the jobs, but people, I don't see whether they are seeing it the way I'm seeing it. Most of the goals that we have contributed in the AFCON was being scored by Alex Iwobi's contribution.
In that game, I don't see it as an easy game to our Super Eagles, because the Algerians, they are more skillful than our players. So I don't see it as an easy game, but I believe the Eagles will win them. I won't say for sure. If they play better, they will go further. If they don't play a better game, they will lose out.
So that's a revenge for we and Algeria. They have won us before, and now we are going to win them again. They are going to carry the trophy, not only the final. They are going to the final to carry the trophy. Lukman has been a very good player in that tournament, and I like him very, very well. He's putting his interest in that match. I love him very, very well.
Yeah, though I don't normally watch Nigeria football, but I'm wishing them good. They're the best team at the tournament. They can win. We have the best squad in Africa. Nigeria have the best squad in Africa, from the back line to the attacking.
Osimhen will do a lot on that game. Osimhen and this guy Lukman, they will do a lot in that game, because I believe the two, I think they play like a brothers. Even Chukwueze, they play like a brothers. I know that Nigeria will win Algeria.
Honestly, for what I've been seeing so far, they have done well. From the beginning of their first game to their last game is wonderful. And with that hope, we believe that our match coming on Saturday against Algeria is going to be wonderful. So it's going to be a wonderful match. We're going to beat them. We're going to take the point. We're going to excel in the game also. Yeah, Coach Richel has been doing wonderfully well. He's a coach that knows what he's doing. Technically, he's sound. Tactically, he's sound. And I want to advise him to still keep up with what he's doing. There's no doubt about Eagles going to the final. He's certain. He's certain. From what they are doing so far, it's a certain opinion.
That's the news this hour. I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha. Thanks for watching. What did we say?
Don't check that. Just carry my hand by 58. So people will set up now, will take 1 second.
We are local.
Why the main market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. We have taken this move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
When I leave from this office, everybody know people will be problem.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
All of my blood just the hot.
I'm coming now. Stand by.
Why is this TV know the show? I know this thing myself. Hello Nigeria, good evening and welcome to Signature Evening on Signature Television. My name is Christopher Lele. This is the 9th day in the month of January 2026. The month is gradually slipping away into February. Okay, on that note, I say a very big welcome to Signature Evening. On the program tonight, we've got a couple of segments for your watching pleasure. We have the Indonesian segment where we take a look at stories making the lines right on the local scene and of course the foreign scene. We also have the fashionista segments where we help you understand what's going on in the fashion world. We have the sports. We also have the what's trending. You know, there are a couple of things trending in Nigeria right now that you just don't want to miss in case you've had a very busy day and you couldn't catch up with what's happening on social media. We'll help you to know what's trending on social media. We've got the People's Forum where you can call in and be part of the conversation. Now all of these are all stuck up for tonight to give you the excitement on the show. Oh, I didn't tell you, we've got the interview segment where we have people of interest in particular field of study to help us understand what they're doing and what's happening in that field, and also to discuss what's happening in different sectors, you know, going on right here. Coming up next is in the news segment. Stay with us. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NAD, have threatened to commence full-blown industrial action with effect from Monday, the 12th of January 2026, over what it referred to as unresolved welfare issues. This was announced by the president of the Association of the University of Nigerian Teaching Hospital, ENUGU, Ozala, ENUGU, Dr. David Uguele. Our correspondent has the details. The healthcare sector in Nigeria is once again under severe strain as resident doctors across the country prepare to embark on an indefinite nationwide strike following unresolved welfare issues. Over the years, resident doctors have repeatedly raised concerns over poor welfare packages, including irregular salary payments, unpaid promotion arrears, poor training conditions, and lack of basic medical equipment, and deteriorating hospital infrastructure.
This has led to several strike actions in the past, leaving the poor patients at the mercy of quacks, exploitation in the hands of private practitioners, and in some cases, death of some patients. Addressing journalists, the president of the Association of Resident Doctors at the University of Nigerian Teaching Hospital, UNTH, in Enugu State, Dr. Ugwele David, described resident doctors as the backbone of healthcare delivery in Nigeria's tertiary hospitals, noting that they provide round-the-clock emergency and specialist services under difficult working conditions. He expressed concern that despite a memorandum of understanding signed with the federal government to address issues of welfare, remuneration, training, and working conditions, most of the agreements have either been poorly implemented or completely ignored.
Resident doctors are the backbone of healthcare delivery in Nigeria, tertiary institutions. We provide 24 hours clinical care, emergency services, surgical coverage, and specialist training, often under extreme conditions. Over the years, NAD has engaged the federal government in good faith, leading to signing of Memorandum of Understanding aimed at addressing long-standing issues bordering on welfare, remuneration, training, and working conditions. However, regrettably, despite repeated assurance, most of these agreements remain unimplemented, poorly implemented, or completely ignored.
Dr. David announced that resident doctors at the UNTH will comply fully with the directive of the national body for the commencement of a total and indefinite nationwide strike from 12 midnight on Monday, January 12, 2026, alongside peaceful protests across the country. He appealed to the Nigerian public to show understanding, stressing that their action is aimed at securing a safe, functional, and sustainable healthcare system for all Nigerians, insisting that the doctors are not insensitive to the sufferings of Nigerians.
Following exhaustive deliberation, NAD has resolved to resume a total, indefinite, and comprehensive strike tagged TIX 202. No implementation, no going back, starting on 12th January 2026, this Monday, 12 a.m., alongside coordinated nationwide peaceful protests next week. In compliance with these directives, ARD UNTH will fully align with NAD's action plans. Our members will withdraw services as directed while adhering strictly to professional ethics and lawful conduct.
As the clock ticks towards the commencement of the strike, attention is now on the federal government to act swiftly to avert a full-blown healthcare shutdown. The unfolding situation once again highlights the difficult realities faced by health practitioners in Nigeria and the urgent need for long-term reforms in the nation's health sector. In Enugu, Christopher Lele. A medical doctor at Carthage Hospital, Okana, in the Esian Udem local government area of Akwa Ibom State, Matthias Etim, alongside the hospital's head of pharmacy, are to appear before a disciplinary committee of the State Ministry of Health over alleged administrative and professional breaches. Etim is accused of being absent from duty while on call and of failing to respond to official queries in line with civil service rules. The head of pharmacy is also expected to account for the absence of statutory records, including stock registered, inventory logs, and drug indebtedness records. The directive was issued by the Commissioner for Health, Nkem Emmanuel, during an inspection visit to the hospital with senior officials of the Ministry of Health at the hospital's management board. The commissioner said the medical superintendent, Ekong Etiebet, had earlier briefed him on the alleged breaches, adding that the officers will appear before the Senior Staff Management Committee for interrogation and possible disciplinary action. Emmanuel also raised concerns over financial inconsistencies at the hospital and ordered the immediate redeployment of the pharmacist heading the unit, pending further review. He further disclosed that by mid-January 2026, prices of drugs, surgeries, and other hospital services will be standardized across all government hospitals in the state. The commissioner added that all government hospitals will now source drugs exclusively from the State Central Medical Store, warning that procurement from external vendors will be treated as an offense. The Kaduna State government on Friday sealed 20 illegal colleges of health sciences and private hospitals across the state. State Commissioner for Health, Umar Kaltum Ahmed, said the exercise was part of ongoing efforts to ensure private health institutions complied with established rules and regulations. She explained that the move aimed to guarantee effective training of healthcare workers in the state and protect public health. The affected institutions are located in Chikon, Igabi, Kaduna North, and Kaduna South local government areas. Kaltum Ahmed added that the action enforced guidelines for private health institutions and prevented unaccredited facilities from misleading the public under the guise of healthcare training. She stressed that the exercise was necessary to stop the illegal production of unqualified health workers, which posed a serious risk to public safety. The commissioner urged the public to seek admission only in duly approved and accredited institutions to avoid wasting time and resources on unrecognized certificates. She commended Governor Uba Sani for his leadership and support in repositioning the health sector to meet required standards and ensure quality healthcare delivery in Kaduna State. The decision of the Rivers State House of Assembly to commence impeachment proceedings against Governor Siminalayi Fubara has continued to attract reactions from political watchers and citizens of the state. Speaking on signature morning, a former member of the National Assembly, Chief Ogbonna Woke, noted that Wike was more interested in how to install the next governor of the state than the good and development of the state. Woke said it was unfortunate that the state legislators allowed the FCT minister to use them to subvert the development of the state. He described Wike as a man obsessed with power and who has refused to appreciate that there is a change in government in the state, urging the president to strip him of his ministerial position so that the people of Rivers State can breathe.
Somebody who is supposed to be the minister in Abuja, who refers to himself as 001 in Abuja, won't let somebody else who is governor of Rivers State to exercise the executive powers of a governor. And so you need to nominate commissioners. You require Wike's approval. And so the issue is no longer whether functions delegated by the governor, which of course that's what it means when you're a serving commissioner. What you enjoy is delegated power. And one of the considerations is that such a person working in the State Executive Council must absolutely be loyal to the governor. Now, if we have people in the State Assembly elected as representatives of Rivers people, but who do not understand that they have a responsibility to Rivers people, if we have them at every turn and twist when there is apparent disagreement between Nwike and Fubara, the next thing you see is a brandished impeachment drive. How do we explain it? Then what will happen in the State Executive Council if nominees in the State Executive Council are not nominees of the governor? They are nominees from outside, from one man who is determined to, as it is, strangulate Rivers.
And that's it on In the News segment. We shall be jumping up for Fashionista. Stay with us.
Welcome to Fashionista.
Now here are the last 5 on the list of favorite African fashion photographers who have contributed greatly to the evolution and globalization of fashion trends in Africa. Lyra Alco. Based in Nairobi, Kenya, Lyra Alco is a lifestyle and fashion photographer with a vision to capture her clients in the best light and create images from the heart to inspire and make her clients beautiful. She does this using light, effects, angle, and perspective skillfully. Alco has worked with popular brands like Nike, Peace & Co., and Jack Daniels. Alco specializes in capturing intimate and powerful images of people, places, and food. Her work is featured on her website, Lyra Alco Photography, and other platforms like Behance and African Women in Photography. Next is Andile Nthembu. Andile Nthembu is known for bold, eye-catching commercial and fashion photography. A master of light, he is noted for his use of rich color to beautifully and powerfully showcase black skin, and his work has been featured in leading magazines. He is known for his unique approach to fashion, editorial, portrait, and commercial photography. He studied photography studies at the University of Durban, then moved to Cape Town, where he worked as an intern in Media 24's Huguenot, and Drum Magazine's departments. Andile's works are clean, crisp, and at the same time, funky. Based in Johannesburg, South Africa, Andile is on the mission to pursue excellence in photography styles. Andile is quite passionate about life, living, and everything involved with photography. Next, Josh Sisley. John Sisley is a Ghanaian visual storyteller, professional photographer, and filmmaker known for his minimalist, monochromatic style that captures the essence of human emotion and connection. Sisley's work is rooted in themes of heritage, self-expression, family, growth, and the beauty of shared humanity. He describes his mission as documenting the art of being human and the importance of being present in the moment. He typically employs stark contrasts and sculptural poses in his black and white portraiture and fine art photography, which strips away distractions to allow a deep focus on authenticity and expression. Josh is a skilled photographer with a passion for editorial and commercial photography. Because he is keen about women, Josh has found a way to give voices to women, skillfully blending art with activism. Last year, he organized a project, Pink October Shoot, where he appreciated all women in the universe. Next is Yetunde Ayeni Babeko. This Nigerian photographer is fascinated with traditional Yoruba culture. Ayeni Babeko is known for her timeless collection that captured female figures who posed as Nigerian and African goddesses and deities. Part of her work also includes educating women on breast cancer using photography and visual arts. Her work often blends artistic vision with social conscience. She is known for using lighting and composition techniques reminiscent of classic European painters to present contemporary African stories. She undertook a photography apprenticeship in advertising photography at Studio B in Graven, Germany, and further deepened her skills at the Macro Media School for Art and Design in Osnabrück. She spent most of her childhood in Germany, then returned to Nigeria to fully pursue her dreams. In 2008, she opened her studio, Karama Studios, in Lagos, Nigeria, and has been creating stunning visuals ever since. And lastly, we have T.Y. Bello. Toyin Sokefun Bello is a prominent figure in Nigerian photography and is a member of the photography collective Depth of Field. She has built a reputation for capturing powerful and unique images, viewing her work as an encounter with God and a challenge to find the uniqueness in every subject. This talented creative from Ogun State, Nigeria, is considered a heavyweight in fashion photography, widely known for her ethereal photos and artistic expression. She was also the official photographer to former Nigerian President Goodluck Jonathan. She also does work for These Day Fashion magazine. Bello organizes an annual photography exhibition to raise funds for orphans in Nigeria. She's also the director of Link a Child, an NGO dedicated to proliferation information on orphanages in Nigeria and seeking sponsorship on their behalf. African fashion is rapidly evolving, and thanks to these African fashion photographers, we are confident that the many sides of African fashion are beautifully captured for the world to see. And that's it on today's episode of Fashionista.
All right, welcome to the first interview for tonight. The noise all over the place about the task review. I believe you're curious to know what really this task review is about. Somebody's going to help us to explain and break down this bit by bit. Let's take a watch.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
All right, sorry for that break. We still have Bob right here with us. Bob, I was asking initially, could you help Nigerians, understand what this tax reform really is about? Like, walk us through the major changes in the 2026 tax reform and what they mean for Nigerians.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. I will answer your question a bit, but I will just want us to. It's not a thing we should be scared of anyway. It's just a little change. But the problem of Nigeria is just that most of us are not advanced on things. And I will let me start from the grassroots of everything. Please, in this new tax reform, as a Nigerian, please just ensure you have a valid tax payable identification number, which is we originally know as TIN number. TIN. So if you have it, and it's mandatory for financial transaction. So basically what they are trying to do, or what the president wants to do, is this: that they want to centralize everything. So this is what we'll be expecting. And this is what we'll be expecting. In case you think you have TIN number really, and you don't have the number, or you want to retrieve it, you can just dial *829#. Then you can retrieve it from the number you use in registering it. Then these are the things that they want us, or what we'll be expecting next year. This is what we call the low income earners. That means if your salary is between annually, if you are getting annually 800,000 naira annually, you'll be exempted from paying tax. From January, annually means from January to December. So you'll be exempted from paying tax. The president don't want to be collecting tax from those low income. Then the second one, they call it the SME, which is the small business earners too, the small business people, which if their turnover is lesser than 15 million, they will be exempted as well. the small business. Now, then the 10 people are the people who call high income tax or the high income earner. The person that once your money is your annually is up to 50 million naira. So just know that your tax is going to be 25%. 25%. So before, some people used to collect 30%, 35%, but now it's going to be centralized in 25%, as the case may be. And that is for people that have annually the company that is making up to 50 million and above. So 25% will be deducted for tax rather. Now we also have the one called corporate tax cuts. It's for a medium scale firm, which you call CIT, company income tax, will be reduced. The company income tax before the company used to pay 30% or some 35%, depends on state. I think this tax, some people have the state differences. Sometimes in Lagos, like different from ENUGU. Sometimes it's different from Calabar. I guess when I was in Calabar, I have some differences like that. So now it's going to be centralized in 25% if a company or thing. Now the fifth one is VAT on essential. So this VAT for essential is like things like food, things like drugs and education. Is going to be electricity is going to be removed. You get me? So it's going to be removed. Automatically it's going to be removed. There's no part like that anymore going from 2026. There's not going to be any part for food, basic medical service, educational fee, and electricity. These are exempted from this tax. This VAT are out of it. But in 2025 we are paying unknowingly to some people. Then we call this the sequence in the Unified Tax Authority. So the Federal Island Revenue, like the FIRS, is going to be renamed. It's going to be renamed as the NRS, which is the Nigeria Revenue Service. So we are trying this one. We're going to centralize every revenue collection previously handled by different agencies. Sometimes you hear people pay what's it called? Hot fee or sand hot fee, land fee, different type of fee. So this something like that will not be happening again. You will just be paying just one tax for all those names. Sometimes I think a short fee, these women used to say some things like that. So that will not be happening again. You know, the same many agencies coming to your company to collect tax. Then the seventh one is called development levy. The development levy is existing multiple levy are harmonized into single. So this development levy now is not going to be all those one I'm talking about, standboard fee, land fee, just like that. It's going to be called a development levy, and it's going to be 2% of your profit after any of the deduction you want to do as a company. As a company, it's going to start in 2026 in January. So every of your others are generally after all your accessible profit from the companies, then you will pay 22% of it as development. Then the Nigerian government plans to remove these separate levies from companies currently paying they want to combine everything to just one levy called development levy, and it's going to be just 2%. Profit. This profit is going to be after profit. It's going to be part of your profit anyway. It's not just after your profit, then you pay 2% of it after the deduction. Then the eighth one is they will enhance penalties on all this. There's something we call tax reform. There's something we call it's not tax reform. We call it after this year now, after January to December. In January, we start doing tax return. So anyone that they don't comply to this, though they have been law for it before, but you know Nigerians some laws are not really too strong for some people. I know. But now, the government is making it mandatory that if you do not do things like that, you don't complete your tax return. And after the beginning of the year, they might give some grace time, maybe they give January to March. It will be, there will be penalties for it.
Okay.
So please, I want to, there will be penalties for it. Sometimes they give time. They used to bring memo for it. The government, they say, okay, between now and now, you will do your tax return, which means all your tax you have been paying from January, February to December, you have to take it to their office. You tell them you have for tax return. That one is not personal anyway. This one I'm talking about the company.
Okay.
Then the company is the one doing tax return, not for individuals.
Okay. Now you've made mention. Bob, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. So far, you're talking about corporate organizations. Let's take a look at the informal sector. Does this new tax policy affect people in the informal sector who their salaries are not fixed?
Salary are not fixed.
Fixed.
Which kind of sector is that? And the salary is not fixed.
Informal sectors. It could be a barber or a tailor, entrepreneurs that, they're just doing their stuff themselves, traders, how will this?
They are exempted from tax pay. Those traders that they are at the end of the day. I don't really know how they are going to do this calculation. But according to the reform, is that if they are sunsetting, like now, if your money is not your salary annual is not up to, it's 800,000 naira below, you are exempted from paying tax. So which means some people now, their salary will increase in 2026 because their money annual is no more than 800,000. You get it? Now, for the SME, the small business owners, I don't this tax paying. Is going to be called development fee, which is 2%. I don't know how the government is going to calculate. I don't know how the statistics they are going to use to know the profit they are making from such companies or such shop. Or if everybody is going to have the record for it, I don't know. But this is it. They said there will be no tax for them, but they will be 2% of what they earn annually after all their deduction. But I don't know how Nigerians will come out and say, okay, this is my profit for the year, and this is your cut. I don't really know. But
Bob, do you think this reform is going to increase the prices of, let's say, transportation, some goods in the market, generally, because if these companies are affected, it will likely fall back on the common Nigerians. What's your reaction to that?
Yes, it's a Nigerian some company call it surplus. Now, that means the end users are going to suffer for it. If the end user is suffering for it, the other issue is that the more your profit, the more you are paid. You get it? For the Nigerian that is thinking that I heard some speculation, some news speculation that in January your money will vanish from your account. Please, let me analyze this. There's nobody has the right to remove money from your account. Whether you are paying tax or you are not paying tax. I'm not saying Nigerians do not pay tax. It's what you pay. It's what you do. But nobody has the right to remove money from. Not corporate, no government has the right. No cooperative have the right, no private sector has the right to remove money from your account. There is due process to it. If you are not paying tax now, they will write the letter to you, and you can write back. That's how to do it. When you write back, they do the final assessment. After the conclusion, then you have to report. And it's a long Nigerian court, it's a long process. So nobody has, please, let Nigerians know this. Nobody has the right, or no one is leaving your account in January.
Okay, let's look at the reliefs, or should I say exemption for low-income earners. Would there be anything like that? Because okay, that's from one angle. Would there be any relief or exemptions? And also, who do you think this will affect most, low earners or the big-time earners?
For the low earners, the president is saying is that there's no need of them paying because it's the money they are going to pay, they are able to get something from the country. So they should just, according to him, they should be exempted from it. The low earners, the money is not paid. Because 1,600 below annually should be exempted from paying. But the people that is going to, this is going to hit on is big companies. Because 25% of after your reduction, 10 million in that year or so. I think 25% of it, you know how much is leaving that company to pay tax.
All right, but then let's look at the transparency. Do you feel Nigerians, will trust the system? The collectors of these whole tax and what have you. Do you think this is going to help Nigeria in a way, to increase, the GDP and what have you?
Yes, in Nigeria we are serious about it. It will get benefit to it. This new form, these are new the new reform, the people they call NRS, FRS is going to be leaving. So revenue service. Now what they try to do is to centralize everything. Instead of you paying to, there are some people just put on one flat or what is it called, anything, just put it on right in the, you come to somebody's shop and collect money. That's what the government wants to stop. There's some money not going to the bank. There's some money going to the government post. Now, if it's centralized, you already know if we educate the Nigerians to say, okay, this is your tax for your money. You don't need to be paying this person. Either you go to now, you put in your TIN number, straight up and pay your money. You generate your receipt, keep it in your shop. You don't need anybody to come to your shop and tell you to pay tax. If we can do it like that, I think it will be working for us because now the benefit of this is that to simplify the system. It will reduce, not like going to end it up, it's going to reduce confusion and multi-tax payment or multiple tax payment. Because there are some people just give it a link, come to your company or your shop and collect money. Then so the tax payment more transparent and easy to manage. And then the report is to improve compliance and reduce inflation. And send a lot of tax lane. You just see some people on the road, just wear one green thing and tell you that they are coming from store, and your shop will be locked and all that, or your company will be locked. You don't need those kind of environment to pay. When the real ones come tomorrow, you'll still pay. They tell you to bring receipt. There are some tax people now who don't pay things they don't have receipt. So look at what they are trying to stop. And if you make everything, if you computerize everything, it will be easier on all of us. And I'm not saying it will be 100% complete, but the transparency will become like 80%. And it will increase Nigeria GDP.
Bob, how will this reform affect SMEs already battling with high power supply, fuel and what have you? How will this reform affect them?
Okay, but the SME that is already battling with the now they will not be paying that tax. I think the government will be a little relief for them. Someone will help them reach it. But I don't know. What the issue and the benefits that so good is that will these SMEs still be paying tickets in the market? I think that's what we are still trying to check on. You get it? There's a tax to pay every day. Now, if if something like, if you say tax, we are not going to be paying tax, I think it's a relief for that person. For the SME, it's a relief for them. And knowing fully well that, I think that's what the president said, that things are already too difficult, so they should be exempted from this tax construction.
Okay, so Bob, for the sake of time, in a few seconds, let's take this as your parting shot. In a few seconds, what do you see 2026 look like financially for Nigerians? In few seconds.
Please, I didn't get you.
In a few seconds, just wrap it up in a few seconds. Let's be done with the interview. What do you see Nigeria looking like financially in 2026?
Financially, Nigeria looking in 2026, if Nigeria, we are too good for ourselves. This absolutely, we take for the right thing. We do it up. We're going to be striving to the right position for the right place. I think to ease our stress. It will ease our stress. There are a lot of people who don't pay tax in this country. A lot of people. Then I want to speak, I would like to tell this to Nigerians, please, don't be afraid about the tax reform. Do it.
All right. Thank you so much, Bob. We actually unfortunately have a network challenge. I can barely hear what you're saying, but this is how much we can take on the interview tonight. Thank you so much for joining us and be part of this conversation. Thank you. All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. All right, so there you have it, where we've been looking at this very tax reform policy. Coming up in a few seconds is another part of the segment, another interview rather. We'll be right back.
We are local.
The international community is observing
The Brandon market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the view by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Rent market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to the second interview for tonight. As the world transitions to cleaner energy sources, Nigeria, with its abundant solar and wind resources, stands at a critical juncture. The country aims to increase its renewable energy capacity to 30% by 2030, but significant challenges remain. Our guest will share insights on the opportunities and obstacles for Nigeria's renewable energy sector and what it will take to harness the potential of green energy. Welcome to our second phase of the interview tonight, this evening, on the topic, the rise of green energy. Is Nigeria ready for a renewable power revolution? That's what we shall be looking at tonight. And we are joined tonight by Chukwuemeka Mwali, an expert in renewable energy and sustainable development. He's also a solar energy entrepreneur and CEO. Hello, good evening and welcome to the program. Nice to have you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Do you see Nigeria, at this stage in our history, accepting the use of solar energy?
Yes. First of all, I would say I want to believe you asking if you are ready to take on the challenge or to embrace renewable energy as it stands. I would say yes, of course, we are ready. The federal government of today is pushing that forward, actively pushing that through different means. They have a vision. There's a vision for it to be able to, by 2030, 30% of the economy's energy mix should be able to come from renewable energy. That's the capacity target. Then secondly, there are some strategies and policies that are in place, like the Renewable Energy Agency, which has, of course, the mandate for grid expansion, decentralization of the systems, like mini grids and the likes of solar home systems. They have the capacity to be able to ensure that electricity access is expanded to the rural communities and all of that. They are doing quite a lot, which is, of course, this is driven by the vision, the capacity is driven, and the preparedness of the government. Of course, because we are looking, when we talk about readiness, we're talking about the role of the government, because the private sectors are always ready. So they want to see what government is doing. If the enabling environment is conducive, definitely the stakeholders and the players in the industry are ready to take a step further. But that has to be looking at what the government, is doing.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, so let's look at the rural communities. How affordable, are the renewable energy solutions to these communities, looking at the fact that most of these communities are off the national grid?
Yes, this is a concern of energy poverty, which is quite very huge. There are large, greater percentage of Nigerian society, especially in the rural sectors, do not have access to electricity, and It's been happening. This has been for a very long time, and this has affected a whole lot. People moving away, especially the young people moving away from rural communities to the urban areas in search of jobs instead of mastering the farming system and all of that. But they need power to power their smartphones to be able to share their product online, to be able to market their product online. There's a need. But the challenge is the cost of renewable energy is quite on the high side, which actually affects. Yes, we know on the long run it's very beneficial to every user, but the cost of acquisition is a concern. The government government has plans, has strategies that they are putting in place to ensure that, for instance, one of the challenges, I think we will get there, that I intend to discuss is about infrastructure development and regulations. Because the government will not be able to solve this problem. What the government needs to do is to ensure there's a consistent infrastructural development policy and strategies that has a consistent implementation. So when these policies are implemented consistently, what it does is that it de-risks the private capital to be able to invest, and this will attract a whole lot of, the Chinese people are ready, the Indians are ready, the different stakeholders in the industry locally who intend to manufacture these things, who intend to invest in renewable energy. There's a whole lot of untapped resources that needs to be utilized. And that's the issue of rural communities will be solved if the government play its active role perfectly.
All right, so still talking about the government, can we say Nigerians are properly educated on how this renewable energy works, or do we still see it as a foreign technology?
Okay, we should categorize that as part of the challenges that we have. One of the challenges that we have is technical capacity. Okay, technical capacity in terms of the integrators and the knowledge base in terms of the users. Okay, people still, it's no longer in news. Everybody is aware of what, at least the basic things like the solar lamp is. Even people in rural communities, they use solar lamps. They use solar panels to charge their small appliances. The small kiosks, the small shop owners and the mamas in the markets, they have small lamps too. So what it is, it's no longer a new technology to Nigerians, but it's accessibility that is the problem. So the capacity we are looking at is there's a need for local capacity building and knowledge transfer. So that some of these infrastructures that are coming into the country through private capital will be able to be maintained and eventually produced locally. So capacity and knowledge transfer is very key to be able to enhance what is coming.
Okay, you talked about the government just recently. Now I want us to go back to the government. What role do you think the government can play, to make the solar or renewable energy cheaper and accessible to Nigerians?
Okay, one of the roles they can play is there's a huge untapped potential that Nigerian has in terms of renewable energy. And of course, the government's policies and strategies and the visions and what the government is doing is driven by investment interests, government policies, and of course, the potential that we have. So what government can do is, like I said before, consistent policy implementation. This way, private investors has a greater role to play, but the government has to do theirs first. So if these things are consistent, there are policies on ground, but I don't know. We can't tell how consistent that would be. If it becomes very consistent, then private capital would come in and de-risk the market. The government, this consistency would de-risk the markets, then the private capitals will come in. So these are roles the government can play. Infrastructure development and regulation, like I said, they have to encourage capital, technical capacity building and knowledge transfer. And the government can also help to make it accessible to people. Like, for instance, there shouldn't be import duty on any renewable product, not just the solar panels or any renewable product at all. So that for the meantime, while the production, the processes are ongoing and the government is getting ready and the markets and all the stakeholders are coming together to see how we can push this forward, the importation part of it has to be, the cost of importing these items has to be quite minimal so that the average Nigerians can afford it. Because you know what the cost, how many percentage is on duty on some imported goods. So if these things are eroded, the prices will definitely crash to the barest minimum.
But do you think Nigeria investing in green energy is going to benefit Nigerians in the aspects of job creation? And also from the angle of the rich having access to these things and the poor don't have access to it, which do you think will be more beneficial to Nigerians?
I need to get that. Can you repeat the question?
Yes, can you hear me? There are fears, speculations, when people hear about technology, green, solar, renewable energies, it's always expensive, mostly affordable for the rich, so to speak. Now, if Nigeria is to invest in this, where we have factories, creating this energy and the rest of it, apart from the job employment that this will give to Nigerians, do you think Nigerians generally will have access to this because of the expensiveness? Or it will just be the elites?
Yes. No. The way renewable energy is that there is a product for everyone. So there's a product that everyone can afford. There are people that all they need is just one light bulb, which is about 5 watts. They live in a one-room bedroom. They just need to be able to see their way around in the house. They want to be able to charge their phones. They want to be able to just a bulb in the shop, to power their payments point of sale machine. These are some of the basic needs that people need power, not for so much. Then some, on the average, want to be able to power, make their environments conducive, air conditioning system, the printers, maybe a work environment, and all of that. And you know what the cost of downtime is in businesses. So everyone wants to be able to power. In fact, there's a lot of opportunities apart from the people at the lower economic level. There are opportunities that are ahead. In fact, Nigeria needs renewable energy today more than ever because of the things that are coming up, the digital infrastructures, the way Nigeria is embracing electric vehicles, and the AI labs everywhere. These things need reliable power to be able to run them. And if we are still operating at 5 megawatts or 5,000 megawatts, then we will not be able to embrace what is ahead of us, especially the future of the young population of Nigeria.
Okay, so how can Nigeria as a country balance, the urgent need for this solar and, green energy, still looking at oil, because it seems to focus more on oil and the likes?
Yes, green energy, of course, globally is the future of any economy as of today. Is there a doubt about that? The answer is no. There might be challenges like infrastructure and financing, but everyone is aware that this is the way forward. In fact, as we speak, a lot of homes and businesses are running on renewable energy. Some banks has completely gone green. Some organization has gone green, and there's always an initial capital to get into this, but in the long run, it pays. You know why? Because it's you can predict with the artificial intelligence, which has helped a lot in optimizing production of renewable energy, as it helps with forecasts, enhancing forecasts, system utilization, and resource um, management. So people can actually tell what will happen in the next 5 days. But when you connect to the national grid, you can't tell what will happen in the next minute. So which will make you, as a business owner, you have to be proactive. You create redundant system to be able to mitigate such actions. So you see that there's a huge challenge on that part. So if you look at what it benefits us, or how large the market is, if you want to balance it, they don't really have anywhere to. This is the way forward, and the challenges are there, and as long as these challenges are tackled, we'll get ahead with what the system has currently.
But do you think renewable energy can
I
succeed
don't think
in
I answered.
Nigeria without fixing first corruption, and of course policies that are inconsistent?
Yeah, no, there is no way forward without consistent policies. Like I said, policy implementation has to be consistent. What does that do to an average business and entrepreneur who wants to invest in renewable energy, or these are foreign direct investors? They want to be able to play on a safe economic environment. So when you so what does that do? It de-risks the market and encourages you to invest, knowing fully where you can predict what will happen in the next 5 years. But if you can't tell what will happen in the next 12 months, you will not put in your money. So the consistency implementation of this policies is key. So it's a must for renewable energy in Nigeria to move forward.
Okay, so let's look at you, right? What inspired you to go into renewable energy, and what do you hope to achieve with your organization?
Okay, as while in the university, I had an interest in solving problems around around energy issues. So I picked up a project. My project topic as an economics student in university was how to tackle power issues in Nigeria and how it affects businesses economically. So my research was bordered around, solving the impact of on the impact of power interruptions as it relates to businesses. These are what I researched on. So I started finding these are one of the solutions that I recommended in my project as at that time. So I eventually learned it through the system and understood how it works, and decides to contribute immensely to the society through my services. Today, we have done over more than 100 to 200 installations across the country. So this cuts across for business owners, for home users, for petty traders, and all of that. So we cover everywhere. There's almost no geopolitical zone that we've not worked in. So this is a drive. There's a need, for reliable energy. Today, in the last 1 year, I would say for a very long time. Of course, in the last 1 year, I've not been connected to the grid. So I've been off grid for the past 12 months, and the experience is massive. Experience is massive.
Nice
of course,
one.
That's my job.
Congratulations. I'm really happy for you. That's quite an achievement. Nice one. Happy for you. But then for Nigerians that are, the young generations that are looking forward to venture into solar energy and make a good living from it, what is your advice? What do you think are the steps they need to follow?
Yes, I think it's a huge market, and there's, like I said, untapped potential in the market. There's wind. It's not just the solar, because everybody's talking about the solar. There's wind, and of course the hydro. Nigeria has been on that path for decades, but the wind is untapped. Okay, the solar is just, we're just scratching the surface. We haven't done so much there. So because we have the sun with us almost every day, and it shines on our roof, and we should not allow that to waste. And I'm glad that some university can take that. At least I'm aware um, of Yabatech, and some institutions has incorporated um, some trainings into their curriculum, so that the students can have a hands-on how the system works. In fact, they build solar panels as practicals. They build, so these are what's going on. So if you can actually find training online, you can search for where you can get trained. There's a lot of a role to play. There are people that are in the sector, in the part to design the infrastructure. There are people who are integrators. There are people who are electricians. So there are units in the renewable energy that you can find yourself. There are people that are just the distributors. There are people that are resellers. There are people, so you can find where your capacity lies, because of course you can't become an electrician overnight as a young person. You have to go through the training to become that. So there are ones you can, in 6 months, 1 year, you can actually get yourself engaged.
But do you think Nigerian youths are really encouraged into the path of energy entrepreneuring? From secondary to, let's say, from primary to secondary, do you see the curriculum bringing them, grooming them into this, or it's more of theory?
For now, it's theory, because this is where we have the technical capacity that I mentioned as one of the challenges, where there's a need for technical trainings. So the technical school should come back. Yes, I strongly suggest that every local government should have a technical school. That way, everyone must not be in the technical space, but people who are hands-on should be encouraged to attend technical schools as we had it growing up. So that in every local government you have people who are trained in different capacities, especially the renewable energy sectors, so that they will learn from as a young age in secondary schools, SS1, SS2, SS3. And by SS3, when they graduate, if they can't afford to go to university, they're already prepared for the future. Yeah.
So what would you say is the faith, or shall I say, what is the faith of Nigerians in rural areas that they are struggling with the means to get basic facilities in their classrooms, let alone technology? What would be their faith?
Well, it's I would say it's a common problem. I think your question is, you're saying what's their faith on learning or having access to this knowledge I'm talking about. They can't have access to what is not given to them. So there's no way we can impact them in the rural communities without the institutions doing the right thing. The institutions, like having a technical school, craftsmanship. There were times that there were crafts. I think it was on a Thursday while we were way back in secondary school, in primary school, we go for crafts on a Thursday. So such things they can bring that back to the school, so that on a particular day they would be taken to a place where they could, maybe a lab, where they could see what this does, as little as a solar lamp, as little as things that has to do with renewable energy. They'll be able to see what it does, at least let them see that it exists and there's a solution around whatever problem that they are facing. I think that's what that can happen. But
let's look at Nigeria. This should be my last question for tonight. In 5 years' time, where do you see Nigeria and solar energy? And also, if you were to compare Nigeria and other foreign countries, where do you also place Nigeria based on your experience in the energy entrepreneurial world?
Okay. Where do I see Nigeria in the next 5 years? If the policies are consistent, there's a lot happening already. Okay, I'm in the space, and there's a lot happening already. Adoption, there's a lot production. There are factories springing up that produces solar panels and lithium batteries, and so in the next 5 years, it's going to be, the penetration would have been, and the adoption would have been so much. Yes, in the next 5 years, if all things being equal. So I'm hopeful that in the next 5 years, there's a lot that would have happened. That's because what has happened in the last 5 years, between 2020 and 2025, there's a huge that has happened. We usually had very few products, and the solar panels were quite very expensive. But today, it's a different story. The cost has dropped. Definitely, there are some challenges with regards to exchange rates, which didn't allow those changes to really be visible. The exchange rate and the economy. Things have actually gone quite very expensive. So whatever has happened in the last 5 years is looking as though there hasn't been any progress, but there has been. So when we talk about Nigeria and looking at comparatively to, let's talk about India. India is the largest solar energy, I would say, what would I call them? First solar energy producers in the world, because they are generating about 129 gigawatts as at the 1st of October 2025. 129 gigawatts. We are at 5 gigawatts. You see the difference. So this is what they generate from solar energy. We are at 5 gigawatts. We are talking about the hydro. The capacity of what we generate electricity. I don't think we have the data for what the solar energy is generating for now, because we have it decentralized system. So if we collate that, we should have a reasonable number, considering what's been happening. But we are talking about the generation from the national grid. So when we look at what the India is doing with solar energy, where they generated 129 gigawatts. Okay, so they added about 13 gigawatts in the first 7 months of this year. And that's huge. That means there's a roadmap. That means there's a plan. That means there's a policy. That means there's a support where necessary. So we are just, I would say, I will not say we are failing, because we just got started. So we'll see what happens by 2030.
All right. Thank you so much, Chukwuemeka and Wale. It's been an amazing time to understand this conversation, for you to throw more light for us to understand. Thank you so much for being part of the program.
Thank you very much.
All right, so that's Chukwuemeka Wale. He is an expert in solar energy, also an entrepreneur and CEO Evolved Solutions. It's been a great conversation. Of course, the first interview, in case you miss out, you can check us out on YouTube. You can take it backward and watch the video. And also this very one, in case you miss out, you can also do the same thing. We'll be going to our next segment, which is What's Up, What's Trending. Stay with us.
We are local. We are local.
International communities observing the
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello and thanks for joining us. With me to talk about the work of UNDP in Rwanda is Fatmata Loveta Sese, the resident representative of UNDP in Rwanda. Glad to have you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me in your studio today.
Well, how would you describe the work that the UNDP is doing in Rwanda?
Yes, thank you so much. It's a real opportunity for us to talk about UNDP's work in Rwanda, but I have to start by giving you the context on how we work in Rwanda. First of all, the government sets its development agenda. And currently in Rwanda, there's a national strategy for transformation 2 that the government is implementing. Us as UNDP, one of the development partners, what we do is we accompany government. We say UNDP can never be at the front, not even at the side. We are behind government's efforts on development. So the way we do that is then the UN system in Rwanda develops a cooperation framework. Within that, after that cooperation framework, we have what we call the country program document that outlines in the next 4 to 5 years what are the key areas that are already in the NST2 that we're going to implement together with government. And I can tell you some of the three key areas for us, and a fourth which is cross-cutting. In Rwanda, we work broadly on governance issues. Actually, I just came back from the launch of the Rwanda Governance Scorecard, which is a national system of monitoring governance as well as service delivery, one that is very unique to Rwanda, accountability to self. And within governance, we work with the Ministry of Justice on access to justice and rule of law. We work on national unity interventions. That's one key area. We have a second important pillar, which looks at environment and climate change, financing biodiversity, what policies are required to do so, what programs we implement, and we have a long list of things that we do with government in that. In fact, we're just getting ready to go to COP30. We are, together with the government of Rwanda, we are launching a biodiversity window. A third key area of work for UNDP is in small and medium enterprises, work around youth entrepreneurship, youth employment, Rwanda's positioning to explore the Africa Continental Free Trade area around trade, so SMEs in general. Then our cross-cutting pillar area of work is now around macroeconomic policy support that we provide, research, evidence to actually influence policy. We do a lot of technical briefs, and we focus so much on digitalization to ensure inclusion, leaving no one behind, and at the same time, the government's agenda to ensure Rwanda is fully digitalized, all of its public services. Also, that's a cross-cutting issue. Gender equality is another area that we work in, and very recently we just ensured that within the Rwanda Standards Board, the gender standards are being incorporated, and a number of companies, private companies and one government institution, was actually awarded seal, the gender seal. So gender equality is also another area of work. So these are things we do which require us working with a number of government institutions as well as other development partners and our colleague UN agencies in Rwanda.
I can see two key points in all this. One is collaboration, and the other is a lot of planning. When you look at how your work impacts and this collaboration impacts on development in Rwanda, do you think it's something other African countries should be looking at exploring?
Yeah, you've actually touched on very important points. There's hardly anything one stakeholder can do by themselves and achieve results. Collective results and collective impact is what we gear towards. So without collaboration, working with government, other development partners, we wouldn't see some of the results that we have seen. But one thing that I have to point out is in Rwanda, the government sets the development agenda. And when they do so after extensive consultation, review of previous plans. So by the time they agree these are the areas of emphasis, these are really the areas that have the catalytic impact to reach everybody else. So collaboration is key, partnership is really central. You also touched on what many other countries can learn from Rwanda. And one of the few countries in which I've worked in Africa, that I see they have a separate institution, the Rwanda Cooperation Institution, Rwanda Cooperative Initiative, RCI, that is especially geared towards providing the opportunity for other countries to learn from Rwanda. And I'm going to use this opportunity to say that on the 11th and 12th of December, the RCI, together with us, we are collaborating with them, there's going to be a conference on South-South cooperation. We are in over 70 missions that have come to Rwanda from different countries, and not only in Africa, other parts of the world, to learn from a number of the homegrown solutions from Rwanda. We're going to showcase what they have done with what they have come to learn. So there is definitely a lot that many other countries from Africa can learn from Rwanda. But one thing I also like about Rwanda, Rwandans also want to learn from other countries. They're never thinking where they are at this level, that's it and it's all enough. And that's really the commitment to development that inspires us, myself and my colleagues in UNDP. Because we see the country is progressing, doing very well, but they're not settling. They're like, there's more to do. And every other country that visits, that comes to learn from Rwanda, we also learn from them. And this conference, that's what we're calling it, South-South, in which countries come in to showcase what they've learned from Rwanda and how they've implemented it. And Rwanda also taking notes of experiences that they will share. So there's so much to learn from this country. I have to tell you personally, I actually feel I'm in a workshop working in Rwanda. And I tell my colleagues, I am learning way much more than I can ever give to a country. I look forward to where I'll take all of those lessons some other day.
You know, one of the things you said that makes a whole lot of sense to me, you've said that more than 2 times in this interview, that Rwanda determines the areas and what they want to do in terms of development, which is absent in a lot of developing countries, where they leave everything to donors, agencies to come with their own solutions and come with what they think is the need of the country. How does this kind of posture, how does it help a developing country?
Yes. No, you've asked a question that requires us taking a step back to reflect on where Rwanda is coming from. Even in our own individual lives, in our households, you go through a certain experience. Say, for example, children lose a parent. There are 2 options and 2 ways often where they respond. Either they become completely despondent and give up in life and think all is lost, there's nothing I can do, I don't have my parents. Some other children become so determined that I know what my parents would have wanted me to be, and I'm going to be that. Rwanda went through a dark moment on the genocide against the Tutsis. That experience, in my opinion, from what I've seen for the 1.5 years that I'm working here, has made this country so resolute never to go back. Has made this country so resolute, the country and its people and the government, so resolute to do everything to prove that small in size does not mean you cannot have big ideas and achieve them. So many countries, and you don't have to have an experience similar to Rwanda to have that resolution. There's just a commitment to say, a better life is what we also want for ourselves, and we can pursue that life. So that history has made them so determined, so resilient. And within that, one thing that I really also admire is we believe in cooperation, we believe in multilateralism, and this is what I'm interpreting from Rwanda. We believe we can learn a lot of lessons from others, but we are not waiting. We will set our agenda, meet us along the way, and you work with us. And I'm really glad, myself and my colleagues in the UNDP Rwanda office, we have seen that determination, that commitment, that resolve. And we are so committed to work with government to show indeed that what is possible in partnership. But before that partnership, there's sovereignty. You identify what you need. No one can come to your house and tell you how you should set your chairs and your tables better than the way you can do it. If anything, they can help you move the chair together. And that's really the beauty about working on development in Rwanda, in which we see the resolve. And it really cascades at all levels, I have to say that. I have been fortunate to travel to over almost 20 districts out of the 30 districts in Rwanda. Wherever I have been, at the local government level, at the cell level, I have found committed government officials, committed individuals, committed Rwandans who are willing every day to make a difference and to make Rwanda better than it was.
And where do you think leadership plays a role in all this that you're telling me?
Okay. I'm going to hope you're not going to ask me a question that gets into anything deeper, but we know that we say that often that, and the only thing I'm going to say is, yes, leadership is important in everything that we do. But we have to say this as well. Leadership does not mean the person at the head alone. It means leadership at all levels. And I'll tell you an example with my colleagues in here in UNDP Rwanda, where I'm the resident representative. We have a dynamic deputy resident representative, and we have team leads. No matter how strong my leadership is, if all my colleague team leads, everybody else that needs to play a part in UNDP does not play their part, it's not going to work. So it's a combination. Wherever people find themselves, they're a leader. And I'll give you an example. I was in Rwama, Ghana, one of the districts in the eastern province of Rwanda. And in the evening, I was just taking a walk. I saw this beautiful government building. It has electricity. It was clean and neat. I know where I'm coming from. Then I decided to take a picture. I'm like, wow, I just want to see. It's so impressive. You leave the city, Kigali. You go to the eastern province. It's all clean and beautiful. I wanted to take a picture. And I did. And then the security guard comes to me, walks up to me and says, why are you taking a picture without permission? I was like, wow, I am so sorry. I apologize. And so on. I'm like, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to delete the picture? And so on. It's like, no, I just needed you to at least request my permission. I was so impressed with that single act because it means that's his area he's guarding. He has authority over that area. Nobody comes and just trespasses. So that's the kind of commitment. When I say there's commitment to accountability, to owning for results, for being responsible in the area where that's leadership, in my opinion. So, and that's what you find in Rwanda. Yes, leadership at the top is committed and devoted and really wants a better life for everyone else. And we can see that in the results. I was going to go into the poverty figures. You can see that in the results. But in addition, every other Rwandan that I've interacted with really takes responsibility. I know that a colleague of mine mentioned to me that their daughter was telling them, you can't just throw trash that way because that is taught in school. Cleanliness is taught in school. And it's leadership at all levels, and that's really what we see here. Institutions. I have just been impressed with the commitment of ministers in this country. You don't struggle to meet ministers, especially when it has something to do with their work. Ready and willing. That's leadership. So it's really leadership that has, yes, could have started from the top, but it has permeated into the system, that we think there's sustainability around accountability, leadership, and the desire for results and better lives for everyone.
A lot of the good things you've talked about Rwanda and what's going on in Rwanda. One will talk about the bottom line.
Yes.
How does all this translate to better life for the ordinary Rwandan? Are the figures changing? Are they optimistic numbers? Are we looking at a better future based on these activities that are taking place today?
Okay. As I am painting this beautiful picture about Rwanda, one thing this question reminds me of is how Rwandans hold themselves to such high standards and they'll tell you we are not there yet. So they are aware there are challenges that needs to be addressed, for example, in human capital building, in education, not only pass rates, not only enrollment, but the quality of education. So there are discussions around what needs to improve here and there. And that's also something that is admirable. Like many come, many want to learn from me, but you're saying we're not there, yes, we can't settle. I met a Rwandan recently, I was in Kenya, and we were talking about digitalization and the AI and rolling and so on, and there's actually an article that mentioned 4 countries in Africa that are leading in that direction, which is South Africa, Kenya, Rwanda, and Nigeria. And there was like, but we're not there, and this Rwandan was telling me, I'm like, I really like when I see that. Because for many other countries, we think Rwanda is making such progress, and that's true by many standards. But at the same time, you say we can't settle. We have other countries that have something that we don't have, and we really want to get there. So that's really the Rwanda that we're painting. So I'm saying, how do we see this is translating? There is a recent figure, EICV7, which is the household poverty data that was collected, and an analysis made to document what is the poverty rate currently in Rwanda. This was done together with the World Bank. the National Institutes of Statistics, NISR, produced the data, and it shows that between 2018 to 2024, poverty figures have declined from 38% to 27.4%. That's about 11 percentage point poverty rate decline in about, 6 years. That's a clear result that shows that what we see is really translating and trickling. And today I actually just learned, in fact, 27.4% was not the target that they wanted to reduce poverty within this time period. It was even 17%. I was like, wow, a country holding itself accountable to even, yes, we celebrate our success and the progress we've made, but we have a long way to go. So we see it translated, but also within those poverty figures, there are realities that are a little bit masked. It's not the same in urban areas as well as in rural areas. So we see a lot of emphasis from the government to work in the rural areas to actually leave no one behind. So yes, in my opinion, and the time that we've been here and the work we're doing together with my colleagues and UNDP Rwanda, we see that progress has been made, and there's definitely translation of that development progress to getting life better for people. There's a way to go, but progress can be definitely commended.
I really wish we had a lot of time, because I'm really excited about the things I'm hearing. But there's one signature initiative that UNDP is participating in, actually driving. And that's what you've called the Timbuktu Pan-African Initiative.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I actually saved the best for the last. I'm glad you asked me about Timbuktu, because it's something not only close to my heart, but very close and dear to the heart of our leadership of UNDP globally, as well as our leadership in UNDP Africa, Madam Ahuna Iziakunwa. And this is a flagship initiative for UNDP, and it's recognized as such. We can describe it in simple ways. There are startups in Africa, many of them rising but falling even before they can grow, because they don't see the light, they don't get access to capital. It's about youth. We talk about the youth bulge on the continent all the time, and how if we harness that, a lot can be better for many countries. About innovation. Who are the most innovative population group in our times other than youth? So Timbuktu is about, let's put our youth to work. Let's use their innovative energy. Let's ensure capital meets them with their ideas so that they can grow their economies. Youth are already playing a key role, but this is about enhancing and shining a brighter light on what they do. Timbuktu is in 3 stages. We have the Unipods. I'm hoping you visited the Unipod, or you plan to visit the Unipod to include this in this interview, which is harnessing the university students' potential. Many of us go to universities and study subjects maybe that our parents liked more than what we liked. But we have passions and we have dreams and we have innovations that is not even the same thing we're studying. But through the Timbuktu initiative of UNDP, we've been able to create an opportunity and a space where students can come and try out their ideas in creative industry, whether they're singing or play music, or they can come and try out their ideas in tailoring. They can come and try out their ideas in how mechanics of especially electric-powered vehicles. They can try out their ideas in agriculture, hydroponics. They have a space that they can come in a free time, and any student, not even only from the University of Rwanda where we have the Unipod, but others can come and learn. And I know there's a student in the University of Rwanda now enrolled who was never a student before, but had come there to do video gaming and so on. And he's been able to do a virtual reality visit that the university has even given him an acceptance to be there. Many more are creating so many things that through the Timbuktu initiative, we are hoping to take these to the market. There's a second level of the initiative, which are thematic hubs. And we have 10 of these thematic hubs across Africa. I'm going to start with Rwanda, where we have the Health Tech Hub. In Nigeria, we have the FinTech Hub. And in Kenya, we have the Green Tech Hub around climate change. In Zambia, our colleagues are working on Mine Tech. In Ethiopia, on Manufacturing Hub. And many more, 5 others. In each of these hubs, when we have a student in a Unipod who creates something that is around health, they get connected to the Health Tech Hub. And then we have the Timbuktu Foundation that is then doing the bigger talks and discussions with private sector, venture capitalists, who now, after we've done the incubation of these programs from the Unipod to the thematic hubs, can now really increase their potential for access to market and actually help them mobilize the capital that is needed. So it's a revolution, that's how we're calling it. With a 10 years plan to mobilize $1 billion of capital and take a number of these startups to scale across the continent. It's new, it started, it's 2 or 3 years ago, but we are really beginning to see the fruits of it and the potentials of it on the continent. And I just want to mention one of the startups that we worked with at the Health Tech Hub. It's a Rwandan-based company, a young man who has actually developed or worked on a robot that collects vital signs. So you step on the robot and it collects your heart rate, your pressure level, and so on, without you having an interaction with a health practitioner. That is itself, in the period of pandemics, we know what happened in COVID and the fear of going to the hospital. That already is an innovation. And there's a lot of interest already. When he does that, he's able to collect health data. So the Rwanda Health Data Center is already collaborating with him so that that data can be sent. So you see how one idea of a young man who has started doing robots could never have come to light if UNDP's Timbuktu initiative had not taken this individual and his business, giving him a training, and that's some of the things that we do, both business skills, how to develop and how to pitch on the businesses and how to increase and get to scale. And now we're just looking forward to one of the banks, hopefully, that will be financing this gentleman and his business. It's actually called a NOSBOT.
You know, financing is something I've been thinking about, you know, since I heard about Timbuktu. And I'm asking, how are the African countries getting a buy-in into what UNDP is doing with the Timbuktu initiative? How are they helping to bring the funding? Because $1 billion is a lot of money.
That's true.
And I've been wondering where that's going to come from.
It's going to happen, I tell you for sure. And let me tell you how. And the only way I can explain the how is the example of the president of Rwanda, His Excellency Paul Kagame, who has already set aside $3 million for this Timbuktu initiative. We are looking forward to many other presidents saying, UNDP, we believe in this idea of investing in youth. We believe in this idea of taking their businesses to scale. We believe in our youth. Through you, with you, together, we can actually do that investment. The journey of 1,000 steps begins with one very first step. The government of Rwanda is doing that. I'm sure through your channel, many other governments in Africa will hear about this and they will see the potential that this holds for their countries as well as for the continent.
Okay. When you live here, eventually.
Unfortunately, yes.
What do you look forward to leaving behind, you and your colleagues? What kind of Rwanda are you going to leave behind?
Oh, wow. That's an interesting question on the legacy. You already want me to foresee what my legacy is going to be. And first of all, my legacy can never be individual. It's going to be together with my colleagues, the team, the UNDP Rwanda, where I have been very fortunate to take over a colleague who was here, the resident representative, Max, did a great job, fantastic job, great team. So I'm actually riding, I always say I'm riding on his glory at the same time. So I also want to be able to leave an office that is really considered by the government as one of its key development partners because of the expertise that we bring to the table, because of the planning that we do, and because of concrete examples of pilots that they can take to scale. So we want to leave a UNDP Rwanda, a Rwanda that is currently at 7.88% of GDP growth, to a Rwanda that is 13%, 14% GDP growth. And that's because this country has set a target, I don't even call it an ambitious target, has set itself a target of reaching upper middle income country by 2035, which is in 10 years. So we and myself and my colleagues, we're working earnestly to see how do we accompany governments to reach that ambition. And that's the kind of government, that's the kind of country, and that's the kind of UNDP that I think I would like to leave, that we can proudly say we worked together with the government of Rwanda in those years of that target, and this is how far, together with our journey, that they got to.
A very tall order.
Yes.
But one that I think is very achievable.
Thank you.
Thank you so
very
much
It was a real pleasure. It was a real pleasure.
Well, I've been speaking with Fatmata Lovetta Sese, resident rep of UNDP in Rwanda. I'm Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. Thanks for joining us.
Get Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello, welcome to the second segment of the show. The second interview on the show. This is still Signature Evening on Signature Television. It's an amazing night. And tonight on the second interview, we're looking at the rising cases of terror and bandit attacks, kidnapping and killings in Nigeria, the image of Nigeria abroad. That's what we're looking at tonight. And our guest is Ngozi Nwocholoba, a pharmacist and a public analyst that will help us to put all of this into perspective. Nigeria is a nation blessed with brilliant talent, culture, and unshakable resilience. But today its glow is dimmed by a dark cloud of insecurity that refuses to lift terror attacks. Rampant banditry, kidnappings, and senseless killings have become frighteningly routine, leaving families shattered and communities living in fear. Beyond the emotional and economic scars at home, these tragedies spill across borders, shaping how the world perceives us. Instead of headlines about innovation, creativity, or African leadership, Nigerian is too often defined by insecurity, instability, and unanswered questions. As the world watches, we must confront ourselves. What story are we telling about our nation? And is this truly the Nigeria we want the world to know? Looking at the topic, rising cases of terror and bandit attacks, kidnapping and killings in Nigeria, we're also looking at the image of Nigeria abroad. Tonight, we are so excited and privileged to have our guest, Ngozi Nwocholoba, to help us answer and throw more light on this. Hello, good evening, and welcome to the program, Ngozi. It's nice to have you.
Hello, good evening. I'm glad to be here. Let me make a quick correction. I'm not a pharmacist. I'm an accountant and a growth mentor. So let me make that correction quickly before we go on.
Yeah,
and my surname is Nwocholoba.
All right.
Yeah,
thank you so much for that correction. That was a miss up out there. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Now, how did insecurity become so widespread that it now overshadows Nigeria's achievements on the global stage? At what point did we get here?
It's actually difficult to pinpoint the exact point we got here, but it goes without saying that it is something that has been building. It's something that started small. It was just a little kidnapping here, a little kidnapping there, especially like in cities like Port Harcourt, where there were a lot of companies, all the big companies that had all the expatriates. That was how I believe, to my own understanding, all these things started there, small. One expatriate kidnapped today, one oil worker kidnapped tomorrow. And before we knew it, it began to snowball into something bigger. It was no longer just a protest against, maybe we felt we were not being well treated by those companies or by the people that owned those companies. And, it began to degenerate. It began to get worse until we have gotten to this point where it affects everyone. It affects everybody. It's not just the big, it's not just the famous, it's not just the rich. It's touching everyone, every single person. So I think that generally is because when it was still small, when it was still just the oil companies, we all looked away. It's not touching me. It's not my business. It doesn't affect me directly. And now, here we are. So that is my take on that.
You said Nigeria government is still looking away. Just like you said, when it started, we all looked away. Can we say right now we're still looking away? Because the government, they seem not to be enough to so many people. They're not really comfortable with the way this whole insecurity is being taken care of. Are they still looking out?
Actually, honestly, I think our government is missing something in the treatment of this whole insecurity. It's not so much looking away. I don't know whether that's the right word, but they're not really seeing the seriousness of the matter. They're still somehow feeling that maybe it's contained in an environment. It's only in this part of the country. It's only affecting a certain people. So because of that, they have not faced it with the required vim, with the required energy that it needs. Because something like insecurity, you don't use kid gloves to deal with it. You have to deal with it with the required strength. You have to show that, look, we don't tolerate such. We don't accept such. Once there's even the slightest sign of, okay, well, we can manage this, it gets worse. It snowballs. Once one person is able to kidnap another person and gets ransom and is free to move about, the next person will do it. And before you know it, it becomes a norm. So I don't know whether the government is looking away or that they have not really sat down to look at the whole situation holistically and not just looking at it as it's happening in this part, it's happening in that part, it's happening to this demographics. They need to look at it holistically and see that it is snowballing. It's no longer a small issue. It's no longer a matter of something that is just this part. We can contain it there. It can't be contained in any part of the nation. It can't be contained to any ethnic group. It can't be contained anymore. It has gone far beyond that. So the government needs to change its approach to dealing with insecurity, to dealing with banditry, to dealing with the whole issue, because it's affecting everyone. It's affecting everyone. Even your grandmother in the village is being affected now.
Now, talking about government changing its approach, can we look at it from the angle of corruption? Do you see corruption as a tool that has weakened our security institutions and damaged our credibility abroad?
Yes, definitely. Corruption is the bane of the Nigerian experience. And funny, corruption is not limited to government. It's not limited to the big, rich, famous, politicians. That I think that is where sometimes we do miss it when we look at the Nigerian experience. Corruption is embedded almost into the very core of the Nigerian fabric, is embedded almost in every single thing that we do. I remember that if you want to do your passport, I've not been away from Nigeria too long. I've only been away from Nigeria for like 6 months now. So I am still very current with happenings. If you want to do your passport, for example, in Nigeria, the process is heinous. And at every stage, you can see the sprinklings of corruption. Let me use that word. But for example, where I am now, if you want to renew your passport, you walk into the post office. Post office. and you get your passport renewed. Within how many minutes it's done, and they send your passport to your house. So you see that truly the whole system in Nigeria is set up to encourage corruption. And we, the individuals that live in Nigeria, we have accepted it as normal. We've accepted that that's how things are. We've accepted that that's how things should be. But it shouldn't be like that. Yes, so corruption is at the core. But the corruption is from all the way down to all the way up to our leaders. Yeah.
Okay, so what message does this send to the world, when citizens no longer trust the agencies meant to protect them? And when I mean the message it sends to the world, I'm looking at NGOs, people that would have funded, organizations that would have funded Nigeria and support Nigeria, looking at corruption being a major disease eating the fabric of the nation. What message does this send to them?
It tells them that they can't deal with Nigerians. Number one, it tells them clearly that this is not a place to put your money. This is not a place to invest. This is not a place to, put any kind of attention, in quote. Because I remember a friend of mine was trying to get some kind of funding for her NGO. And she applied everywhere. Immediately they see that one, she's a Nigerian. Two, the NGO is in Nigeria. That is where the discussion stops. But before they find out, that's what will tell you that definitely this is having a huge effect on people. Before they hear that she's a Nigerian, before they know that this business is based in Nigeria, when it's just the idea that she's trying to pitch, they're good. They're interested. They want to hear more. But once they get to hear she, one, is a Nigerian, and two, she's living in Nigeria, the whole process, the whole project is situated in Nigeria, everybody began to pull out. So she found it so difficult to get funding. And this is the experience of just about every Nigerian that tries, even the youth today trying to do jobs on Upwork, do remote work just to make ends meet. Once they see Nigeria, already there's the defense. They go into defense. They don't want to have to deal with it. So it is really making things difficult generally.
This is really heartbreaking, knowing that as a Nigerian, whatever you do, the eyes on you is like in a microscope, it's so hard on you. But how can this be managed with the way this administration is right now, and the damage, the impact that this corruption and insecurity has affected the nation, not just the nation as a whole? You're talking about international viewpoints. What really can be done to manage and bring back the glory of Nigeria?
And I think it has to start with us as Nigerians first, before it gets to our government. I read a story recently, I think it was on LinkedIn that I saw that story of, I'm trying to remember whether the person is, I can't remember what country the person that told this story is from, but he told of a dealing with a Nigerian girl, a Nigerian young lady that was working for him remotely. And first of all, he testified to, that she's a hard worker, she puts in her best, but he told the story of a time that she was overpaid. Quite a huge amount, I think it was $2,500 or something that she was overpaid. They did not realize they overpaid her. That's the point. But she saw it and she called the attention to it. And the person in doing this post was saying, you hear a lot of things about Nigeria. You hear a lot of things about Nigerians and corruption. But if more Nigerians, this was his words, because it stuck with me. If more Nigerians are like he said the name of the young lady, things will change. So it needs to start with us. If we keep looking to government, honestly, we will never get there. Let me just be honest. If we keep expecting government to do whatever we want them to do, we might never get there. But it needs to start with the ordinary Nigerian in your dealings with your fellow Nigerians, with outsiders, with others. as long as they're able to see that, okay, maybe this problem is really just a government problem, not a people problem, things will change. It might not change drastically. It might not change immediately, but people begin to see Nigerians as people who are honest, people who are hardworking, people who are, ready to do the right things. And then slowly from there, we can now begin to move up the ladder until we get to the government. I believe this is the best way and the best solution we can offer to the problem that we are facing as a nation today.
Okay, so in as much as we have to see it as an individual problem, me problem, and the change we want to see should begin with me, the person you see in the mirror. Does it take away the fact that the government also has a major role to play? Because some of these areas, that's banditry and what have you, is actually settling and dwelling well.
Yeah.
Education, poverty, these things are really dwelling well in these areas. And apart from that, do you really think, the government is taking the right step at the right direction? Because we're talking about technologies now, we're talking about drones that can be used to check out all these things. I'm not trying to put the blame on the government alone. I know at some point, as a Nigerian citizen, we should also take responsibility. But do you think the government is doing enough?
Definitely, if the government were doing enough, we wouldn't be where we are. That's the truth. If the government was doing enough, if they were doing what they are meant to do, we wouldn't be where we are today. We truly wouldn't be, because they would have even been able to kind of, what's the word I'm looking for, knock the Nigerian person into shape if the government was doing all it's meant to do. So definitely they are not doing, that is for sure. We don't need any prophet to tell us that. We don't need, it's clear. There's a lot more that can be done. There's so much more the government can do. They can begin, like I said from the beginning, to take this serious, to see it as a holistic problem. I still believe that they're seeing it as, it's contained in this part of the nation, it's contained in this ethnic group, it's contained there. They're not seeing the whole picture, that this is a whole issue of the whole nation. I really believe so. When they begin to look at it that way, when they begin to assess it that way, they will begin to find solutions that will be lasting. But right now, they are not seeing it. That's the truth. They are really not seeing the problem as a whole issue. They are looking at it in bits and pieces and trying to put out the fires. A fire starts here, they put it out temporarily or appear to put it out. Before you know it, the fire starts in another place. Everybody's attention is now at the new place. And we try to put some water on the fire there. It goes down, we shift focus, the fire starts another place. So it needs to be treated as a whole and not just pursuing, the little fires all over the place and concentrating only on that. So definitely the government has a lot to still do. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. I like the fact that you mentioned this me problem, your problem, the government problem. We all should take responsibility, because if you see something that's not good, you should also be able to say something, to support and be a good patriotic citizen, right? I like that part of it. Now, what is your opinion of state policing? Because it looks like, if we have state policing, the grassroots will feel the impact of security, of these, security forces around them. Even if people have the fears of the government taking advantage of these outfits. But what's your reaction to that?
I'm not even sure whether state policing is really, really the solution. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. It's the implementation that would fail us. It's the implementation that would fail. The idea of having a state police is not bad on its own. It is meant to bring security closer home, closer to the grassroots. That's the idea of it. But I wonder if it will truly bring that security closer to home. We have all these vigilante groups that we have in our cities, in our towns, in our villages. They're there. We have vigilante groups. They are like the mini experiment of state police, let me use that expression. And how are we running those vigilante groups? How are they really operating? So you see that I don't even know whether state police is the solution, because we probably will not be able to manage it well in order for it to achieve the purposes it's meant to achieve. So that is the way I see it. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan either, because I know it has benefits. I know it has benefits, but I'm not sure whether we can reap the benefits based on how we handle things, how we run things. Yeah.
Okay, I like that perspective. I take it that you're sitting on the fence, and I'd rather be with you on that fence too.
On that particular issue, I'm a little bit on the fence, because I'm not sure it will work for us. I've seen it work other places, but given the Nigerian experience, how I know we handle issues, I don't know if it will work for us.
All right. Okay. So it's really concerning, looking at how Nigeria is right now. But we'll come back in a few seconds. Please do stay with us just after this short break.
All right.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished taking Wait, the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
just finished taking Wait, the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves. I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora. Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Mukunta. Of course, thank God it's Friday. It's yet another weekend. Here we tend to give you interesting stories, top chatting drama from the world of art, fashion, music, movie, and of course, social media. Today we have interesting stories, and of course, we'll be having a conversation with a guest concerning the entertainment industry. But first, let's delve into the stories of the day. Afrobeat superstar David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, has stirred excitement among fans on social media after announcing his meeting with French President Emmanuel Macron. The music icon took to his official X account on Thursday to share photos from the high-profile meeting with the French president. Although Davido did not disclose specific details on their discussion, the meeting highlights the growing intersection between Nigeria and France cultural diplomacy efforts. Macron has long shown interest in Africa's creative and entertainment sector. In 2018, Macron made a historic visit to the Afrique Shrine, home of the late Afrobeat legend Fela Anikulapo Kuti, describing it as an iconic center for the propagation of African culture, strength, and music. Furthermore, Business Day reports that Lagos recently hosted some of Africa's most promising creative talents last week as Creation Africa Forum celebrated innovation across digital, fashion, gaming, animation, and immersive technologies. So I'm so happy that at least Davido, who is an award-winning music artist, had to have a conversation with Macron president. And it was just yesterday that he was appointed as Osun State sports fund analyst, the person that has to take care of their funds, their equipment, and all that. So it's obvious that Davido is not only diversifying into music and fashion, he's going into politics. He's discussing more better and interesting things that have to do with the entertainment industry, the sports industries, and of course Nigeria at large. Now, US media personality Kim Kardashian said she had been diagnosed with a brain aneurysm, US media outlets reported on Thursday. Kardashian revealed her diagnosis during a teaser for the 7th season of her reality show, The Kardashians, which premiered on Hulu. It was not clear whether Kardashian was experiencing symptoms or not. They said the report was not immediately confirmed, although Kardashian's agents, public relations representatives, and attorney did not immediately respond to Reuters' request for comments. Then earlier this year, she gave evidence in the trial of a gang called the Grandpa Robbers, who were accused of stealing jewelry worth millions of euros from art at gunpoint during Paris Fashion Week. This is quite hideous, you know. But I mean, I wish she could actually overcome this aneurysm illness that's been affecting her for a while now, because you know, most times you don't tend to understand what the celebrities go through until they come out in public to talk about it. They only show you what you want to see, the showbiz, the entertainment, the beauty of life and all that. So if they don't come out to talk about things like this, their depression, their health, and how it is to be in the entertainment industry, we tend not to understand it. If not for the whole discussion on the stolen jewelry, we wouldn't have known that she had aneurysm. And of course, if she had not spoken about it in the new episode of The Kardashians, we still wouldn't have known that she had aneurysm. Now, a Popando Elvis with a wet nose, a soccer ball with floppy ears and flowers looking for treats can only mean one thing in South Florida's Key West. It's time for another pet masquerade party at Fantasy Fest. Hundreds turned out to cheer on the costume pets and their owners as they paraded across stage in an annual tradition in Key West's 10-day Fantasy Fest. This year's theme was bedtime stories and magical monsters. The audience roared with enthusiasm for every team, but some of the highlights included Mona, a Chihuahua, as Elvis Rosie Rose, and Ron Ron as Flowers, a pony named Elvis, as the dragon from How to Train Your Dragon. Pug Samson and Delilah riding Puff the Magic Dragon. Paco a Chihuahua as a spider and Arnold as a lion. Process from the events go to the Monroe County Sheriff's Office animal farms to care for rescued and adopted animals, according to Fantasy Fest organizers. Take a look.
Number 3, Shocking! These folks are from all the way on Newton Street. You're doing so good. I'm quite frankly terrified. Soda and Arnold. Is it the big head wolf? And her entire workout just doing this. I'm telling you now. And once again, you were inspired by Lacey and Mike's girlfriend, Celia May, is played by Terry Ross. Go, boys and
That's very funny. That's very funny and insightful to see dogs dressed in costumes and, walking down the stage. All right. Puerto Rican superstar Bad Bunny led the 2025 Billboard Latin Music Awards with a record-breaking 27 nominations. The reggaeton artist, whose real name is Benato Martinez Ocasio, was also honored with a special recognition as top Latin artist in the 21st century. Celebrating his influence across genres and streaming platforms, celebrities paraded down the blue carpet ahead of the ceremony, including legendary actress Rita Moreno, Mexican singer Peso Pluma, Argentine pop star Emilia, and Colombian icon Carlos Vives, who posed with the official FIFA World Cup 2026 ball. Reggaeton pioneer Daddy Yankee also made an appearance. The night's performances and honors highlighted the continued global expansion of Latin music, from urban beats to pop crossovers, as artists celebrated a record-breaking year for Spanish-language songs on international charts. Bad Bunny, who recently announced the will headline the 2026 Super Bowl halftime show, did not walk the blue carpet in Miami. Take a look.
Permítame.
Alright, here we go. Mirando acá. Hay otra. Beautiful. Patrones. There you go. Patrón, el verdadero. El verdadero. El verdadero. El verdadero. Gracias.
A new exhibition in London showcases the dark and ominous history of the occult and the supernatural from across the globe, just ahead of Halloween. Dark Secrets, the esoteric exhibition, opened to the public scene on October 11, offered audiences antiquities as varied as Europe's largest collections of cursed dolls, a 19th century vampire hunting kit, and shuriken heads created by the Amazon Shura tribes as war trophies. The exhibition includes over 1,000 objects divided within 27 rooms. The exhibition also aims to debunk and expose fraudulent mediums and illusionary devices like Ouija boards and slates that supposedly captured messages from the dead. Other paranormal forgeries included a fake werewolf skull and fake skeletons of fairies. Also up on display was a two-headed fox preserved with taxidermy, created by Soviet surgeon Vladimir Demikov. The doctor claimed that his two-headed creation survived for a few days, but this claim remains contested with the presence of drilled artifacts like carved ritualistic monoliths. And exhibition also served as a reminder to Halloween's pagan and drilled origin. The exhibition runs until May 2026. Take a look.
Because with Mauro, we said, oh, maybe we can use that. So my understanding, let's say aim is to come across as
I am a scientist, so I'm not involved in the religious or mystical aspect of everything that has been presented here at the Dark Secret exhibition. My role is more to investigate the anthropological meaning, the religious meaning for the people that are behind, the cultures that are behind every object that is presented here. Traditionally, cursed is something that has a negative influence on people that are handling or being in contact with this specific object or this specific place. In this exhibition, there is the biggest collection ever presented to the public of what are believed to be cursed dolls. How you do? Oh, we can take DNA. Say sorry, we cannot do this. And they were filming this, so then they produced DVD for that. And at some point, it's taking one against each other. When I showed it here and showing some of my collection, and somebody said. Now, in this room, you see how the medium were using methods, if we want to use the word tricks, to actually pretend that they were in contact with spirits. And let me tell you that the method used nowadays are not very different. So you will see here some slates, for example, that have been used to make apparitions and to make proper apport, in the sense that a spirit message.
All right, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. Coming up after this short break is Movie Train, so stay with us.
Get plugged plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signaturetv.
Welcome back. You're still watching eVibes, the entertainment show on Signaturetv. This is the movie train segment, which we always do on Fridays. We tend to recommend interesting, trending movies and upcoming movies that will keep you glued to your screen at home this weekend. So first on the list is The Woman in Cabin 10. The Woman in Cabin 10 is a 2025 psychological thriller film directed by Simon Stone, who co-wrote the screenplay with Joe Shrapnel and Anna Waterhouse. While in a luxury yacht for a travel assignment, the journalist witnessed a passenger tossed overboard late one night, only to be told that she must have dreamed it. As all passengers are accounted for, despite not being believed by anyone on board, she continues to look for answers, putting her own life in danger. You know what I like about this movie? It's going to deal with you psychologically, and it's about a journalist. So get your fingers crossed, and prepare your data to see this movie at home this weekend. All right, up next is Predator Badlands. Predator Badlands is an upcoming American science fiction action film in the Predator franchise. A young Predator outcast from his clan finds an unlikely ally on his journey in search for the ultimate adversary. Predator Badlands is scheduled to be theatrically released in the United States by 20th Century Studio on November 7, 2025. So this movie is not out yet. It's going to be out next month, 7th of November. So if you're a fan of action movies and all that, this one, it's for you. Now up next is The Long Walk. The Long Walk is a 2025 American dystopian survival thriller film directed and produced by Francis Lawrence from a screenplay by J.T. Mona. A group of teenager boys compete in an annual contest known as The Long Walk, in which they must maintain a certain walking speed or get shot. Teens participate in a grueling high-stake contest while they must continuously walk or be shot by a member of their military escorts. This one is quite scary. But it's going to keep you glued to your screen. You want to know who would miss a step and who would maybe be shot by the military. Okay, up next is The Stranger Chapter 2. So if you've seen Chapter 1, this is Chapter 2. The Stranger Chapter 2 is a 2025 American horror film, serving as the fourth film in the Strangers film series and the second installment of a new trilogy following The Strangers Chapter 1. After learning that one of their victims, Maya, is still alive, three masked maniacs returns to finish the job. With nowhere to run and no one to trust, Maya soon finds herself in a brutal fight for survival against psychopaths who are more than willing to kill anyone for stands in their way. This one is quite scary. This one is quite scary, but of course I'm reviewing it to you. You've got so many movies to watch this weekend. You need to thank me for that. Okay, finally is Love in Every World Season 2. So if you've seen Season 1 that got all of us on our screen, it was a top charting movie. Season 2 will be coming out today. So Love in Every World Season 2, the wedding follows the couple Odogu and Achalugo as they prepare for their wedding while also navigating business and personal challenges. Love in Every World Season 2, titled Love in Every World, The Wedding, includes returning actors Uzarokwe and Bam Bam Oluwumi Adeni Boyan, along with new additions such as Patience Ozokwo, Thelma Chukwunyem. The sequel premiered on Omoni Oboli TV on October 24th, 2025, like I earlier said. So many people were wondering, why are they bringing part 2? We are okay with the part 1, but let's see, fingers crossed. It's gonna be out today on YouTube for you to know what the part 2 is all about. I mean, we have a veteran actor part of it, Patience Ozokwo. Okay, that's all we have for you in the movie train segment this hour. We'll go on a short break, and up next is a conversation we'll be having with a special guest, so stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Today we'll be going beyond the mic with a man who wears many hats and rock every one of them. He's the programs manager of Dream FM and Prime Sports Radio, a creative powerhouse. He's an artist, an event planner, a hype man with unmatched energy, and a sharp businessman. Thanks for joining, Marcus Austin Swags.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm okay. How you doing?
Very well, thank you. It's good to be here.
It's a pleasure to have you. So I'm actually very curious. You have a whole lot on your templates.
Yeah.
Businessman, program manager, hype man, artist. How do you diversify into all those things?
Well, it didn't exactly start off like that, even if I've always kind of been used to multitasking. But it didn't start off like that. I started off with one and then the other. So I started off with the media from working.
All right, sorry. We'll have to go on a very, very short break, and when we return, we'll continue with this conversation. So stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Thanks so much for staying with us. So back to you, Marcus. You were telling us how you diversify into everything that is inside your portfolio.
Yeah, I mean, it's been one thing then the other. Starting off with getting on radio about 12, 13 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, so from getting on radio to getting to do music, then from doing music to starting to do events and do parties. I've always been doing parties.
Okay.
I've always had flair for having parties and having people celebrate and have a good time on my account. So I always had parties going on, had my own events going on. I was also a hype man. So I just feel like when you're on radio or when you're in the media space and you have a hunger for money, you have to try other things because you can't have just one source of income. Especially as a Nigerian, then when you're in entertainment space, you just have to be smart to navigate it so you don't get to expire. Because if you're doing just one thing, you might just expire and fade off because it's a time-bound industry. So when you're fading off from one thing, you should be picking up another thing. That's why you see some people from being actors, they move to being writers, they move to being, whatever, just keep evolving, and that's how I've chosen to stay.
Great. That's quite impressive. But I would like to know what actually influenced you to go into entertainment, be an event planner, and all that.
It's got to be my passion. I've always been passionate about it from the onset. I think I've been on the road since I was 13. I've been performing since 13. I started off as a dancer.
Okay.
I grew up in Lagos, so I was a dancer from early in primary school into my secondary school era.
Do you still dance though?
Not anymore.
Why?
Anymore. I don't know. I kind of like how do I put this? It got to a point I realized this is not what I should be doing anymore. Right? But when I did it, I actually did it. I had professional dance training. I set up a dance company, one of the foremost dance studios in ENUGU. You know, that's as far back as 2015. You know, we already had 2014. We had the dance studio running for almost 5 years. So we did that. You know, from doing dance, I just always have been around the industry. I've always been passionate about it. I've always wanted to be on stage. I always want to perform. I also want to be a catalyst that moves behind the scenes. So it just excites me. So I just can't seem to stop myself.
So
sometimes.
excitement influenced you?
That's why I call it passion. I don't want to call it excitement. Seems like it's short-lived. It's passion. Is what I know I'm born for.
Yeah. That's huge. Actually, that's huge. All right. Now, how do you balance being a media professional and being an entertainer? Because, of course, in the media scene, we know there's a whole lot to do when it comes to that, especially you being a program manager in a radio station. So how do you balance that?
2 radio stations.
2 radio stations for that matter. So how do you balance doing that and also being behind the scene, doing what you love doing most?
Discipline.
Okay.
Discipline. And I have an effective team of people that work with me. You know, so I try to discipline myself as much as I can. I have a schedule, I stick to the schedule. I have work to do, I get it done. The radio and the media is also part of entertainment. It's just one and the other. Okay. So it's not far from each other. So it's easy to marry. I'm not a radio presenter and a carpenter. You know, that's far apart.
I mean.
Yeah, but this one is one of, they're kind of related. You know, so I just enjoy the process. I don't overthink it. I just do.
But have you ever faced challenges trying to navigate the two?
I mean, it can be easy because there are a lot of times when I have a gig at night and I've done a heavy show, party or a gig, or just traveled in or traveled out for a show, and I have to be on air in the morning.
How do you do that?
Nobody's business. I'm gonna do it.
Honestly, because you know your face is going to look like what is wrong with this guy.
Over time, you learn how to manage all those things, how to get a power nap, you know, how to freshen up properly, you know, how to not look like what you're going through.
You know, that's one of the biggest problems, right? Yeah. I like the fact you had to mention discipline as one of your core points to navigate this. When it comes to this discipline thingy, you know, it's quite difficult for people to, you know, just come back from an event and you're meant to be on air tomorrow morning and things like that. What advice would you give to somebody that you're meant to be on air by 7 a.m. and you're just coming back from a party by 4 a.m.?
Yeah, man, like, you signed up for this, just do it.
So you just have to show up there like that.
You just have to show up. But that's the thing about the job. Like, what we provide is an essential service. Do you understand? Whether it's a rainy day, it's a sunny day, whether there's strike, whether there's no transport, you have to be at work. People want to listen to you. People want to watch you on TV. People want to see you on radio. So you just have to be there for those people. So it's not even about you anymore. So you just learn how to sacrifice, get that show done, then go and rest.
Honestly, it's not easy. Now let's come back to ENUGU State. You know, I can say that I'm proud that the entertainment industry and the world of entertainment in ENUGU State is actually going global. We're going places. But how is that even possible when it comes to the transportation, especially for you that is an entertainer, right? We got to notice that there is no means of transportation, especially keke napep, buses and all that. We only have Uber rides, boat rides, and all that. So for someone that has an event, right, is supposed to be in the night, what exactly would you put in place for normal social people, netizens, and people that would be interested in coming for that particular event?
I feel like first thing, when you're going out at night, you need to consider safety, right? So I wouldn't even say I'd want to have keke running at night, to be honest.
Okay.
It's better you get, a cab.
But it's quite expensive.
I was going to come to that.
Okay.
A cab hailing service that you can track and know, where you're going to, who you went on the ride with. People can follow up in case anything happens. The cases of robbery in keke, it became a lot. I had a lot of friends who experienced that.
Yeah.
But then the problem with cabs in ENUGU is that the hailing service is charging one thing. The cab guy is saying you have to pay 3 times the price. So if we could have a proper regulation where the hailing service and the cab guys agree on a decent price, for the cab services, I think it's best we have cab services running, in my opinion.
Okay, if you say so, because people are literally complaining.
Yeah.
All right, now can you walk us through a typical day in your life as a program manager and an entertainer?
Typical day, wake up, say my prayers, do a little work at home first, get my business together, and then I get to the office, do meetings, go on air, probably have a gig the night to come back, prepare, head out to my business spots, spend some time in the business, go out and do a show, back late at night, catch a few hours of sleep, up again, rinse and repeat.
And that brings my next question. Most people in the corporate sphere, media personalities, they tend to complain that my life is going in same routine and circle. So how would you, what would you say to somebody that wants to go into media? How would you tell that person you need to balance your life if you want to be in this space and be in this space?
Yeah, they're not the type person.
Emphasis on that.
Yeah, you have to, you just need to, not just media, anything you're doing in life, you need to find a balance. You know what makes you happy, when you just have to do something for yourself. Because once in a while, I just shut down and say, you know what, today is for me.
Really? What if you're meant to be on air?
That's the advantage of being a boss. You can.
Oh my God.
But that's once in a while.
Yeah.
Sometimes I could take a day off. I have access to days of leave.
Okay.
So I could take a day off. I could take a few days off and just shut down and rest and do something for myself. Just break from the routine for my own mental health.
Yeah. So what's the toughest decision you've had to make in your media and entertainment world? Have you ever made a decision aside from doing the daily business, doing what you got to do?
I think the toughest decision I've made would be not moving to Lagos. Yeah, I should.
Why?
I just believed a lot in what I was doing here, what I'm doing here, what we're building. There are so many opportunities, especially from the media space. There was a lot of demand for me to have moved or to have left ENUGU, but it was a hard decision because you have to let go of money, right? You need to say no to money, but because I believe in what I was trying to set up, not just on the media space, but also for myself.
Okay.
So that was a hard decision. That's the hardest I can point out right now.
Okay, so how do you see the future of nightlife, entertainment, and media evolving in Nigeria, especially in Enugu State? I mean, you just made mention that the toughest decision was not moving to Lagos.
And Enugu is picking up as predicted. I had predicted that it was going to be like this, if we put in this amount of work. And that's one of the reasons why I stayed back. And now we're starting to reap the fruits of such. We're now doing stadium capacity shows. We're now doing big events. We have In the Yard with Swags, which is a culture-based party, every Monday, last Monday of the month. We have several other events like that. I'm proud of what we've created. Myself and other event people. The future is actually bright, very bright, and ENUGU is the next chapter. Like I feel like is the emerging scope. Like Lagos has happened.
Yeah.
ENUGU is emerging.
All right. So when you look back, when you look back behind how you started, I mean, you've made mention that you've been doing this for the past 13 to 15 years. So when you look back, what's that one hustle story that still gives you chills or gets you going?
Hustle story. Well, there are too many hustle stories, man.
Walk us through.
Where do I want to start from? Like it's just, I mean, every day is a struggle. I'm not one of those that like to tell pities, like throw a pity party.
Okay.
Yeah, but I really had very hard times. I came up from a very, not very, quite humble background. Not too humble, but quite humble. So there's a lot of times I started working on radio when I was still on campus. So a lot of times I wouldn't go home. I wouldn't go back home for holidays, Christmas, Easter, New Year, everything. I was back here in ENUGU. I wouldn't go back to Lagos to my family, and I'll be here I did that for a lot of time, a lot of years. Sacrificing for no pay, the hard internship periods. Like you just, if you just look back at it and look where it has gotten you now, you can say, okay, I mean, like that paid. That's a hustle story.
All right, that's quite impressive. So now, if you should be given an opportunity to do one thing in the entertainment world of ENUGU State, what would that be?
One thing. I don't need nobody to give me opportunities. I take them.
Okay.
So I'm doing everything I can at the moment already. I just think the government should make more, friendly policies, more entertainment friendly policies. We should have more government support in what we do. We need to go a long way. There should be more government support. There should be more access to funding. I should be able to say I want to do an event. I need access to a 500 million naira loan. It should be available to me because I mean, it's business. I'm going to get the money back.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to play a few games before we let you go. Don't fret. Okay. I got you. We're going to play social media abbreviation and riddles.
All right.
Is that fine?
All right, let's try it.
Okay, so what's the full meaning of ICYMI?
ICYMI.
Yeah.
I'm funny enough, like I always say this thing. In case you missed it.
Correct! You got it. Alright, so what's the full meaning of SMH?
Shake my head.
Of course, so many people use that. Okay, one more. What's the full meaning of IMO?
In my opinion.
You use social media abbreviations so much.
Listen, I'm a media guy.
I mean. Alright, so one more. What's the full meaning of BTW?
By the way.
Great. I think you're the only guest that gotten my social media.
You guys should give me something.
Right?
Yeah,
We'll give you your flowers.
I don't want flowers.
What do you want? Okay, so let's play riddles, right? I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I? Should I read it again?
Yeah.
Okay. I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I?
Sound.
Echo.
That's close.
All right, one more. Let's think of it. Let's think of one. All right. The more I dry, the wetter I get. What am I?
Oh my god. The more I dry,
the wetter I get. It's quite tricky, right?
Oh, you don't want to know what's on my mind. The more I drink, I don't know.
Towel.
Okay.
All right, let me give you one more chance so you can at least get one.
Right.
I have hands but cannot clap. What am I? I mean, if you fail this one, I'll be disappointed.
I have hands but cannot clap.
Yes.
You'll be disappointed.
Don't disappoint me, please.
I don't for you. What is it, please?
A clock. What are you thinking, by the way?
Animals.
Really?
They have hands too.
But they can't clap, really.
Don't
you see a dog doing like this?
A dog.
Or a cat doing like this?
Never seen them.
Oh my goodness. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Marcus. I had a great time with you.
Same here.
You actually did great in the social media abbreviation.
I tried. But I failed woefully with riddles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
0 over 100. Sorry. Okay, the show has come to an end. I'm sure you had a great time with the stories and the conversation. Of course, the games we just played with Marcus, we talked about entertainment and how he diversified into being a media personality and an entertainer. Join us same time tomorrow for more interesting and insightful conversations and stories. Follow all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Enjoy your weekend and the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Mokunta. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Hello. Well, you probably didn't know that your brain makes up about 2% of your total body weight. However, this little tiny organ actually accounts for, drives everything you do, from the way you speak, the way you think, and even how you express emotions. Well, today we are discussing unlocking the super brain. Can we train, heal, and improve our intelligence? Our guest is a former health commissioner, a physician, and a consultant neurologist. I'm going to introduce him in a bit. However, I want you to join the conversation. Go on over to our social media platforms on YouTube, on Facebook at Signaturetv Official. Go like, comment, share, and of course, subscribe. We want to hear your thoughts and know what you have in mind. Don't forget that we are live 247 on SLTV channel 265, and you can download the Signaturetv app from your Google Play Store. I'm your host, Chigichi Agorom. Don't go anywhere. Inside Health continues right after this break.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signaturetv.
And if you're just joining us, this is still Inside Health, a show on Signaturetv, where we break down complex health conversations into bite-sized information meant to help you take charge of your health and your well-being. Today, we are discussing unlocking the super brain. Can we train, heal, and improve our intelligence? Well, you might want to stick around because our guest is Dr. Fintan Ikuchin. He's a former commissioner for health, ENUGU State, a consultant physician, a neurologist, and actually a fellow of the West African College of Physicians. Dr. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on the show.
Thank you, Chigi.
So, this is your second outing with Signaturetv.
Yes.
We're excited.
Well, thank you very much.
Absolutely. So, in my introduction, I had to research, obviously, and I got to find out that the brain is just about 2% of the entire body weight. Now, is this correct? And if it is, how is it so that the brain controls everything we do, regardless of the size? In a nutshell, what is the brain?
Thank you.
And, sorry to cut you short, our audience are not students, are not medical students. So we need you to break down the explanation into the basics so that the viewer can understand.
All right, Chigi, I'll do my best.
God's grace.
And you can rate me at the end.
So, I'm not even qualified.
So you said the brain is just 2%. You have to remove the word just.
Okay.
Because when someone of a smaller size can take control of something very unprecedented, it's surprising. So we rather say the brain is 2% of the body weight, and despite its small size, is able to yield such controls. So that's incredible. And when I decided to do neurology, I had someone tell me, if you don't do neurology, whatever else you're going to do in your life as a specialist doctor, you'll be using your brain to do that. You're using your brain to study the kidney, the liver, the bones, children's diseases, whatever. So I was like, so why not study about the master of others? But that was just at the beginning. Over the years of working as a neurologist, I've come to see that the brain is not even interested in a solo performance. And this concept has come up with what we now call the gut-brain axis. So your intestines, your stomach, is tightly integrated. So that's why when you say, I have a gut feeling, it's actually the brain giving you the feeling, but it's doing that in strong association with your gut. Then again, people say, find a place in your heart to forgive. Or I'm heartbroken. So that tells you another organ, the heart this time, is so tightly linked. So what is the brain? The brain is an organ. It's an organ that is very delicate, made of 60% fat, and then to 40% below proteins and little carbohydrates. So it's a very fatty tissue. And it's like 90% admixed with water in a newborn baby. So you have this fatty tissue with a lot of water in a newborn baby. And then as adults grow older, in the elderly 70s, 80s, the water content shrinks to like 70%. So it's an organ, and it demands 20% of the cardiac output. So all the blood your heart pumps in a minute, 20% is dedicated to the brain. So that's when you start to see its role. So it's 2% by weight and 20% by demand of power, oxygen, nutrients, and all. So the demand it makes on the body, on the circulation, tells you its real capacity. So it controls everything you do consciously or subconsciously. So when you decide to do something, it's your brain taking a conscious decision. When you sleep, who breathes for you? It's still the brain making sure you're breathing. When you eat, do you orchestrate digestion? It does it by itself. So it has automatic subconscious functions, and it has conscious functions which it can execute. And that's where everybody's actually interested in. Nobody's interested in having his brain make sure he digests well or breathes well. So fortunately, we don't need to help him in that regard. But we all want to perform. So that's why we're talking about unlocking the super brain today.
Absolutely, absolutely. And there was something you said that was really very insightful. You did mention about the brain coordinating the physical aspect, but you also talked about the emotional or the psychological aspect when you mentioned find it in your heart to forgive. Can you just touch a little on how the brain actually affects the emotional and the psychological parts?
Yeah, so the brain has several functions, and we have today simplified it into what we call cognitive domain. So the brain does one general function, which is cognition, to be aware, to receive information, to process it, and take a decision. So that's cognition. People often mistake cognition for intelligence. It's not the same thing. Intelligence is a very vague concept, and it used to be one big definition before. Today it has been split. In fact, one of the definitions of intelligence is it's what you measure by intelligence tests.
Are those tests really?
Yes. Well, they have a role to play. That's why you have so many. Because there's always an issue with one, and another comes. But in neurology, we're not interested in intelligence. The brain performs its functions, and intelligence is what the modern world is actually demanding for. Yeah, and when we talk about the domains which I mentioned, you now start to see different things the brain can do. And one of the domains that has been acknowledged globally today is emotional intelligence. So that's where you're heading to. So it's something that we all have, but to different degrees, and we all need to train. So many of the things we call common sense, it's part of emotional intelligence. Another thing about emotional intelligence is what has been called the theory of mind. So when you're able to put yourself in someone's shoes, that's the English expression. That's called empathy. Yes. So put yourself in someone's shoes. You see someone has experienced something very shocking. You don't go to the person smiling and laughing. You approach with a calm face because you feel what the person feels. So it's the brain that does this. It's called the theory of mind. So
I want us to, sorry. I am sorry. I had to cut you short. I apologize. Now, I want us to conceptualize what you've been saying. You've been saying a whole lot. Because while you were talking, and you said when you begin to empathize, that's what the brain helps you to do. But there are some people who don't understand empathy, probably psychopaths and sociopaths. But before we get to that, what exactly are we looking at? Because my eyes, they keep going to this piece of work here. So let's try and conceptualize what the brain is. And the domains and how they function using this particular piece of work I'm looking at.
Okay, so this is a three-dimensional model of the brain. It is having colors here describing different aspects of it.
Okay.
And you want me not to talk like if you're a medical student, so I won't go into that. Okay. One of the important things about the brain is that it's divided into two halves. So look at that.
Interesting.
A left and a right half. So what everybody needs to know is that the right half of your brain is in charge of the left half of your body. God made it that way. Never you ask why.
I wasn't going to.
Good. So the right half of it, so the left half right, so there's a swap. So when you move your right hand, it's your left brain in action. When you feel something on the left part of your body, it's your right brain reporting that sensation.
Interesting.
Okay, so the inner part of the brain is fantastic. It's something that makes human beings stand out from other animals. You see, the next largest brain in the animal kingdom is the chimpanzee. The chimpanzee has the next largest brain, and
after
the human
brain.
Yes, and the difference in size is quite significant. So there used to be a time people make jokes about the size of the brain. If you have a bigger brain, you're more intelligent. So the answer to that question is yes and no. The size of the human brain being bigger than the chimpanzee is surely why the humans are more sophisticated, intelligent, and all that. But when you talk about human being to human being comparison, it doesn't apply. People with a smallish brain, in quotes, are not in any way inferior to people with a bogus brain, in quotes. Okay, so that's for the structure of the brain.
So I'm looking at this 3D model, and I'm seeing different colors. I can see red, yellow, orange. Is there any way you can actually...
Okay, let's use this one.
Yes, great.
So generally, the frontal part of the brain is what makes a human being unique.
Okay.
If you look at the inside of the brain, we share so many parts here with lizards, crocodiles, reptiles, birds. Little or no difference. What makes us stand out is the outermost ring, which is called the cortex.
Down a little bit.
Yeah, the cortex is what stands out in the human being. So the cortex in man is so similar to the monkey. So what's the difference is the size of this frontal part. So this yellow part with the pink front, this is the most unique thing about the human brain that makes the human brain superior to the primates, the apes, the monkeys. Alright, so the other parts of the brain are quite similar amongst mammals. Even the dog, even dolphins have very sophisticated brains. But this frontal lobe area, called the frontal lobe, is where judgment, abstract thinking, logical thinking, planning, decision making is located. So memory is not here. Memory is on the portion, this portion protruding like this. This is temporal lobe. So if people have injuries here, they have problems
with
memory. Yes. So Alzheimer's disease is one of the big diseases challenging humanity today, and you have a lot of shrinkage in this part of the brain.
Okay, we'll get back to that, but I'm itching to find out, to ask if a simple question. I'm not sure that the answer is that simple. Okay, scratch that. There's this particular word that came up while we were researching this particular topic, even came up while we were collating social media tweets around the same subject matter, and it's neuroplasticity.
Yeah.
What is neuroplasticity, and can we train the brain? There are some people that feel, oh, she was born intelligent, oh, he was born intelligent. But can someone who is on the average get to train his brain to become, super intelligent?
The answer is capital yes.
Great.
In fact, we're all born with super brains. It's what we do or don't do that inhibits it from unfolding its capacity. So when you see someone who is super chess, you see someone who can walk a tightrope.
Prodigies, people
so they don't have a different brain. We even hear that Einstein's brain is being studied today, but they've not come out over the years to say anything because there's nothing unique there. So everybody's brain has the same capacity. It has to do with training. So it can be trained, yes. So the domains we talk about, each domain can be trained. So there is a visual spatial domain, for example, with which the brain navigates, understands itself in three-dimensional world. So you go somewhere for the first time, and then 1 year later someone says, can you find your way? If you have a good visual spatial capacity, you will. If you have a poor one, you definitely can't. So that's just an example of one domain in the brain. So you can train it. So there are so many things you can do to train the brain. One of the biggest things about neuroplasticity, which is a proper word you mentioned, is that it's always applicable to everybody. Many years ago, neurology study was just in children. That the brain, what is neuroplasticity? It's the ability of the brain to reassign functions from one part to the other.
Wow.
So if there's an injury here.
Could you explain it using this model?
Sure. So if something goes on the inside parts of the brain, especially on the outer ring, the ability of function that has been lost at point X to be relocated, outsourced exactly to another point is very high.
Wow.
Yes. So, for instance, everybody has 2 eyes, 2 ears. When you go for an eye check, you'll be shocked when the doctor tells you you're hardly seeing with your right eye. You never knew. Neuroplasticity made your left eye compensate excellently. You go for an ear hearing test, and they tell you you're hardly hearing with your left ears, with your left ear. And you're like, what? I never noticed that. From the point you're told, you now find out it's true. But what happened before then?
Compensation.
So you see children, they are born, they grow up, start using their right hand. And then somewhere in early primary school, they switch to the left. Something disastrous has happened to the brain. But the brain, because of neuroplasticity, switches and starts training that left hand, and the person becomes a perfect left-handed person. So if you ask the mother, she'll tell you, hey, he was right-handed, and then we don't have to change to the left. At times, the injury is temporal. So they'll not tell you, he doesn't yesterday using his right hand. Today, he uses both excellently well. So that's neuroplasticity. It's very fluid. And it continues into adulthood. That's why we can continue to learn. You see people of 60, 70 years say, I want to go study law and be a lawyer. It happens all over the world.
And you see those people as, what's the word now?
Above average.
Not just above, they are just a minute, proportion of
you're
people.
fine. So it's just because a very
like an exception to the rule.
Yes, the exception to the rule because they agree to train themselves. So what happens in society today, which I see in my clinic all the time, is people retire and get tired. They stop using their brain and they lose it.
So it's like the muscles.
Yes. What we know about the muscles applies perfectly to the brain. So you go to the gym to build your muscles, you have to exercise your brain. So the things you do to enhance your brain functions, your cognitive domains, exercises, language, skills. So if you go now to say you want to learn how to weave a mat, your brain will thank you. If you go and say you want to learn Russian, Chinese, your brain is going to improve drastically. You unlock the superpowers. If you remain in your monotonous world, your brain continues to shrink because it cannot continue to demand on the body, give me more blood supply, give me oxygen. And the body says, what are you producing with all this? Nothing. We're cutting you short. Less power, less water for you. And that's how people start shrinking out.
Okay, so aside lifestyle, are there dietary supplements that can be used to boost or train the brains?
That question often ends up in people recommending A, B, C, D and all that, and then people scramble to go get those things. I don't believe in that. Give the brain natural nutrients. It will give you what you want. Today is a world of processed food.
Yeah.
Yes. Carbohydrates, heavily processed. Proteins, processed. Fats, processed. So the processed foods we eat lack the nutrition. Seriously. And that gives to the brain a very big challenge. You can't maintain a factory where you can't buy wires and metal and wood and sand the way you want it when you need it. So imagine a factory being given fake building materials or supplies of materials. The product is substandard. So there is a classification called NOVA.
Okay.
Which, if it's the only thing people take home, let them take that home. NOVA, N-O-V-A. It's a classification of food that comes from a very unique angle.
Okay.
Divides them into mild and non-processed foods, like when you make a salad and eat salad.
That's N.
That's non-processed, yes. No, it's not an acronym. NOVA is an acronym.
Oh,
so,
it's not.
Yes, sorry. So non-processed foods. Then you have minimally processed. Then you have moderately processed, and you have ultra processed. If you look at NOVA classification, you see that we human beings today all over the world are largely ingesting ultra processed. So the nutrients the brain needs are lacking. So when people develop dementia, it's part of that. So it's the lack of stimulation of the brain.
So what you're saying in essence is monotony kills the brain.
Yes. During my residency, I was in India, and the professor of radiology in the hospital I was had a brain scan, and everybody was quietly looking at it. And I looked and I was like, this guy's brain is shrunken. I thought when you are academically at the top there, your brain doesn't shrink. I didn't know then that it was monotony. He was a professor doing the same thing all the time.
All through the years.
So the monotony of a person selling tomatoes and the monotony of a person is the same. So the brain doesn't even care. But the external world is like, oh, you're educated, you're a professor, oh, thumbs up. The brain shrinks. So there is no protection from dementia despite your academic prowess and career heights.
Interesting.
So everybody needs to exercise the brain by learning a new skill.
Before we go into brain healing, there's something I learned from you the last time we spoke. You said that cholesterol has been wrongly,
vilified.
Yeah, exactly. And that the main villain was trans fat.
Yes.
Could you break that down for us?
So
sorry, because you did say that the brain is more of fat.
Yes, 60% of the
fat.
dry weight of the brain is fat. So you can imagine if something is made of so much fat, it will need fat to maintain itself on a day-to-day basis. And it will need fat to repair if there should be injury like a stroke or traumatic injury to the brain. So the brain is made of fat and it runs on fat. And the fats in the brain are largely saturated fats with lots of cholesterol. 25% of the 60% of the content of the brain that is fat is cholesterol.
Interesting.
So all the cholesterol in your body is largely in the brain. And then of course the nerves go from the brain in the spinal cord and help you move your muscles and feel what is on your skin. So it's all cholesterol driven.
Well, they tell us cholesterol is bad.
That was the vilification that cholesterol unfortunately suffered. So today there's an awakening in the scientific world, and we call it the exoneration of cholesterol.
Interesting.
Yes, and it was a very gradual process because we shifted from total cholesterol. So I said, no, it's low density. Oh, sorry, no, it's the dense core. Oh, sorry, it's the LPA subunit. So that was how the exoneration came gradually. Today we know it's not a victim anyway. In fact, the United States Food and Drug Administration and the United States guidelines in 2015 already said it, that it's not a nutrient for concern for overconsumption. I quote them. So anybody can go check them out. So nobody needs to tell you to avoid eating cholesterol.
So what we're saying in essence is that we can go to the meat shop and buy meat that has fat in it, and it's no medical issue.
Yes, and your blood will thank you.
And your blood.
And your brain will thank you.
Beautiful. So now let's get to how the brain actually heals, right? There are so many things that can affect the brain, which of course you're very aware of, like strokes. You didn't mention strokes, maybe seizures and things, trauma. Can the brain heal? If the brain can outsource functions, can it heal itself? And at what level would it be said that the brain at this point has no ability to heal itself?
As an organ, it's made up of tissues, and tissues are made up of cells. So when a brain cell, called a neuron, dies, it's never going to regenerate, because during development in the embryo, it takes a unique position. So it's difficult to reintroduce a new cell in that position. For the fact that the brain has a very, very weak ability to reposition new cells in place of old cells, it compensates with neuroplasticity.
Okay.
Yeah, so when you want to discuss the brain healing, it's something you have to approach from a different angle. It's not like the liver. The liver is a master of healing. You cut out half of it, it grows back.
Regenerates.
Yeah, so because the cells don't have any unique arrangement, so it's easy to get new cells and just patch up and grow again. So the brain doesn't grow that way. So yes, the brain heals, but it heals in a limited way. But why are you bothered if it heals 100% or 50%? The important thing is that the function it has, it tries to reassign, and you're able to go ahead and do things the way you've always done them. So we call it occupational therapy. When patients have any brain injuries, we try to reintegrate them back into society. They go through occupational therapy. So we use the work you've been doing or you wish to do to guide you to recover. And what are we doing? We're just stimulating neuroplasticity. We're exercising the brain in a direction, and it's growing its capacity in that direction.
Okay, so let's switch gears and focus on other things you have on top of this very table. I can see a Rubik's Cube, I can see a quantitative reasoning textbook,
yes,
and then there's the memory flash, which I'm wondering what it does, and then there's a 3D of a human heart.
Yes, so I brought the model of the heart with me to show that the brain doesn't work in isolation. Like at the beginning, I mentioned that we talk of the heart-brain axis.
Yes.
So the heart has been found out to function like an antenna for the brain. The brain doesn't go out to feel the environment. It's the heart that does it. Someone walks into a room and you're uncomfortable suddenly. It happens to everybody. Someone walks into a room and you start talking and you love the person immediately.
Yeah.
And English says love at first sight.
Yeah.
How? It's the heart that feels.
Is it really the physical heart?
Yes, it is. There's an institute in the US that is called HeartMath Institute. They've dedicated 20 years of research to establish that it's the heart physically that communicates with other people's heart, and it does it in a very close connection with the brain.
Because we are told that it's a sixth sense, it's just this realm that...
It's the brain extending its ability to sense the world through the heart.
Wow.
So that's why I brought the model of the heart. So when someone is heartbroken, it's an emotional state which the brain is in charge of, but it's feeling it through the heart. So everybody thinks. So that's why I brought the model of the heart. So we can talk about the heart-brain axis. Okay. So here is a device. It's a toy actually. There's nothing big about it. It's used to assess short-term memory, and it's also used to train short-term memory. So
for people who lose their memory,
so
for
when
some
someone
reason,
says that I don't know where I placed my keys, if you get this and practice with it, you remember where you place your keys.
how does it work?
It's a very simple device. You put it on, and it gives you flashing lights, and these flashing lights challenge you to follow up where if it blinks at X, you press it there, and you keep going around with it, and it goes in 9 levels. So if you think you're very good at retaining memory, this device will show you where your limit is and even take you further.
Well, really.
So it's very simple.
So what sort of patients would you recommend this?
I use this to assess patients to create an objective outset of our journey. So if they say they have memory issues, I try and establish it here, and then we agree this is where you are today. So we start doing whatever, and in a month's time we can check back here and say this you've done well or you've not done well. And I can also recommend for patients who just come and tell me it seems I'm losing my ability to remember things. So it's just simply because you're not tasking the brain. So if you give the brain the nutrient it needs and the tasks that stimulate it, bring about variety, change, remove monotony, it will continue to deliver. So this is just a tool for that purpose. Then this is even a more superior tool. It's called a Rubik's Cube. It was invented by an architect to demonstrate 3-dimensional designing for architecture students. And it has become a global phenomenon.
It is.
So
how does it translate to?
It tasks your muscles, your fingers. Look at it. It rotates north, south, east, west, all around like that. And these colors are very visual and stimulate the brain. So your attempt to build a green face, a red face, is what challenges the brain. You need to remember what you just did. You need to visualize where you're trying to head to. And at the same time, your fingers are working. So your muscles, your nerves, your eye, and your brain.
They are all engaged.
They're all engaged. So this is
even if you don't get to,
at least
gives you the
the benefits.
Wow.
And it gives a very strong motivation, because when you succeed in doing one level, we call it the bottom row, you are so excited. You achieve the second row, you're thrilled. That rewarding process is another part of the brain too. It's called the reward center.
True.
So whenever the reward center is stimulated, it motivates the brain to go ahead. That's why education is supposed to go with some tips, some rewards. So you give someone a thumbs up, you say good job, you say so a test, the results come and you clap for someone. So these are rewarding activities. It stimulates the brain.
Interesting.
So if you go to school and then all the teacher is doing is flogging and querying, you learn slower. Yes.
Great tip for teachers out there. Before we go to my doctor and I, which is actually another segment, I want you to speak to patients, because you've talked about patients with stroke, Alzheimer's, patients, usually kids with neurodevelopmental challenges. How would someone like you help a child with neurodevelopmental challenges?
All things that contribute to the health of the body as a whole also contribute to the brain. There is no way you can treat the brain in isolation. So when I see a diabetic, a cancer patient, I must participate in the holistic care, because the brain will never function optimally if the kidneys are down. Patients with kidney disease will have brain issues along the line. Yes, we call it renal encephalopathy. Patients with liver disease will have brain issues along the line. We call it hepatic encephalopathy. So it's just like that.
Okay. I don't want to let you go, but we'll have to go for a break. They're calling for a break. Don't forget, we're still talking about how you can train, heal, and improve on your intelligence. And Dr. Fintan Ikuchin is still here in the studio. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back with more insights after the break.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox. It's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome to my Doctor and I segment, where we gather tweets from online and we try to bust some myths, and the doctor in the studio is going to react to some of these social media posts. Don't forget, we are still here with Dr. Fintani Kochin, and we are trying to learn how we can train, heal, and improve on our intelligence. All right, so Adora Okonkwo from Lagos says, can neuroplasticity, I did tell you that we came across that word, can neuroplasticity be harnessed to improve intelligence in individuals with neurological disorders?
Yes, yes, yes.
So how can that happen?
Depending on what the challenge the individual is facing. So I talked about visual spatial. So using the hand to do things like even building sand castles. It's a very big training for a child who has poor motor skills. It's very clumsy with the hand. So even the Rubik's Cube, like I told you, it's a very good example. So things with the hand, there are so many toys, I just can't even start mentioning them. You use your fingers, so that would be what you need to do a neuro.
What about beading?
Yes, sure.
So, things that people can easily access.
Yes, so it depends on what exactly. So where we might help the patient is to identify the weak domains and then guide you on the journey. So you do the rest yourself. So it's not just them. There are even games or apps on the phone. There's a very popular one called Elevate that has multiple domains it can train for you. Yes.
Okay.
So arithmetic is one, abstract thinking, logical thinking, focus and concentration. You have children who just can't stay one place.
Yes, ADHD, yeah?
Yes, so it's not just something that you train with a device, but it's part of that too. So neuroplasticity works, yes, but we need to identify which domain is most affected and design a neuroplastic stimulation.
They'll keep putting signals on that particular area until it picks up.
You don't go do the wrong one and then you get frustrated.
All right, moving on. Femi from Abuja says, what role do neurologists play in developing brain training programs to improve cognitive function and intelligence? I feel these people are medical people.
Yeah, fine. So neurologists that don't want to work in the clinics work with those app developers, work in research. So they are the ones that come up with all this. So they always ask us for data. We give them data. This is the quantity of this we're seeing, this is that and that. So with the knowledge they have as neurologists and psychiatrists and psychologists, they can go work in that field. So I don't do that myself because I'm engaged in clinical work.
In clinical work. All right. Norma from Port Harcourt says, how can advanced imaging techniques like good and EEG be used to study brain function and develop personalized brain training programs?
It's already being done. These things are already being done. So how it can be done is already answered. It's already being done.
But how accessible are they?
We don't have the capacity to a large extent. We have EEGs in Nigeria, but I don't know of any center where we can run functional MRIs.
What's the difference between functional
MRIs? Are live MRIs where a patient does a specific activity and the response of the brain. So you do something pleasant and the activity in the reward center
and you monitor it.
Yes. You do something frightful and then the fear center activates. So that is what functional MRI is. So it's already existing. I'm not in that area, so I can't say more than that.
All right, Chamaka from ENUGU says, can brain training improve academic performance in students? Of course, this is obvious.
Obvious.
It's obvious. You've already,
keep saying that.
Sure.
Yes.
Omolara from Lagos says, can brain training improve memory and concentration in individuals with ADHD?
So I wonder why they keep asking that question. So at this point, let me just tell them. You give your brain the food, the nutrients it needs, which has to be unprocessed. You give it the fats it cherishes, which has to be free of trans fats. I say that clearly. Then you give it 8 hours of sleep. Very important. So, and then you give it darkness in the sleep. So lying on your bed at night is not sleep. Lying on your bed and sleeping with the lights on is not sleep.
Oh,
you need to lie on your bed. Yes, you need to lie on your bed and the room has to be dark. We have a concept we call nocturnal light pollution. NLP. It's a big problem today. People sleep with the TV on, the lights on, and all that. So while they're asking all those questions, they're missing the big deal. So you can't train your brain when you're insulting it with poor sleep. Even today, if you look at your phone settings and you go to the manual there, it tells you that the phone shouldn't be 5 millimeters. So anytime it's on your thigh in your pocket, you're receiving some undue dosage. If you touch it to your ears and make a call, you're receiving undue dosage. It's in the manual of the phone. I didn't say that. Then you plug in the wireless earbuds. They transmit.
Could you speak to earphones? Because I've screamed it, for so long. Nobody seems to be listening.
So let's talk about EMR, electromagnetic radiation. Electromagnetic pollution is one big thing the brain is suffering. It's an insult on the brain. So you can't go ahead to be asking whether neuroplasticity works when your brain is under siege by EMR.
24 hours, someone is on earphones and AirPods.
The results are coming out. These technologies are very new. So 5 years, 10 years, we keep seeing more and more challenges.
Sure.
So we're seeing increase in seizures in young people. We know lack of sleep is contributing. We know nocturnal light pollution is contributing. And we are strongly suspecting EMR, electromagnetic radiations, are contributing. I can't say it authoritatively today. I've not done any research to say that. But if you're my brother or sister, I'll tell you stop it immediately.
Sure.
So why would I tell my patients the same? I care for them.
Sure.
So the earphones had wires originally. Then they stopped having wires. And now they don't even have, they communicate with each other. So you put one on the left and the right. The left talks to the right talks to the left, and both talk to your phone. So they are sending signals right to the middle of your brain. So do you want to be an experiment on what happens in 10 years with people that use it? Go ahead. You want to play safe, stop using it.
Absolutely. All right, moving on. Tunde from Abuja says, what are the benefits of cognitive training for older adults? And I would add this. What's the difference between dementia and Alzheimer's? Is there a difference?
Dementia is a very, very big family. There are so many things playing out there. HIV/AIDS patients develop dementia because the virus affects the brain.
The brain.
You see, so dementia is very huge. So Alzheimer's is a type of dementia. So in the family of dementia, Alzheimer's is just a member. But it's a big boy in the family because it's the number one. It's the most prevalent worldwide. So that's what's the difference. So his question, improving cognitive functions, yes. Like I said, when people retire, a lot of Igbos, I know as my patients, love their parents and they say, Papa, Mama, stop worrying yourself, I'll take care of you. And once they do that, the parents go down fast. In a year or two, you need to start putting food in their mouth for them.
True.
And the same children that love them and care for them in this way, they forget their names. So you walk in and he calls the child the wrong name and the child is devastated and they bring him to hospital and say, why did you stop? He said, but he's old now. The brain is alive and needs to be stimulated. So if you retire from civil service or work, turn around 180 degrees and start something else immediately.
True. You know, you will even notice the trend amongst civil servants, retired civil servants. Once they retire, just in a few years.
So it's the basic thing we're discussing. They stop stimulating the brain. Even the monotony they were doing is no more. Even the monotony is removed. Talk of variety.
All right. Gift says, Gift is from Port Harcourt. Can neurofeedback training be used to improve cognitive function and intelligence? What is neurofeedback?
Neurofeedback involves technologies that look at one aspect of the neurologic capacity of a person. So, for example, if functional MRI is available and you do something and it reads this way immediately, it's a form of neurofeedback.
Okay,
but there are even simpler ones. There are devices you can plug to your ear here and connect it to a software on a computer, and then you tell the person, say this, say that, and it gives. So you heard of the lie detectors. It's the same thing. It's a neurofeedback. You ask questions. Were you at the scene of the crime? The person lies and says, I wasn't. And the neurofeedback says it's the other way around. Because he becomes anxious, he sweats. The neurofeedback fix the sweating on his skin. His heart rate goes up. You don't see it, but the neurofeedback fixes it. So that's neurofeedback for you. So it's used in a lot of training.
Okay, great. Bola Debayo, Lagos says, how can we measure the effectiveness of brain training programs?
Through neurofeedback. That's his answer. Neurofeedback gives you the effectiveness. And of course, your real world engagements, like these things I've demonstrated here, when you start practicing them, your real world day-to-day occupation and all that, you start seeing improvements. You see it yourself. Others start seeing it too.
Interesting. So you're saying an average student can go ahead to make straight A's if he or she starts training with some of these tools?
Yes, there are a lot of other things too. We talk about brain waves. There are certain sounds you can listen to, and it causes your brain waves to go into a frequency that is better for learning. So there are devices that do that. We call them frequency following response, brain training. There are so many of them. Some use light to cause the brain to take a frequency. Some use sound. So they're all there. So that's why we need to see a patient and we can say, this is what can help you. So there are a lot of things you can do.
But Dr. Finta, do you have like a course where someone can enroll in and say, oh, I want my IQ to grow from such level
When
to
I
such
see
and such
patients
level?
with memory issues and I start advising them, the medical students become very alert. I see it every time in the clinic. And I keep laughing. So yes, I don't have a course, but maybe you can incentivize me and not incentivize, but you can encourage me to do that.
I will.
We are very busy in the clinics already,
I know.
it makes sense.
It does, absolutely. Maybe we'll chat about that some other time. All right, so Yetunde Adebayo, we are done with Yetunde, yeah? Okay, so Ezine Wachuku from ENUGU says, what are the best brain training apps for improving cognitive function and intelligence?
I'll tell her to try Elevate.
You've actually mentioned Elevate.
Yes.
Okay.
It's free to a large extent and it's very good. There are a lot of them out there, but many of them ask you to pay. So but Elevate is very good and gives you a very large space to learn without making any commitment financially.
All right. Then Yetunde says, can brain training be used to prevent cognitive decline in individuals with a family history of dementia? Someone knows my father had dementia, my grandfather had dementia. Is there something they can do as an intervention?
So
yes.
I say it all the time. No single problem is caused by one thing. So nobody goes down with dementia because of just one thing they did wrong. Okay?
Or just because of aging?
No. There is no age related. Remember back in the years, gray hair was associated with wisdom. So where has that gone? So I always tell people that think aging is the invitation card for dementia. It's not. Aging brings gray hair. Gray hair is a symbol of wisdom. Aging does bring wisdom and not dementia. So we need to reset our minds immediately. We are being brainwashed by what I don't know to start thinking that when you're older, you're gone. It's not true. So even if you go to the Bible, you start hearing that when Moses was this age, his eye wasn't failing.
At 120?
Yes. So please.
Well, we need a lot of brain resetting, awareness. All right. So let's go to myths for the day. You're going to be busting some myths. Number one, intelligence is fixed at birth and cannot be improved.
Doctors thought so 50, 100 years ago. But we fortunately found out it's not
true. It's not true. You can actually improve on your intelligence.
At any stage. If you're intelligent, you can get more intelligence. And depending on what intelligence is, because it could be just what their schools call intelligence, or it could be emotional intelligence.
Yes.
Or any other skill you exhibit. Intelligence is your ability to solve a problem. So if someone is weaving a basket and there's a challenge here and he thinks of, let's do it this way, he's intelligent.
I think we need to revisit the way we, view intelligence.
The school curriculum has
that skewed us towards a particular
judgment and all that.
Sure. And brain training programs are a waste of time and have no real benefits.
Sure. If you do the wrong one, like I told you now, we need to identify what you need to strengthen.
That's where a neurologist comes in.
Yeah, so if you go picky by yourself because your neighbor said it's wonderful, you may get no benefits, and then you come up with this conclusion.
True. Okay, so you only use 10% of your brain, and unlocking the other 90% can lead to superhuman abilities. This person watches a lot of American movies, science fiction.
That's made this very popular. As a drug, it tells you if you take, you start using 100%.
I think I've watched that movie.
It's fantastic. I watched it too. But like I said, everybody has a super brain. So it's because you've not encouraged it in this way, or you've inhibited or challenged it in the other way. So that's what you have. But it's always possible to improve.
But then it's not something you trigger at the snap of a finger. It's something you build over time.
Yes.
So it's important we put it out there. Intelligence is solely determined by genetics, and there's nothing you can do to improve it.
Igbo culture. People tell this myth a lot. When a guy wants to marry, they say, let's go check the background of the family. Oh, they're very intelligent. Okay, so you can marry from there. Well, if you track the history of such marriages, you end up seeing that it doesn't really work that way.
True.
You see smart people in quotes having children that are less smart.
True.
You see uneducated people in quotes, because I don't believe in that, having children that are stars in the academic world. So what happened to genetics?
True. True, absolutely.
It doesn't play
out that way. All right, brain training is only for people with cognitive impairments or neurological disorders. We've seen that that is not true. So moving on. You can unlock your super brain with a single technique or method such as meditation or brain games. Now, the internet is awash with courses that will tell you meditate and do this, gimmicks. What do you have to say about that?
Well, fine. So they're all tools. You need to pick the right tool. I'm not even talking about supplements, which we call smart drugs or nootropics, nootropics, nootropics. If you try checking them online, you'll be lost. So there are so many supplements that we know can help, but it has to be guided.
Sure.
So the same thing applies to what he's saying. So the guidance has to be there. If you pick the right tool, your brain will use it and you'll be happy.
All right, brain training is a quick fix that can be completed in a short amount of time.
What does quick fix mean? Yes. If you talk of 6 months as quick fix for a lifetime problem, yes, it's correct. If you talk of
it's
6
relative.
hours,
It's relative.
Yes.
Sure. Only certain types of brain training, such as cognitive training, are effective.
I don't agree with that. So if you learn how to use your fingers to do something unique, it's a brain training.
I think this is what the school system actually,
exactly. So there are training videos all the time about what's going on in China. The children come to school and spend so much time doing things. Yes, that is training of the brain in all dimensions. They are training judgment, visual, spatial, memory, language, attention, judgment.
Yeah, hitting on all the
yes. So you start to see which one has more passion based on the family background and all that, and the child excels in that one. Life.
I think Koreans are like that too.
Yes, more countries are adopting it. Nigeria needs to wake up. The private schools are doing a good thing. They are extending their tentacles into that realm.
Interesting. All right, you need to be young to benefit from brain training and cognitive development. You've already debunked that. And finally, unlocking the super brain requires expensive or specialized equipment.
No, I have no way.
Now, we have not talked about this.
Yes, so I bring this up now. So this is a book used in primary schools. It's called Quantitative Training. So it has a book 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you look at the exercises done in them, these are wonderful brain training exercises. So if someone is so indigent and comes to my clinic, I won't start recommending some fancy things. I'll tell them, so please, even an old copy you already used, you can go back and look at it. So this is the bedrock of simple brain training. There are so many exercises in all this things, book 1 to book 6.
So there's this question that, before we go, because we've run out of time, what happens to the brain of a psychopath?
Structurally, nothing.
Okay.
Biochemically, the neurotransmitters are out of whack. So neurotransmitters are chemicals that communicate between one part of the brain and the other, one cell and the other. So that communication is not going the way it should. So the studies are unending about which neurotransmitter and all that. Well, you may wish to know that the drugs used by the psychiatrists are always affecting one neurotransmitter or the other, inhibiting this from being in excess, encouraging this to be higher. And then you now say, oh, this patient had mental, behavioral issues, started treatment and started getting better. So it's not a structural problem that you can see in the brain.
Okay, but is it treatable?
It's already been treatable. There are so many ways to go about it. You have clinical psychologists that assist the recovery without drugs. You have the psychiatrists that use even electroconvulsive therapies. You shock the brain back to its primitive state and it starts to reboot just like a computer. So there are drugs, there are non-drug therapies, even fasting during the Nazi, Russian, and all those World War periods. Concentration camps kept human beings under inhumane conditions, and one of them was fasting. And you know what happened? All the psychiatric patients that were incarcerated in those places started improving. So one of the biggest studies was in Minnesota. So they discovered that it was the deprivation of food. When you deprive the brain of food, it starts to secrete what we call brain-derived neurotropic factors.
But it has to be monitored, right?
Yes, of course. In those cases, some may have died from malnutrition. But the important thing is that so many psychiatric patients started improving with no treatment. They were just being neglected and starved. So that led to the discovery of those factors the brain secretes to protect itself from hard times. And when the brain experiences hard times and tries to protect itself, it rebuilds and repairs incredibly. Wow. So when religion, Christianity, and all that says you should fast, As a neurologist, I say thumbs up because the brain improves in the process.
Interesting. Wow. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Pinton. I wish I had you here for longer. I always say it all. Oh, definitely, definitely. Thank you so much for your insight and deep perspective into this subject matter. And I'm sure you've learned a thing or two on how you can treat, heal, and improve on your intelligence. I'm Signaturetv. Don't forget, you can catch up on this conversation on social media, on YouTube or Facebook at Signaturetv Official. Well, I'm Signaturetv once again, and I'll leave you with some health tips. Until we meet again, it is goodbye and God bless.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The measure, which was announced via a tweet on Monday, has triggered widespread debate among citizens and even the Nigerian government, which has threatened to impose reciprocal measures on American citizens seeking entry into Nigeria. While some people raise privacy concerns about the policy, others say it is a necessary step to curb security threats. Samuel Ude does not see it as an invasion of privacy, but a necessary step for the country to protect its interests.
If what you're doing on social media, if the government says to submit everything about your details on social media for you to be able to like transfer to any country out of Nigeria or this country, it's nice. Then if what you're doing on social media is not that is under government, the government is not approve. This is not legalized that you are doing. To me, it's good.
Another respondent who prefers anonymity likened the policy to the prerogative of a house owner.
Every country is expected to have its own laws and rules and regulations. If Donald Trump says, do this before you can come to my country, why not? If you want to go to America, you have to abide by the rules of America. Someone wants to come to your house, or someone wants to come to your house, and the person contacts you, and you've gone through, run your background check to know which kind of person is that, and you discover that for the past 5 years, this person has been talking bad about me. Will you allow this person to come into your house? But your answer is as good as mine.
The strategy lead at the ENUGU State Ministry of Transport, Kachi Ibekwe, offered a two-sided perspective on the matter.
I think it's a typical economic theory or law, right? If people are banning you, they're placing you on ban list, it means they believe you're not valuable to them, right? So your job should be to strive to, how do I become valuable? For instance, a UK citizen, it's very easy to go to US because they believe that people coming from here, like the value of the country, they are very much valued in the eye of those countries. So it's a job for all of us, Nigerians, the government, to make our country more valuable in the eyes of those other people, so that they feel like these people are really coming to add value. If you are coming to tell them, remove us from the ban list, right? Is it based on sentiment or based on, please, we are begging you, or please, we want to, like, what are you bringing to the table? That's how economics works everywhere.
Chidube Muche urged Nigerians to rethink their choice of US, calling on the federal government to establish stricter visa requirements for American applicants.
It goes against your privacy as a human being, because there are other ways to combat terrorism. Actually, not this one, because it's because of our dependency to the Western countries that they can make such laws and such measures on us. So I think it's not a good one from Trump. But when it's done the right way, it has to go through the right way, not just going into people's accounts and just checking whatever or whoever is running it. It has to be a particular group of people, and it comes with confidentiality.
Kanu Uche emphasized the need for Nigeria to strengthen its global standing.
Actually, if I'm to be in the shoe of Nigerian government, and we equally tax any US citizen that come into the country to produce all the necessary documents that it requires to be before coming to the country.
The question now is what steps the Nigerian government can take to make the country more attractive and reduce the urge to seek opportunities abroad. The new US regulation, all the same, stands as a reminder of how security concerns continue to reshape global travel. Princess Ken Ochama reporting for Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hi friends, how are you doing? How are you and yours doing today? It's a beautiful day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Thank you for joining us. My name is Victor Chief Judge, and it is with great joy that I welcome you to Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. Please gather your friends and family together because we are certainly going to have a great show today. First of all, we're going to sing a song just to give God all the glory for all that He has done. It's a very simple Igbo song. Imela, Imela, Okaka, onye kere ụwa imela Jesus imela eze mmụọ join me now and sing imela oh imela ọkaka onye kere ụwa imela imela eze mmụọ. Another simple song, we say, you've been faithful, Lord, hey, from the ages past. That is why your name, oh, your name is forever praised. One more time, you've been faithful, Lord, you've been faithful, Lord, from the ages past. That is why your name, oh, your name is forever praised. Dear Lord, we say thank you for all that you have done and the things you are doing right now and the things you will yet do. Thank you, Father. As our journey in life requires great caution, and this cannot be gotten if there is no sober reflection. When you reflect well, you will live well. Therefore, let us pay rapt attention in this segment as we reflect on God's Word, which has the capacity to make us better. I'll be right back shortly to continue this show with you.
Brothers and sisters, today we celebrate the Sunday of the Word of God. Pope Francis invites us on this Sunday to reflect on what the Word of God means to us. Do you read your Bible? I know that sometimes Protestants accuse us Catholics that we don't read the Bible. But that's not true. Because the Word of God is Jesus Christ, the one who came to save us. The Word of God is at the heart of everything that we do. The Word became flesh and dwelt among us. But do you read your Bible? Do you find time to pray the Bible? Do you find time to listen to the Word of God? It is the best book to read, the Bible. And then the readings today, the first reading, as well as the Gospel, shows us what the Word of God truly is. In the first reading, the people had returned from exile. And as they came into the city, Jerusalem, just by the gates of the city, they gathered, watching as the people did the ruins of their homeland, utterly devastated. But they prayed, they listened to the Word of God, proclaimed to them by the prophet Ezra, the priest Ezra. The text says that after the people had listened to the Word of God, they began to cry. What made them cry? Perhaps as they watched the ruins of their city, as they listened to the promises of God in the book of the law, the covenant, and as they remembered how they broke the commandments of God and how they suffered in their suffering, their pain, their devastation, but also as they were comforted by the promises of God, who had brought them back from exile. and who promised them of a new day, of better days, of a new beginning. So it could be that they were crying tears of joy about the restoration that was about to begin, tears of sorrow about the failings of their ancestors and their own failings, even tears of anxiety about how they can rebuild. But the priest Ezra and their leader Nehemiah assures them God is always true to God's word. The promises of God will come to pass. The joy of the Lord should be your strength. So even though you have not seen the realization of the promises, they say to the people, begin to rejoice, to feel deep within your heart the certainty and the assurance and the courage and the hope that God will restore the city. God will restore your fortune. And these ruins that you see will be turned into flourishing cities, peaceful cities, and cities where God's people will flourish. And in the gospel, we see Jesus comes into the synagogue, and they handed him over the scroll. He read from the prophet Isaiah, chapter 61, verse 1 to 2. Now, Isaiah chapters 40 to 64 are in some traditions called the Jubilee texts, because in these passages, a session of which the Lord read today and we heard today, God speaks about liberation of the exiles, the same people that we heard about their condition in the first reading. God speaks of new days, of new beginning. God speaks to the people of restoration. God speaks to them of a brighter and better future. Those words Jesus spoke today when he read from the scroll of the prophet Isaiah. And then he inserted a passage from Isaiah 58, verse 6 and following, that talks about liberating God's people. So, this year is a year of Jubilee. And when we talk about the liberation of God's people, it goes back to the Jubilee tradition that we find in Leviticus. Leviticus chapter 25. And Jesus says that his mission is to proclaim good news to the poor, sight to the blind, liberty to those who are held in captivity, to announce the Jubilee year of the Lord. Jesus is our Jubilee. In him is the restoration of creation. Jesus is our new life. In him is the restoration of whatever is damaged, destroyed, and decaying. Jesus is our hope. In him lies fully the promises of God. And he says to his audience, brothers and sisters, these words are being fulfilled as you listen. We need to enter deeper into the Word of God, especially as we journey this year with St. Luke. St. Luke's Gospel, as we see in the introduction today, that is the first part of the Gospel, where the writer of St. Luke tells us why he wrote the Gospel, how he wrote it, and the message of the gospel. It is so that you will believe. What is it that troubles your mind today? For the world today, indeed, we are like the people that heard the word in the first reading, as well as those who heard the word in the gospel. We look around us, the devastation in our world, the wars, people who are returning to their homes after the devastation of the war in Gaza, in Lebanon, or people today in Congo who are troubled in Goma as rebels from M25 surround them. Thousands of people fleeing their homes in Sudan, in South Sudan, in northern Nigeria, and in many parts of the world. What is the Jubilee to them? What is the message of liberation from Jesus to all of us? I think that this year of Jubilee invites us, brothers and sisters, especially on this Sunday devoted to the Word of God, invites each and every one of us to think of where our lives are in ruins, like the people in the first reading, and how we can allow Jesus to come in and do for us what he promises to do and what he always does for those who welcome the word and those who say yes to God, to restore us, to heal us, to liberate us, to bless us, to sanctify us, and to take us to that future which God alone knows. So let us celebrate this Jubilee with faith, with prayer, and with openness and trust in divine providence.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos? People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, you're welcome back from that reflection, and I know you were blessed by that session. Please receive and do the needful with what you have heard. Thank you for joining us. If you're just joining us now, this is Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. We have something very important to discuss with my guest today. Is a very critical matter. All right, just by way of introduction, you see, the new year opened up beautifully with great energy and hopes for a blossom in life and experience. However, the unfortunate story is making the rounds now on social media about the gruesome murders and hordes of people raise very disturbing concern, and it doesn't seem to stop. Now, our conversation today will center around marriage, okay? Its purpose as proposed by God, the designer. We will also explore why or the reason behind these unfortunate events and how to curb them. To discuss this issue with me today in the studio, I have Barrister Nena Nozie, a great woman with an outstanding portfolio, to mention but a few. A passionate advocate for women empowerment and development in all facets of life, seeing that they are given their rightful privileges as designed by God. Also, of course, I have Pastor Lemi Jonathan, an amazing author, editor, and relationship coach with great experience and visible results in relationship and family life. Friends, help me make welcome to Gospel Lounge this great man. Thank you for joining us today. I am so grateful to have you again. Thank you.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure being
All right. Is just like I said in the introduction, the year opened up very beautifully. Until lately, wahala everywhere. People killing themselves, and what's your assessment? Let me start with you, Pastor Lemi Jonathan. What's your assessment about all this? What is going on?
Well, for me, I think it's an act of transfer of aggression.
Okay.
A lot of people are aggrieved by the way society has become, the economic situation and all of that. And when somebody, is bastardized or aggrieved or put under pressure and he cannot fight the source of the pressure, he transfers the aggression to a weaker vessel close by. And so many people are under the pressure of the economy. You can't survive, things are tough here and there. Then the anger builds up, you come back home, maybe your wife tells you something that is so beautiful, but the anger you came in with, will not allow you to comprehend what she's saying. You transfer the aggression to her. And so all of these things we are seeing are actually transfer of aggression. People are actually going through pains and they can't fight the sources of the pains. So now they have to hit it back on the innocent and weaker vessels around them.
And I know a lot of people have said a lot of things, having the videos that are so disturbing. People say this man has done that, the other woman has done that, and a lot of stories around that. And then the violence we see in marriage seems not to stop. What? I know, a lot of people were shouting justice for the women, justice for them. So what's your take on that?
Honestly speaking, I think a lot of people have lost their values. I mean, our societal values. Some people have lost the humanity in them, because I don't think anybody has any reason to take anybody's life.
Yeah.
Because that same aggression you have, that same pain that you have, another person has it, but he has not taken another person's life.
Okay.
He has not resorted to even to you, because assuming you are angry and I am angry, and I unleash my own anger on you, you won't be alive to unleash to the next person. So I think people have really lost the essence of humanity. We used to be human. There are some people that even to kill something as small as a chicken, they will find it very difficult. But these days, somebody carries fuel and pours on his wife and brings a light and lights it up. You have already decided to finish that person. So I think the reason is because a lot of people have lost it. I mean, they are no longer humans. They are just behaving like beasts. Because when you hear stories of, look at what just happened recently in one of the states in Nigeria, where somebody killed 3 children and packed them inside the refrigerator.
That's a very disturbing...
So, I mean, how on earth will I justify that with how you feel? It just shows that you have lost your humanity, you have lost sense of living, you don't even regard anybody. Such a person, if he's in Igbo, they'll say, oh, Barejugi, and I mean, his eyes are full of blood, so he doesn't see his fellow human beings as a human being.
And now still talking about that, the next thing I want to ask, what could be responsible for this? You know, when Pastor Lemi was saying something, he said, you know, due to the pressure and the economic, a lot of things. But I want to really know, you know, in plain terms, what could be responsible for this wickedness that is expressed on a daily basis?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Loss of values. I mean, we no longer value our human beings.
Why?
Because people are mad. People have lost it. I don't know. Because if I begin to say, oh, it's because you're angry, because I remember during the lockdown, during COVID-19, we recorded a lot of violence, especially domestic violence, because people now sat at home. You know, you could now sit with your wife and discover that, oh, your wife talks too much, or your husband is not living up to the expectations. So people were, but I keep saying that even in my own thoughts, it is not enough for you to take. You can unleash your anger on somebody by beating the person, kicking the person, and maybe even walking out on somebody. But the moment you decide to take someone's life, it has gone beyond anger. It has become insanity. It has become madness. It has become loss of value for human beings. I mean, you no longer regard anybody. And so such a person does not deserve to remain in the society. You are no longer a human being because you have lost your sense. So, I mean, another thing we can liken this to is lack of fear of God.
Okay.
People do not fear God. People do not know God. In fact, we profess to know God. In Nigeria, we are regarded as one of the religious countries. But look at what is happening. Crime is on the increase. A lot of things. And these people, on Sundays, you still see them going to church. Those who go to mosque, on Fridays, they will go to mosque. So who are the perpetrators of this evil? Do they not go to somewhere? But they do not know this God they go to worship, and they do not even have regards for him, and they do not have regards for humanity. Because if you have regards, imagine the people who constructed the Nigerian constitution, for instance, and gave inalienable rights to human beings. And so these are your constitutional rights. These are rights that are given to you because you're a human being, and this should not be taken away from you by anybody. And one mad person wakes up one morning and decides that you annoyed me, the economy is hard, in fact you spoke too much to me, or you committed infidelity, because there will always be reasons your perpetrators will give for justifying whatever they did. And then you pour fuel. You know what is fuel? Then you bring light. I mean, so it is
going deeper to this now. I want to come to you, Pastor Lemi. You know, when we look at our context, the African context now, we begin to see that these quarrels or these crises we have in our homes might be because maybe the man is not meeting up to his responsibilities, or maybe the man is expecting so much from the wife and all that. I want to ask, what are the responsibilities? Because I'm looking at this, that the institution of marriage has come under a siege.
Serial attack.
And how do we cope? That's why I'm asking this question. What would be the responsibility of the man and the woman in a marriage to make sure that these things we are seeing on a daily basis doesn't come up again?
Okay, before I go deep into this, now, while Mama was talking, I remember something that happened, or what was written in the book of Luke 6, verse 48. Talked about the foundation. A man that built his house on the rock, and then another one on the sand. Then the winds come. Now these winds, this pressure, and what we are seeing now, the economic situation, the pressure and all of that. Now, if you have a faulty foundation to start with, if your marriage or your family or your life had been built on a faulty foundation, now when pressures of life comes, you can't stand, you will start misbehaving. All the people who are doing this, a lot of persons jumped into marriage without understanding what marriage is all about. A lot of persons jumped into politics without understanding what it is. So when the pressure comes now, you can easily be blown off. So foundation is so important. When you have a strong foundation, godly foundation, moral foundation, family values, okay? No matter what happens, you know that I can't do this one. I tell myself, I can't slap my wife. I can't beat my wife. No matter what. I tell my son, look at me, have you ever seen me talk? I cannot do it. That is a moral value, no matter what she does. The highest thing I will do, I will walk away. Now, talking about this in Genesis 2 verse 15, the Bible says God told the man, the Lord God put the man in the garden and told him, dress it and keep it. It was the man God gave the responsibility of dressing the home and securing the home. Now, anybody you marry as a man, you ensure that she's going to help you to do these things. Now, if you married someone that you cannot control, that becomes a problem. And you see, human beings as we are all different, even if you're twins. Now, for us to have the ability to manage our differences is a key to helping us resolve conflict. Conflict must arise. Whereas, as long as we have people of individual balances, individual differences, there must be conflict. When those conflicts are not properly managed, it turns to violence. Now, conflicts are not evil, and so because you and I can't agree on everything, we have different opinions. Now, we need to agree. Somebody said if we disagree, we can talk about it. But if you disrespect me, we're not talking about it. Now, you disagree over something. Maybe the man is not doing it as the woman expected. They can disagree. Now, you resolve it because you already have a foundation. Resolve it and conflict is solved. No violence will escalate. But when you don't resolve it, you are selfish. You want things to be done your own way. There will be violence because the conflict will escalate. It is the duty of the man to keep the home. Then he gets married to a woman that will help him do that. That is what Bible meant by saying help meet. Now, when these things are not properly understood, the woman will want to take over the responsibility of the man, or the man will expect the woman to be doing what he ought to be doing, and then there will be conflict in the home. So we need to understand these rules in marriages.
It's very, very wonderful that you are saying this thing now, and I'll need to come to you on this because you're already smiling. You don't know what I'm about to say. Today we have a popular movement. They call it the Purple Movement. It's all about empowering women and all that. And we've had over time, we say what a man can do, a woman can also do it. It tends to bring in a kind of strife and power tussle between the circle of marriage. That how do we balance this? Because it is a problem. It's a problem. The African man cannot take that stubbornness. I want to use the word stubbornness. You tell your wife, you sit down here, don't do this, and then she's doing the opposite. It can, the ego has been, Yes. So what do you have to say about that?
All right, thank you. Let me start with the Christendom, as in from the Christian aspect, where I also belong to. During the time of creation, in the book of Genesis chapter 1, if you read from verse 26 down to 28, the Bible says that God created them male and female. And he said to them, multiply, have dominion, bear fruit. To me, my understanding of that particular place in the Bible is that God gave joint mandate to this man and the woman to go into this family and ensure that this family works.
Okay.
You understand? So when you now come to role assignments, like what we have in the society, where some roles are already, there are stereotyped roles assigned to men, to women and assigned to men. I see that as a social construct.
Okay.
How do I mean? For instance, apart from a woman taking in, getting pregnant and giving birth, I don't think there's any other special role assigned by God to a woman. And I don't think there's another one assigned to a man other than, okay, you get the woman pregnant. From that book of Genesis, both of them were given the mandate to have dominion. And what is dominion? That is leadership.
Okay.
So when you come to a family where you are still assigning roles, you should be the leader, I should be the head, you should be the tail. Because, many a times you see men even saying, you should be submissive to me. They also forget that this same Bible says, submit you one to another. So everybody has the responsibility of submission. Do you understand? Even though the Bible says, love your husband, love your wife, you also have to love your husband. So there's no gender assigned roles to any gender when it comes to home. It is when we begin to divide it and say, you don't know you are the man of this house, you should be bringing money. And the man is not bringing money, but the woman, you are in a better position to bring money. Conflict will come. Okay. But if you see it as a joint role in a family, that the only thing a man cannot do here is to give birth, and the only thing you can do to yourself as a woman is to impregnate yourself, then both of us can work together to have, because God was not mistaken. He waited for both of them. So he said to them, have dominion, multiply, bear fruit. So it was a joint task.
Yeah.
So if a family must work together in love and unity, they must work together. Whoever can do anything should do it. If the man is in a better position to cook. All these societal norms of assigning roles to women, because you know some women may not be good at cooking or doing domestic chores. It could be the man. I have a brother who is very perfect in keeping domestic chores. The wife is not like that. You come to a home. I've also had a friend of mine. She's the one that owns the generator. The husband knows how to cook. I don't know if you understand. So if you begin to bring the societal expectations or the cultural expectation or religious expectation of a woman should be under this one, you know, those norms and gender stereotypes. I mean, when you bring them to family, you begin to have a dysfunctional family. Conflicts will arise, and you begin to hear what a man can do. We are all equal before God. In fact, if you go back to the book of Galatians or so, he said, we are now the same. We are equal before God. There's no more male or female, no Jew or Greek. So do we now read Bible and turn it upside down? Go to the beginning of the books, which is Genesis. He said to them all, to both of them, have dominion. Okay. So when a man, and in fact, it was even a curse. It was a curse. If you go to the book of Genesis 3, when man sinned against God, God cursed the woman and said, the man shall have rule over you, and your desire shall be for him. So it is not in the intention of God from the beginning for man to have rule over a man. But of course, we won't preach it this way. We want to preach it to suit us. Man is a selfish being. Once you're enjoying abuse, you are the abuser, you're enjoying it. It will not look like abuse to you. But so when they say women are angry for empowerment, and they've been empowered from creation by God to have dominion. I don't know if you understand. God empowered them to have dominion. And even when the man was doing things alone, God looked at it and said, it's not good for this man to be alone. So he can't be alone in the marriage. Thinking and being the one ordering people around, sit down, don't go there. I've seen some women, they'll dress up to attend our meetings, and you see men saying, don't go there. You are not going out. Don't befriend. You know, you begin to command your wife because you have assumed that dominion alone. It is not good for you to be alone. Both of you should have that dominion. Should have that submission.
At this point, I want to really make a case. You know, this is a very serious matter.
It is.
It's a very serious matter, and the society is going agog over this.
Yeah.
And the intentions of God in designing this institution somehow is being defeated. I don't want to say totally defeated, somehow, because a lot of misconceptions have come in, a lot of interpretations have come in these things. I know we have our different cultures and everything, but the word of God is supra culture, right? It oversees every other culture. Well, however it is now, I want to ask you, Pastor, what are our people doing, especially the religious leaders? What are they doing in teaching the truths concerning God's idea of marriage?
Okay, from my understanding of God's idea of marriage, God actually wanted to create leadership examples, for marriage. And God is not, God is all wise, God is all powerful. And if you look at the Bible very, very clearly, God gave the mandate of leadership of the family to the man. Anytime God was calling a family, he calls the man. He said, I know that Abraham will command his children. He didn't call Sarah. The fact is this, when we now begin to place gender, and we now say, oh, the man must be the head, these things have been stated clearly. The reason why God gave a man, Adam, a wife, is to be a helper to him, not because she's lesser in value. But the woman being a helper should also take leadership from the husband. Like now, we are all Nigerians and we are all under the constitution, yet we have a president. And the constitution itself, gives the president powers. And he's also under the constitution. He is actually answerable to the constitution. Yeah. So we are, as human beings now, under God's order, based on the Bible. At the same time, the same order, just like in the church now. We can't say, oh, we are all Christians, so I can just wake up and go and stand on the altar. There's a pastor in charge. Yeah. He tells you go. Now, God uses all of these things now to create the same leadership principle for the home. Now, like in Genesis 3 in verse 16, he told the woman, like Mama said, it's like a curse, but it must be obeyed. That's why even in Ephesians 5, you see that wives, be subject to your husband in all things. So when we have problems at home is when the woman or the man tries to remind the wife that your submission is based on a curse from God. It becomes a problem. Or when the woman now feels like, why should I submit? After all, we can do everything. I have dominion, you have dominion, and all of that. The church is a very balanced institution, and when we don't teach this basic truth now, we get it wrong. Now, leadership, the way God is, Jesus Christ was on earth. While he was on earth, he kept referring to God the Father. What he asked me to do, I will do. That's how he expects marriage to be. A man who, like now, when God asked Abraham, I called Abraham and asked him to go. Abraham carries the family. And God said, I know that he would command his family. A time came when the wife did ask Abraham to, go to the maid. And Abraham did not consult God. He did. When trouble came, God told him, listen to your wife. Then I was saying, God, ask Abraham to listen to his wife. He would have said, woman, keep quiet. Anything Abraham says stands. But God said, listen to your wife. Why? Because two of you are on this journey together. And two of you must create this thing. Now, there are times where the man listens to his wife because you did not marry a substandard person. You marry somebody that is sound, that will help you. The reason why marriage was brought in, so that the woman can help the man become a better version of himself. But the man is the leader. And so the church teaches that the man is the head. That is why the woman is not a second-class citizen, but she is a support system to the man. If a man succeeds, then the wife is actually a pillar of success for him. And now, that does not mean that the woman loses her value, loses her personality and her instinct because she is married. She also have her way, her part to play, because when we stand before God, we are standing before God individually, not as a couple. But then right here on earth, marriage is made in such a way that the man is the head, the woman is a support system to him. As a matter of fact, God created a woman for the benefit of the man. And I've given a very clear illustration. I buy a car, for what reason? So the car will help me, take me from here to there and give me all the comfort to carry my load and all of that. For me to enjoy that car, I must take care of the car. I must fuel the car. I must give the car. If the car is making noise, I will listen and fix the car. Once you don't fix the car breaks down, you're in trouble. If you have a wife, the wife is so important to your life that if you don't fix her at any point in time, you have a problem. Even if you bought it for yourself, you went to marry her from her village and all of that. She becomes part of you. Both of you become one. But then the man still remains together.
Wow, friends, this has been a very wonderful conversation, and it's so deep. I am learning a lot. I hope you are learning so much. Before I let them go, I'm going to be asking them a very serious question, because we need to put an end to these unfortunate events. Barrister, in case of violence, what do you do?
Okay, thank you.
Just a few minutes, because our time is up.
Oh my goodness, I wish we had time, because I had wanted to say something.
No, this will be an ongoing conversation.
Please let's it, because we need to get it right from the home, and we need all the stakeholders, the religious leaders, traditional rulers, bring out the truth in all of this, so that the people will have the right teachings, and then even the issue of violence you're asking of will go out of the marriage. So when you are violated as a human being, whether as a man or woman, we have, in ENUGU State here, we have some places you can come to. We have the Ministry of Gender Affairs. The gender there is for both male and female. We have a lot of civil society organizations working to ensure that we have a free society free from violence. So the law is there to protect you. We have a law in ENUGU State and in Nigeria that protects against violence. Like in Nigeria, we have what we call VAP law, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Law. That law covers every aspect of violence. So you are protected. You could come to a lawyer, you could come to us. I personally run an NGO where we take care of people who are abused and violated. So I mean, you are not alone. Just speak out. Don't die in silence. We are trying to kill the culture of silence, where people are being abused and they keep quiet, hiding under the guise of religion or tradition. You are not supposed to speak out, or you are not advised to separate from a place of abuse. Anybody who continues to remain in the place of abuse can die one day. We've had stories. So when you are violated, don't keep quiet. Come out of there. You have support system out here.
Wow. Friends, it has been a very wonderful conversation with these great personalities. I would like to call you to action right now. Marriage relationship is God's idea and must be done according to his principles. Life is too precious and you have no right whatsoever to destroy or maim it. As precious as God has made it, keep it safe and beautiful. When you find yourself in an abusive relationship, please consider safety first. Stay out and seek for help or support from discreet quarters. You have friends that are beautiful friends, godly elderly persons. All right, reach out to them. Even legal practitioners, just like our barrister have said here. Finally, we call upon the government and religious leaders, even our parents, to set godly examples and policies that will help maintain a sane society. I'd like to thank you so much for being on the show today, and we'll call you again, because this is going to be an ongoing conversation. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. From all of us here at Signature TV, we wish you well. Thank you so much. And my wonderful audience, thank you so much for being there. As always, you're all amazing. Thank you. Please do follow us on all our social media platforms. Send us feedbacks and let's know how we can serve you better. Till I come your way next time, be loving and be lovely. My name is Victor Chief Judge. Bye for now.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Mornings on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing every why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, resident doctors to commence indefinite nationwide strike on Monday. Ijaw National Congress tells President Bola Tinubu to call Nyesom Wike to order. EU's Costa and von der Leyen meet with Lebanese officials during official visit. And Hamburg trial tests German law after U.S. child suicide linked to murder charge. Details in a moment.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NARD, have threatened to commence full-blown industrial action with effect from Monday, the 12th of January 2026, over what is referred to as unresolved welfare issues. This was announced by the president of the association at the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital, Itukwuozala, ENUGU, Dr. David Ugwele. Correspondent Christopher Lele has the report.
The healthcare sector in Nigeria is once again under severe strain as resident doctors across the country prepare to embark on an indefinite nationwide strike following unresolved welfare issues. Over the years, resident doctors have repeatedly raised concerns over poor welfare packages, including irregular salary payments, unpaid promotion arrears, poor training conditions and lack of basic medical equipment, and deteriorating hospital infrastructure. This has led to several strike actions in the past, leaving the poor patients at the mercy of quacks, exploitation in the hands of private practitioners, and in some cases, death of some patients. Addressing journalists, the president of the Association of Resident Doctors at the University of Nigerian Teaching Hospital, UNTH, in Enugu State, Dr. Ugwuele David, described resident doctors as the backbone of healthcare delivery in Nigeria's tertiary hospitals, noting that they provide round-the-clock emergency and specialist services under difficult working conditions. He expressed concern that despite a memorandum of understanding signed with the federal government to address issues of welfare, remuneration, training, and working conditions, most of the agreements have either been poorly implemented or completely ignored.
Resident doctors are the backbone of healthcare delivery in Nigeria tertiary institutions. We provide 24 hours clinical care, emergency services, surgical coverage, and specialist training, often under extreme conditions. Over the years, NAD has engaged the federal government in good faith, leading to signing of Memorandum of Understanding aimed at addressing long-standing issues bordering on welfare, remuneration, training, and working conditions. However, regrettably, despite repeated assurance, most of these agreements remain unimplemented, poorly implemented, or completely ignored.
Dr. David announced that resident doctors at the UNTH will comply fully with the directive of the national body for the commencement of a total and indefinite nationwide strike from 12 midnight on Monday, January 12, 2026, alongside peaceful protests across the country. He appealed to the Nigerian public to show understanding, stressing that their action is aimed at securing a safe, functional, and sustainable healthcare system for all Nigerians, insisting that the doctors are not insensitive to the sufferings of Nigerians.
Following exhaustive deliberation, NAD has resolved to resume a total, indefinite, and comprehensive strike tagged TIX 202. No implementation, no going back, starting on 12th January 2026. This Monday, 12 a.m., alongside coordinated nationwide peaceful protests next week. In compliance with these directives, ARD UNTH will fully align with NAD's action plans. Our members will withdraw services as directed while adhering strictly to professional ethics and lawful conduct.
As the clock ticks towards the commencement of the strike, attention is now on the federal government to act swiftly to avert a full-blown healthcare shutdown. The unfolding situation once again highlights the difficult realities faced by health practitioners in Nigeria and the urgent need for long-term reforms in the nation's health sector. In Enugu, Christopher Lele.
A medical doctor at Cottage Hospital, Okana, in Esien Udim local government area of Akwa Ibom State, Matthias Etim, alongside the hospital's head of pharmacy, are to appear before a disciplinary committee of the State Ministry of Health over alleged administrative and professional breaches. Etim is accused of being absent from duty while on call and of failing to respond to official queries in line with civil service rules. The head of pharmacy is also expected to account for the absence of statutory records, including stock registers, inventory logs, and drug indebtedness records. The directive was issued by the Commissioner for Health, Ekem Emmanuel, during an inspection visit to the hospital with senior officials of the Ministry of Health and the hospital's management board. The commissioner said the medical superintendent, Ekong Etiebet, had earlier briefed him on the alleged breaches, adding that the officers will appear before the senior staff management committee for interrogation and possible disciplinary action. Emmanuel also raised concerns over financial inconsistencies at the hospital and ordered the immediate redeployment of the pharmacist heading the unit, pending further review. He further disclosed that by mid-January 2026, prices for drugs, surgeries, and other hospital services will be standardized across all government hospitals in the state. The commissioner added that all government hospitals will now source drugs exclusively from the state central medical store, warning that procurement from external vendors will be treated as an offense. The Kaduna state government on Friday sealed 20 illegal colleges of health sciences and private hospitals across the state. The State's Commissioner for Health, Umar Kaltum Ahmed, said the exercise was part of ongoing efforts to ensure private health institutions complied with established rules and regulations. She explained that the move aimed to guarantee effective training of healthcare workers in the state and protect public health. The affected institutions are located in Chikun, Igabi, Kaduna North and Kaduna South local government areas. Kaltum Ahmed added that the action enforced guidelines for private health institutions and prevented unaccredited facilities from misleading the public under the guise of healthcare training. She stressed that the exercise was necessary to stop the illegal production of unqualified health workers, which pose a serious risk to public safety. The commissioner urged the public to seek admission only in duly approved and accredited institutions to avoid wasting time and resources on unrecognized certificates. She commended Governor Ubasani for his leadership and support in repositioning the health sector to meet required standards and ensure quality healthcare delivery in Kaduna State. The decision of the River State House of Assembly to commence impeachment proceedings against Governor Similai Fubara has continued to attract reactions from political watchers and citizens of the state. Speaking on Signature Morning, a former member of the National Assembly, Chief Obonna Nwuke, noted that Wike was more interested in how to install the next governor of the state than the good and development of the state. Nwuke said it was unfortunate that the state legislators allowed the FCT ministers to use them to subvert the development of the state. He described Wike as a man obsessed with power and who has refused to appreciate that there is a change in government in the state, urging the president to strip him of his ministerial position so that the people of River State can breathe.
Somebody who is supposed to be the minister in Abuja, who refers to himself as 001 in Abuja, won't let somebody else who is governor of River State to exercise the executive powers of a governor. And so you need to nominate commissioners. You require Wike's approval. And so the issue is no longer whether the functions delegated by the governor, which of course that's what it means when you're a serving commissioner. What you enjoy is delegated power. And one of the considerations is that such a person working in the State Executive Council must absolutely be loyal to the governor. Now, if you have people in the State Assembly elected as representatives of Rivers people, but who do not understand that they have a responsibility to Rivers people, if you have them at every turn and twist when there is apparent disagreement between Nwuke and Fubara, the next thing you see is a brandished impeachment drive. How do we explain it? Then what will happen in the State Executive Council if nominees in the State Executive Council are not nominees of the governor? They are nominees from outside, from one man who's determined to, as it is, strangulate Rivers.
Meanwhile, a member of the House of Representatives, representing Ado, Opoku and Obadibo Federal Constituency of Benue State, Philip Agbese, says the political crisis in Rivers State is manageable and not a cause for alarm. Agbese, who spoke in an interview with journalists, attributed the crisis partly to political transition, noting that the governor and several lawmakers recently defected from the People's Democratic Party, PDP, to the All Progressives Congress, APC. The deputy spokesman of the House of Representatives said some of the tensions are carryovers from political practices in their former party, insisting they do not reflect the values of the APC. He urged political actors in Rivers State to move past old rivalries and embrace cooperation and stability in line with APC principles. Agbese also called on President Bola Tinubu to intervene to prevent further escalation, appealing to all stakeholders to prioritize peace, unity, and development in the state. Earlier today, an activist, Comrade Xavier Oscar, gave his own perspectives on the unfolding development in Rivers State.
Though we are not surprised, this impeachment saga does not come to some of us as a surprise. At sometime late last month, 2005, December 2005, towards the end of December, His told Nigerians that politics will start in Rivers State come January 2026. So all this is effective, but all this is all about the impeachment, all about the political instability in the state, the state resources that is being abused in the name of political tussle or political crisis. And recently, we just came back from a small state of emergency rule, and they can also to tell us Rivers should also feel the negative impact or implication of the 6 months emergency rule that was in Rivers State. Totally shut down of democracy, a breakdown of the governance, a breakdown of everything from Rivers State. Our economic situation was going down zero. People were running from states. They must to emergency and political tussle. So at this point, we are thinking that the sitting place as a yes we are conscious. And this is true also concerns the welfare of Rivers people and actually the governor to perform his constitutional responsibility. This was somebody you call your son, this person you ordained, and you call him the righteous one among all your supporters, among all those that was loyal to him. This person has happened. I told the much. I think at this point, the people like the Martins and Maywood, it's not something that we are very okay with, because we believe that at this point in time, the assembly member are being directed by years of making. Talking about constitution, this has something to do with constitution. This is pure politics. So I don't want us to look at it from the part of constitutional level. They are using constitution as a first front of what they are doing. But outrightly, what they are doing is political witch hunting. What they are doing is just something talking about an agreement. Rivers people do not believe in any agreement. I don't believe in any agreement. What agreement is the former governor of Rivers State signed with his son, the governor of Rivers State, his excellency Kubana, that will affect the people of the positive life. We are not interested in any agreement. His excellency Kubana is about running up his first tenure. That's why they are about to run up his first tenure and should go for a second tenure. Yes, Obuke has PhD in governance. Yes, Obuke have PhD in leadership. Yes, Obuke have PhD in performance or in his character. Yes, Obuke have PhD in drunkenness.
The Ijaw National Congress has called on President Bola Tinubu to call the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, to order and stop him from throwing the state into avoidable anarchy. The president of the Congress, Professor Benjamin Okaba, who made the call when he featured on Signature Morning, said it is shocking that a minister should be hell-bent or subverting democracy in his home state for purely selfish reasons. Okaba, who said the Ijaw National Congress will stand by Governor Similai Fubara to discharge his mandate, while calling for solidarity of all Nigerians with the people of Rivers State, insisting that Rivers State is beyond any individual or political party.
So the Ijaw National Congress, as a body, we condemn this action. We consider it unconstitutional, and we are also calling on all lovers of democracy all over the world to defend our constitution and also ensure that this very dangerous gambit is not allowed to have its way. The INC, we also want to say this, that this should not be seen as an Ijaw matter. Fobra, yes, similarly, Fobra is an Ijaw person, but it should not be seen as an Ijaw matter. And I'm happy, or we are also very happy that even the ruling party, members of the APC, have come to condemn this act and are also calling that all attempts to impeach Fobra should be stopped because, again, it is anti-democratic. You will recall we said earlier that it is not about any other thing aside the quest for power. Inordinate control of power and resources is at the background to all of this. I wouldn't want to go into what is going around as rumor. I call it rumor because it is not a signed document, but it's going everywhere that, yes, again, going by the pronouncement of the speaker, that the FOBRA and the deputy has agreement reached. So we'll be asking what are the agreements, and what if what we saw on social media is the agreement, then I consider that document laughable.
On the state of insecurity in the country, the Ijaw leader noted that the Nigerian government is overwhelmed by the level of banditry, kidnappings, terrorism, and other violent crimes in the country, which is why it welcomed the recent intervention of the American government. He also spoke on the tax reform, which came into effect on the 1st of this month, in the face of extreme hunger, inflation, and despair, and urged the federal government to rethink its policies, especially those that worsen the living condition of Nigerians.
Nigeria, the state of the Nigerian nation can be best described as very chaotic, very, very unstable, with a future that I would not say is very bright, unless quite a number of things are addressed. And these issues have to deal with deepening of democracy, which is the only way of restoring the people's confidence in the system, and also advancing sustainable development in this country.
Professor Okaba, are you still with me?
Yeah, I'm with you. I say unstable and with a future that looks bleak, because you can see that most of us came into the new year disappointed with what we experienced last year, rising hunger, insecurity. At the same time, we have crises all over that even threaten even democratic base. So a lot of persons had failed expectations coupled with the issue of the tax reforms. So I would say that the Nigerian nation is not very stable, but it's but all the same, we are not hopeless in the sense that in as much as we recognize these realities and we address them properly, I think we'll get off the hooks of the anarchy we are almost facing. Thank you.
About insecurity, we see the high level of insecurity in the country, number of kidnappings and killings all around, and even the United States intervention in Nigeria. What do you think about what has played out so far, how the federal government has responded to it, and also the United States intervention in these matters?
I think the point to note is the call for international intervention by public-spirited Nigerians across religious divides, across sections, which to a large extent we can also appreciate the Nigerian government for accepting the fact that they were overwhelmed by the security challenges. We all welcome the intervention of Donald Trump. Yes, issues of sovereignty are very critical, but again, you need to be alive to be able to protect our sovereignty. So the first thing is that of safety, the second thing is survival, and that is what the American government has guaranteed us. As a matter of fact, the intervention of the American government to a lot of persons in this country came a little bit, I won't say late, but we'll have expected this 10 years ago, because nothing has actually changed after several promises by successive governments, particularly by the last administration, that the banditry and all forms of insecurity have been dealt with drastically. I think yes, the Nigerians are not properly educated on the content and context of the tax reforms. I can assure you that over 90% of Nigerians don't even know the implications. People are just following the bandwagon effect of debates upon debates, and most importantly is the fact that is the observation made by the National Assembly that what was actually passed and was very different from what came out as a gazetted form, talking about areas that were injected, that were not even discussed, particularly those engagements with other international partners. This lack of sincerity, integrity has actually weakened the very essence of that tax reform. Because if by omission or commission, a law is passed, and before it gets to its final stage, there are serious alterations, far-reaching alterations that will affect the lives and the national health of this country are being observed. I think is a very serious issue. So I agree with as many Nigerians who have said that we should take a second look of the entirety. In fact, the implementation should be suspended until we go back to the nitty-gritty and until Nigerians are properly educated.
The Abia State Police Command has rescued a 4-year-old boy identified as Jeremiah Emmanuel Gimba, believed to be from Nasarawa State. In a statement released on Friday, The command spokesperson, Maureen Chinaka, described the child as dark-complexioned with no tribal marks. According to the statement, the child is currently in the care of the Gender Section of the State Criminal Investigation Department, SCID, of the Abia State Police Command. The police public relations officer urged the parents or guardians with a missing child matching that description to visit the SCID or contact the police public relations department for further inquiries. The managing director of the Ogun State Waste Management Authority, Ogwama, Abayomi Hunye, has denied allegations of extortion made against him by members of the Association of Waste Management Vendors and Recyclers of Nigeria in the state. Hunye, who spoke during a media briefing in Abeokuta, said all payments by waste vendors were made directly into the agency's official account, insisting that no money was paid into his personal account. The denial follows a protest by waste vendors at the governor's office, Okemosan, Abeokuta, where they accused the Ogwama boss of high-handedness, arbitrary fee increases, and extortion, and called for his removal. Hunye maintained that the recent increase in annual registration fees was jointly agreed upon with vendors, adding that the protest was triggered by his decision to cancel multiple company registrations by individual operators. Meanwhile, the association's leadership dismissed his claims, insisting the protest was a last resort after efforts at dialogue failed. At least 8 people have been killed in violent clashes between rival cult groups across parts of Benue State, including Makurdi and Jatuaka in Kwande local government area. Security sources say the killings are linked to an escalating struggle for dominance among the groups. The violence began earlier in the week in Otukpo, where 1 person was killed, and in Boko, where 2 others lost their lives. Fresh attacks later spread to Makurdi and Jatuaka on Wednesday, leaving 3 people dead in the state capital and 2 more in Kwande local government area. Witnesses say the Makurdi victims were shot in coordinated late-night attacks in the Wurukum area. The chairman of Makurdi local government, Joseph Kefi, has condemned the killings, sympathized with affected families, and assured residents that the council is working with security agencies to restore calm. Meanwhile, the Benue State Police say the situation in Jatuaka is under control. Police spokesperson Udeme Edet confirmed the arrest of 8 suspects following a clash between rival cult groups with weapons recovered. She added that efforts are ongoing to arrest other fleeing suspects as police intensify operations to curb cult-related violence across the state. The chairman of Dangote Industries, Aliko Dangote, has petitioned the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, over allegations of corruption against the former managing director of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Farouk Ahmed. Dangote Group disclosed this on Friday in a statement issued to the media. The company had earlier petitioned the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, asking it to investigate Ahmed over allegations that he spent $5 million on his children's secondary education in Switzerland. A previous petition was later withdrawn a few days ago, although the ICPC stated it would continue with its investigation. However, a statement released on Friday said the petition to the EFCC followed what it described as the withdrawal of the same petition from the ICPC, a strategic decision aimed at accelerating the prosecution process. In the petition signed by lead counsel O.J. Onoja, Dangote urged the EFCC to investigate allegations of abuse of office and corrupt enrichment against Farouk Ahmed and to prosecute him if found culpable. Up next is business news.
The federal government has said all group stage bonuses due to Super Eagles players at the ongoing African Cup of Nations have been released and are expected to reflect in the players' domiciliary accounts within hours. The Minister of State for Finance, Dr. Doris Uzoka Anite, disclosed this on Thursday while responding to reports that the national team was considering boycotting training session and could decline to travel to Marrakesh for the quarter-final clash against Algeria. In a post on our official X handle, Uzoka Anite said the concern over unpaid bonuses had been resolved through coordinated actions by the federal government and the Central Bank of Nigeria. The Nigeria Interbank Settlement System (NIFS) report that the bank verification number enrollment increased by 6.8% year-on-year to 67.8 million as of December 2025, up from 63.5 million in 2024. NIFS attributed the growth to CBN enforcement measures, including restrictions on accounts without BVN and NIN, and the expansion of the non-resident BVN scheme for Nigerians in the diaspora. Over 4.3 million new BVN were issued in the year, reinforcing the system's role in financial inclusion and digital identity. The federal government has directed all shipping companies and airlines in Nigeria to submit cargo manifests through the National Single Window (NSW) platform to improve cargo tracking, transparency, and trade facilitation. Issued by the Ministry of Finance, the directive requires operators to integrate with the NSW, inaugurated in April 2024, to enable single submission of trade documents, faster cargo clearance, reduce bottlenecks, and improve port efficiency. The Lagos State House of Assembly has passed 4,444,590,777,438 naira budget of shared prosperity for 2026 into law. The budget, which was passed on Thursday, prioritizes infrastructure, education, healthcare, economic growth, and social development, with over 52% allocated to capital projects to drive inclusive growth across the states. Speaker Mudashiru Obasa therefore directed the Clerk of the House, Olaleka Onafeku, to forward a clean copy of the budget to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for his assent. In global news, this is business news. Nasiru Usman reporting for Signature TV News.
Trading on the Nigerian exchange on Thursday, January 8, 2026, closed mixed, with turnover and deals declining despite sustained market capitalization growth. A total of 645.02 million shares, valued at 16.42 billion naira, were traded in 44,380 deals, reflecting a 19% drop in turnover and a 10% decline in deals compared to the previous session. Market capitalization rose to 102.8 trillion naira. Out of the 130 equities traded, 32 advanced while 41 declined. Niemetz International Pharmacy led the gainers with 10% share price appreciation, closing at 7 naira 70 kobo per share from an opening price at 7 naira per share, followed by May and Baker Nigeria, which rose with 9.85% to close at 26 naira 20 kobo per share, while eTransact International gained 9.64% to close at 13 naira 65 kobo per share, and Multiverse Mining and Exploration wrapped up Thursday's trading session with 9.51% to close at 21 naira 30 kobo per share. On the losing side, International Energy Insurance came out last with an end-of-day price depreciation of 9.9% at 2 naira 73 kobo per share from an opening price at 3 naira 3 kobo per share, followed by Associated Bus Company declined with 9.88% to close at 4 naira 47 kobo per share. Meanwhile, the benchmark Nigerian Stock Exchange All-Share Index increased by 214.80 points to close at 160,592.76. This is business news in Global News. Chimize Zadima reporting for Signature TV News.
The President of the European Council, Antonio Costa, and the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, met with Lebanese President Joseph Aoun and the Lebanese Prime Minister, Nawaf Salam, during an official visit to Lebanon on Friday. Costa and von der Leyen welcomed the announcement made by the Lebanese army a day after it said that it had taken operational control in the south of the country, while Israel said efforts to disarm Hezbollah fighters were insufficient, raising pressure on Lebanese leaders who fear Israel could escalate strikes. Lebanon has been seeking to place all arms under state control, in line with the November 2024 U.S. brokered ceasefire that ended war between Israel and the Iran-backed Shiite Muslim group Hezbollah. Israel says the truce requires the complete disarmament of Hezbollah, which was badly weakened by its strikes. The army had set a deadline to clear non-state weaponry from the southern area near the Israeli border by the end of 2025, before moving on to other areas of the country. It said on Thursday it had achieved that initial goal, securing areas south of the Litani River, excluding positions still held by Israeli forces, though there was more work to be done clearing unexploded ordnance and tunnels.
Committed to Lebanon, sovereignty and territorial integrity. There is no space for armed militias. They undermine the country's security and stability. I welcome President Aoun's leadership in working to establish the state monopoly on arms. This is a critical step toward ensuring Lebanon's full control over its territory. In that context, I welcome the announcement that the Lebanese army has completed the first phase of Hezbollah disarmament. I also welcome the involvement of civilian representatives from both Lebanon and Israel at this week's meeting of the ceasefire monitoring mechanism. This is a significant step forward.
We also agree that it is crucial that the ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel is fully respected by all parties. Lebanon's sovereignty and territorial integrity has to be upheld. And it is paramount to ensure that Hezbollah is fully disarmed. I therefore very much welcome your announcement yesterday of the completion of the first phase of your disarmament plan south of the Litani River, And I also welcome Lebanon's efforts to engage in dialogue with Israel.
US President Donald Trump indicated on Thursday that Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado was coming to Washington next week. During an interview on Fox News Hannity program, Trump was asked if he plans to meet with Machado following US strikes on Venezuela that resulted in the capture of its president, Nicolas Maduro.
¿Cómo está usted, presidente? Qué maravilla
Qué placer
verlo.
de verle.
Igualmente. Bueno, extraordinario para todos los venezolanos. Empezando porque nuestras actas. Gracias por venir, de verdad. Y a sus hijas. Claro que sí.
The person who actually got the Nobel Prize called me and said, I'm accepting this in honor of you because you really deserved it. A very nice thing to do. I didn't say then give it to me though. I think she might have. She was very nice. And I've been helping her along the way. They need a lot of help in Venezuela. It's a basic.
This will be Trump's first meeting with Machado, who said earlier this week that she hadn't spoken to the US leader since she won the Nobel Peace Prize in October. A serious medical condition with a crew member aboard the International Space Station has led NASA to bring the astronauts and 3 crewmates back to Earth months earlier than planned. The first such emergency return in the orbiting laboratory's 25-year history, senior space agency officials said on Thursday. NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, in a short notice press conference in Washington, told reporters that he and medical officials made the decision to return the astronaut, whom he did not identify, because the capability to diagnose and treat this properly does not live on the International Space Station.
So for over 60 years, NASA has set the standard for safety and security in crewed space flight. In these endeavors, including the 25 years of continuous human presence on board the International Space Station, the health and the well-being of our astronauts is always and will be our highest priority. Yesterday, January 7th, a single crew member on board the station experienced a medical situation and is now stable. After discussions with Chief Health and Medical Officer Dr. J.D. Polk and leadership across the agency, I've come to the decision that it's in the best interest of our astronauts to return Crew 11 ahead of their planned departure. Within the coming days, the Dragon Endeavour spacecraft will depart the International Space Station with Commander Zena Cardman, pilot Mike Fink, Kimya Yui from JAXA, and Oleg Platonov of Roscosmos, and safely return them to Earth. We expect to provide a further update within the next 48 hours as to the anticipated undock and reentry timeline. Over the last 5 months, Crew 11 contributed to the ongoing operations of the space station, conducted extensive scientific research, completed the majority of their mission objectives, and upheld the standards of
The NASA officials did not identify which of the crew 11 mission's 4 astronauts is experiencing the medical issue or describe its nature, citing the crew members' privacy. NASA Chief Health and Medical Officer James Polk said this was not an injury that occurred in the pursuit of operations, meaning it did not happen while the astronaut was working. NASA on Wednesday afternoon called off a planned spacewalk with 2 US astronauts that had been scheduled for Thursday over what it described as a medical concern with an astronaut, later saying in a midnight statement that it was considering ending the astronaut's rotation mission early. The crew includes US astronauts Zena Cardman and Mike Fink, Japanese astronauts Kimiya Yui, and Russian cosmonaut Oleg Platonov. They have been on the space station since launching from Florida in August and were scheduled to return around May this year. Fink, the station's designated commander, and Cardman, assigned as flight engineer, were scheduled to conduct a 6.5-hour spacewalk on Thursday to install hardware outside the station.
About any particular, and as many of you know, we have a very robust suite of medical hardware on board the International Space Station, but we don't have the complete amount of hardware that I would have in the emergency department, for example, to complete a workup of a patient. And in this particular incident, that the medical incident was sufficient enough that we were concerned about the astronaut, that we would like to complete that workup. And the best way to complete that workup is on the ground, where we have the full suite of medical testing hardware. Now, again, because the astronaut is absolutely stable, this is not an emergent evacuation. We're not immediately disembarking and getting the astronaut down. But it leaves that lingering risk and lingering question as to what that diagnosis is. And that means there's some lingering risk for that astronaut on board. And so always we err on the side of the astronaut's health and welfare. And in this particular case, we are doing the same. This was totally unrelated to any operations on board. And of course, we do a huge amount of testing for astronauts before they go to orbit. And they're used to those operational environments. They practice the spacewalk and the pre-breathe many, many, many times. But this was not related to the operations or the spacewalk at all. Yeah, once again, this is not an operational issue. This is not an injury that was that occurred in the pursuit of operations, if that was the question. But unrelated to the operational environment that we have right now. It's mostly having a medical issue in the difficult areas of microgravity, and with the
Nigeria's Super Eagles will be battling Algeria for a place in the semi-finals of the ongoing Africa Cup of Nations, going on in Morocco on Saturday in Marrakech. Both sides progressed through the group stage with a perfect record, the only 2 teams to do so, but that achievement will count for little if either falls at this stage. It sets the tone for what promises to be a compelling contest in Marrakech between two informed sides with little margin for error. Some sports analysts spoke to Signaturetv on the chances of both teams in the crucial encounter.
Yes, because I know, yes, of course, the Algeria team is an uncomparable team. Are you getting me? But in everything, Nigeria is a very good team, because if you watch their last game, you see that they play very, very well. Are you getting me? So Nigerian team is also a good team. So in everything, I see them as a winning team. When I was discussing with my friends, I told them that Nigeria is going to final. So after winning Algeria, I have the confidence that Nigeria will reach the final. it's going to be a very tactical game because the both teams are very good, well organized, and I think Super Eagles will have the upper hands because they have good strikers, good midfielders. We are playing very compact in the defense, and I think we have chances. But Algerians, they are very wonderful in terms of attack. There are Mareks, a lot of quality players coming out from the flank and the midfield too. So I think Super Eagles will win, but it's going to be a slim winning. I think the only problem we have is we play too many times, playing ourselves into trouble, maybe playing out from the backs. That's the only weak point we have, and I think the team also in attacking aspect, we have to be coordinated. You see our last game, the problem between Osimhen and Lookman, so that has to be worked out in the training ground and also in the team so that we'll be more coordinated. But far from that, we have a very solid team, so there is no weak point in the team. The team are very solid, and we've conceded many goals, but thanks to our defense last game, we didn't concede. So that's the good. If you win a game, you don't have to concede.
Truly speaking, Algeria is a good team, more especially on the attacking side. If you can watch their last minutes at the time goal, you will know that they are unpredictable. But I believe that the Super Eagles has all it takes to match head-to-head with them. As far as Super Eagles, most especially Lookman has impressed me. But I will not forget Alex Iwobi. He's the man that has been doing the jobs. But people, I don't see whether they are seeing it the way I'm seeing it. Most of the goals that we have contributed in the AFCON was being scored by Alex Iwobi's contribution.
In that game, I don't see it as an easy game to our Super Eagles because the Algerians they are they are more skillful than our players. So I don't see it as an easy game, but I believe the Eagles will win them. I won't say for sure. If they play better, they will go further. If they don't play a better game, they will lose out.
So that's a revenge for we and Algeria. They have won us before, and now we are going to win them again. They are going to carry the trophy, not only the final. They are going to the final to carry the trophy. Lookman has been a very good player in that tournament. And I like him very, very well. He's putting his interest in that match. I love him very, very well.
Yeah, though I don't normally watch Nigeria football, but I'm wishing them good. They are the best team at the tournament, sisters. They can win. We have the best squad in Africa. Nigeria have the best squad in Africa from the back line to the attacking.
Osimhen will do a lot in that game. Osimhen and this guy, Lookman, they will do a lot in that game because I believe the two, I think they play like a brothers. Even Chukwueze, they play like a brothers. I know that Nigeria must win Algeria.
Honestly, for what I've been seeing so far, they have done well. From the beginning of their first game to their last game is wonderful. And with that hope, we believe that our match coming on Saturday against Algeria is going to be wonderful. So it's going to be a wonderful match. We're going to beat them. We're going to take the point. We're going to excel in the game also. Yeah, Coach Richel has been doing wonderfully well. He's a coach that knows what he's doing. Technically, he's sound. Tactically, he's sound. And I want to advise him to still keep up with what he's doing. There's no doubt about Eagles going to the final. It's certain. It's certain. From what they are doing so far, it's a certain opinion.
That's the news this hour. I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha. Thanks for watching. This is the way you say it.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Good morning, Nigeria. Welcome to Signature Morning on Signature TV. Today is Friday, the 9th day of January 2025. Already 9 days into the new month, and already River State is on the radar again. This constant, prolonged, power tussle between Wike and Fubara is getting more interesting. I mean, just yesterday, the River State House of Assembly formally issued, a notice of gross misconduct against Fubara, restarting impeachment proceedings. And, there is this whole issue of Wike versus Fubara. There are a lot of accusations from Wike as, what Fubara had done, sacking some youths employed under his administration, as well as some other things that Wike has said that Fubara has done. However, we see that several APC governors and even PDP factions have rejected this impeachment move and have openly backed Fubara. So, I mean, this crisis, I'm just wondering how it's going to look like, throughout this year and also, next year, which is the election year. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and up next, we'll bring our newspaper headlines and review your way, so stay tuned. Welcome back. It's time for our headlines, starting with Daily Trust newspaper. And it says boldly how Rivers peace deal collapsed again. Right, and we see that inflation likely to fall below 10% in 2026 from Tinubu. Citizens, businesses express concerns over tax laws. 10 children die of cholera in Taraba. Now on page 11 below it says Kano Assembly justifies Governor Yusuf's planned defection. Afenifere decries terror attacks in Southwest. US withdraws from ECOSOC, 65 other global organizations. And finally, 6 farmers killed in fresh plateau attack. Now looking at the Vanguard newspaper, the headline says on page 5, impeachment, APC Rivers Assembly at war over Fubara deputy. With riders, APC, PDP factions reject impeachment move. Drop impeachment threat against governor. INC, IYC urge assembly. PDP split as Wike's camp backs Rivers Assembly. Lawmakers accuse governor, deputy of misappropriation. Others vow not to receive 2026 budget from Fubara. Adjourned to January 15th. ADC monitoring Rivers crisis yet to take position from the spokesman. Above the mast, FG directs shipping firms, airlines to submit manifest via national single window. US Senate rebukes Trump over Venezuela. 141 million Nigerians poor, while politicians jostle for power. This is from Obi. And Moalu says governors who defect should lose seats. Now, Nigeria attracts $14 billion in foreign investments in 9 months of 2025. Oxford Dictionary adds Mami Market, Amala, other Nigerian words into glossary. Bloodbath in Benue, rival cult gangs kill 6 in supremacy clash. And Finance Minister says FG disburses AFCON bonuses to Super Eagles, that is on sports. All right, let's look at the Nation newspaper. Still on Rivers State, on page 2, it says lawmakers why Fubara should go. And just above the mast, stock market's 100 trillion naira milestone, sign of renewed confidence. Still on the Nation newspaper, federal government explains how lowest income earners will pay zero tax. Page 6 says Lagos Assembly passes 4.4 trillion naira 2026 appropriation bill. And page 3 says NAF pushes for delivery of 12 fighter jets from US. Now to the Punch newspaper. Page 2, Rivers in turmoil. APC leaders intervene as Fubara faces fresh impeachment threat. Assembly accuses governor of constitutional breaches, issues 7-day ultimatum. Rivers APC faction, others back Fubara. Beside the mass insurgency, FG US company planned delivery of 12 attack helicopters. APC ramps up membership e-registration. FG earmarks 1.7 trillion naira in 2026 budget for unpaid contractors. Dangote refinery marketers fuel deal crashes. And below we see that Lagos Assembly passes 4.4 trillion naira 2026 budget. Ogun teenage boy dies during swimming. And finally on the Punch 2027, SAN leads ADC 21-man Constitution Review Committee on page 13. Now let's see what we have on the Guardian newspaper. The Guardian says, page 3, UN climate fight suffers as US exits 66 international bodies and treaties. FG raises 1.1 trillion naira from first 2026 Treasury bills auction. Page 3, still, politicians scrambling for power while Nigerians fall into poverty, Obi laments. And on page 6, very boldly written, Fubara may meet Tinubu as Rivers Row escalates with Assembly probe. Now, BVN enrollment hits 67.8 million and 325 million bank accounts active. Golden hour rule, how gaps in Nigeria's emergency response compound fatalities. Page 27 says NCAA threatens stiffer sanctions over flight delays and cancellations. Tinubu rallies investors to NGX after 100 trillion naira milestone. On the news page 6, tax laws, experts warn of disputes, capital flight despite government assurances. And finally, on the Guardian newspaper, on the business page 17, FG to review tariffs for industrial growth, lower production costs. We've looked at all the headlines on the papers we have this morning, and now for our review, Chris Maduka. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, people of the world. We are here again.
Yes, we are here again,
Glory be to God.
And the headlines are quite interesting. River State is the first thing, all the headlines. Impeachment, APC, Rivers Assembly at war over Fubara.
It's going to turn out to be a very interesting fight, you know, because Fubara is not as vulnerable as he was during the first time of a 6 months benchmark emergency. Now, like I said sometime, Fubara and his underdog status that people are now looking at it has gathered so much moss. You talk about APC Governors Forum. You talk about the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Ahmed Bola Tinubu Jagaban, as the President and the Commander-in-Chief, who is the Principal Officer of APC, also involved and have interest. And talk about the interest of River State, which all the parties in Nigeria has always been. The River State has been the treasure island of Nigerian politicians. Every political party wants to have a control of River State. And now, the question is, will President of Nigeria, will APC sacrifice River State in the interest of Honorable Nyesom Wike, the strong man of river politics? That's where it gets more interesting. For what I know, the Rivers State people do not have a House of Assembly. What they have are puppets who are used in the puppet theater of whoever. So they know who is using them. But we find them, they've never worked on anything that is their opinion. They've been pulled this way, pulled this way, pulled this way, pulled this. Even when they pull in against their will, they just find themselves as pawn in the chessboard of strong politicians, pulling them around. And for once, one would have expected that they will stand up and say, for once, they have an opinion. With all due respect, I lost all my respect for the River State House of Assembly. Why are they involved in so much war? How many wars will they fight for River State to have peace? What is the offense of Fubara that has not been found in the history of world politics, that they keep fighting and fighting and fighting? You know, there's something that happens. What makes them think that once Fubara is out of the way, peace will return to River State? They forget that once you start fighting war, you kill the war is always like some people in your side will be killed, you kill people on the other side, and at the end of it all, people will be harboring enmity. So anytime you fight a war, you are perpetuating war, because war will continue for a long time. You can't kill from my side, kill from my hand, and then say, okay, let's forget. And then, remember, the side that suffer more fatality will be one that will have more heavy burden of vengeance on their hearts. And when they come back, and that's what's happening in Nigeria, we say, stop violence and war for some time, because it's going over time, fed off, and we have peace. But not when you are killing and mass killing, and you are talking about peace. You mean you are deceiving yourself. If the River State people want peace, they should ask the President of the House of Assembly to step aside. They have fought so many wars. And like that allusion, they say no country fights civil war twice and survive. But River State are gearing up for another civil war, political civil war, and we are not sure they will survive it. We wish them luck anyway.
Okay, now this is still on this issue of insurgency. Now the FG and the US company plan to deliver 12 attack helicopters.
Well, they deliver 12 attack helicopters is to advantage. But we, over time, since insurgents and banditry started in Nigeria, we find the budget for security increases. We find rumors, unverified rumors, that the people involved in that sector has found a gold mine. So they don't want even the banditry and insurgents and terrorism to stop, because once that is on, they will be having increase in their budget all the time. That is internal. From the external side, people have said, if you cannot keep your house at peace, the international community who have manufactured these helicopters and missiles will be pushing you to have violence in your home country so that they will supply you weapons. And that is another thing that we have not found out. Supplying you, are they for the Christmas? If they tell you how much dollars that have exchanged, when people are poor and hungry in Nigeria, we are using 12 attack helicopters. If I tell you, or they manage to tell you, that is if they manage to tell us the truth, how much it costs Nigeria, you find out that we are planting seed with squirrel in our bags. We are planting them thinners, and that's how, is it how Nigeria, delayed Nigeria will march to development? We are at the point we should concentrate on development. That's why we are spending all we have to defend Nigeria from internal insurgents and banditry, which some people have pumped into us and keep us fighting forever, so that we depend on them for weaponry. That is international politics that Nigerian leaders should think about. Why not? Okay, when people say do not negotiate with terrorists, fight, fine, that's an opinion. Some people say fight them. At what cost? Now, if you negotiate, at what cost? I think we put political and economic factors when we are talking about banditry, and know which one costs us better and which one will pay us and give us long-term peace. Otherwise, we have fetched firewood infested and ant-infested firewood, and now countries that manufacture weapons have called on us for uninvited visits. And then what they do have? They'll be developing the economy, selling us weapons while we are here cleaning ourselves.
Exactly. All right, now these unpaid contractors, federal government has earmarked about 1.7 trillion naira in the 2026 budget for them.
There's a saying in Igbo land, if a debtor, after fighting, he must pay. It's on record that the federal government is owing them. So they better start mapping out, like they've mapped out. And if they map out, let them disburse. Because some contractors have died because they borrowed money from banks to execute federal government project. And they are old, and some of them have died of hypertension. So, in Alwara, it's better now it gives a lot of reflection, it costs a lot of reflection for anybody who wants to be a federal government contractor in Nigeria. It used to be a time when they say you're a contractor for the federal government, people will be calling you for chieftaincy title. Because they know when you deliver, they pay you, and you have an increase in the returns, and then you use it again to bid for another contract. It's not when you bid for one contract in Nigeria, they give it to you, and that will be your debt trap. You go there and die because you finish work after going around, even from friends, and say, I have a contract, this is the paper. You show them, they give you money, banks will give you. At the end of it, of 5 years, you are still wasting saliva, pursuing. And before you know it, the government will change hands. And that will go into a voicemail. And the man will eventually look at the family and then commit suicide. Some of them have died of this. So federal government pay contractors because you are owing. And it's on record you are owing. And government is continuing. So let them pay them. Because they are paying. If it's not, they are paying. They are not owing the people that are bringing to Kano jets for us to fight insurgents. So why should you pay them? Because if you do not pay such contractors, they eventually become a security risk, and you will be importing so much those kind of jets to fight internal, where you are the person breathing insecurity. Once we are able to clear internal debt, then we can look at the external debt, because internal is more important than external, because the only external is I won't borrow you again. But internal person you are owing, with the nibbling at everything you have, it becomes a security risk for you internally.
Well, speaking on that, I mean, Obi is lamenting again about, the state of Nigeria, that politicians are scrambling for power while Nigerians fall into poverty. One of the papers even gave a number, about 141 million Nigerians poor, while politicians jostle for power, and this is coming from Obi.
We have said that several times here. We are not telepathying with Obi. We never thought about it, but we see the fact. Whatever the people say, whatever two people can see is no more a secret. The fact is that Nigerians are every day sliding into poverty, and the figures they are giving us, rightly or wrongly, let's take an average. Assuming it's 100 million Nigerians are sliding into poverty every day, while we're over 200 million or something. It means we are not at home. So it's not because it's coming from Obi that we are saying it. After Obi is saying whatever he feels is true. But if other people see that Nigeria is sliding into poverty, while our politicians are busy, we cried about it on these decks. Since I said, why are we talking about 2027, the first half of the first year that this government came into power? They have started campaigning, and that's true. Obi has cried about it. Some people have cried about poster everywhere. For 6 months, we have not seen anything, and people have started campaigning for the return of the government, and that has made all of them to continually find themselves doing the same thing. Then nobody is bothering about how to get the people to go into welfare. All they are doing is how do we go back into power. Nobody is concerned about the welfare of Nigerians. Everybody wants campaigning, horse trading, doing all the manner of things they are doing. And that is why we think they should, at this time, rethink. Because there's no power you will get without the people. For some time, because of their corruption in politics, rigging and all, they think Nigerians doesn't matter in their return to power, and they just talking to themselves, thinking that is it. But I believe one day, monkey will go market, go return.
Now, Moalu is saying that governors who defect should lose their seats. Now, do you share that same,
I share anybody, not just governors, who defect. Nigerian constitution should go back and have an amendment on that and have it clearly, because that is destruction of our democracy. You can never build democracy on that. You collect mandate from Uche, and then you go to Chris without finishing the mandate I gave you and without relinquishing. You call it, that's stealing. That's democratic stealing. And they will not see it because it favors some party. When it's against them, that's when they talk. Assuming all the people who belong to APC are defecting into other parties, probably they would have spoken. But now people are coming to them because they hold the carrot. It's not good that when you are in power, you cannot be objective to maintain that system that brought you into power. You destroy it and go. APC, like PDP did, they are now fed of struggling for survival. They know power is, it fizzles away. So whenever you are there, do what you do for the future of Nigeria. But Nigerian politicians don't think about future of Nigeria. Whatever they do, the here and now. They don't think about us. They don't think about the people. They don't think how to strengthen the system so that other people will come. And then run away to other countries of the world where system has been strengthened, where institutions gather power, and where is the rule of law. Over time, it might not be sweet, but over time, it starts paying. But when it affects you, you fight and clean it up. If it affects another person, because you cannot, you can't benefit from a system and then cross, or when you cross the bridge, you allow it to fall. That is insensitivity. That's wickedness, and that has been practically what Nigerian politicians have done. And that's not good for our future democracy. And that's why in Africa, once in a while, you find the army that we have forgotten exists come back to power. Because what they expect to see is not there. Only decadence. We are sliding back instead of growing in democracy. We are sliding back and find us, when the army come back, the whole all our political and democratic development will start all over. That's shame on Africa. I don't know when we are going to grow beyond this.
Well, let's look at the international community. The United States is on the headline. It says that the U.S. Senate rebukes Trump over Venezuela, and it says that the United States exits 66 international bodies and treaties, and then it's affecting the UN climate.
But, there's an era. There's always time for everything. Like the Bible we read in Ecclesiastes said, there is time for everything. There was time for UN, where the whole world gather in UN. But over time, like UN is not meeting up with the interests of the world. They just gather there. You see people that work there, they go into every country with a diplomatic status. They go into you still wondering what they do. A lot of money that gather at UN, all the world want to. And then whatever is making the UN to weaken, which is one of the strongest powers in the world that the US has shown the defect of UN, that no system is perfect. Because whatever is making US to pull away from 66 agencies of UN that they belong shows that US has lost that confidence in UN, and which means other countries will start seeing it, because if they're the most powerful nation of the world as it is now, or one of the most powerful, then they're leading in thought and indeed a world. Some people will pull away, and they may even come and say, if you want to be a friend to US, you must not be a friend to UN. And then imagine when that happens, a lot of countries and the UN will collapse. So the UN has been overrated and is losing its powers, because I've never seen where they use that power. They've used Africa. Nigeria has contributed to UN security keeping, but Nigeria has suffered insurgency and banditry for 20 years. UN kept mute. And they have security committee, which Nigeria has been fighting to belong to. And we will still belong there. Travel, the cost of attending UN meeting to go and address that. All the Nigerian head of state or presidents have addressed UN almost every year. No, they don't think about, they would have, Nigeria does not belong to the agenda. So, if the US finds that they can survive without UN, good luck to US. But it shows there's a crack in UN. There's so many, and this is started during COVID. When the US felt that there is a lot of things that UN is not telling us about COVID. They first pull out from World Health Organization and then be on their own and fought the COVID. Because, you remember, when the foundation is not right, the people suffers.
All right, just before we go, let's look at these tax laws. Experts are warning of dispute capital flight, despite government assurances of the tax law and how it would work.
Let me ask you, Uche, if you are a foreign investor, you want to come to Nigeria, the NLC said suspend tax law. The NAS said what we approved is not what is gadgeted. The people of the world are saying this tax law, we don't understand it, is going to affect. Are you going to bring your money into Nigeria now? Until this dust of tax in Nigeria settles, no investor will bring his money here. And how does it settle? They will first of all study the document of tax law, see where it affects them and what it affects them. And whenever you are talking about tax, the internal people are crying. So imagine what will happen to somebody who brings his money here. If you bring the $100 and they will tax you $50, what are you going to use to run your investment? So there are so many critical things. Whenever you mention tax, people of the world do not like it. Nobody likes to be taxed. But you have to be diplomatically and politically and creatively make it good and know when you are taxing is something that can pay that tax. You don't just fix tax law and expect everybody to fall in line. People have even explaining the tax law up till now. Most Nigerians, I will tell you, 98% of Nigerians do not understand what tax law. And you say you have started implementing it. When people talk, you talk from your side and say, it must be January 1. Today is 9th. So we are 9 days into the new tax law. Still, most Nigerians who are supposed to do that do not understand it. That will tell you some defects about the tax law. We do not say we are not going to pay tax. After all, since the inception of Nigeria, Nigerians have been paying tax. But what we are saying, when there's change, carry people along, explain it the way they will understand, sell it to the people. But if you feel that the people do not matter, we are into practicing dictatorship. Then you put the law, put it on them and say you must fall into line and all. That's why we still have, after 6 months or 8 months of fighting for tax law, when the tax law was eventually passed, we're still talking about it. There is some gaps. The federal government and the Ministry of Finance and all the people involved in this tax law have not covered. Until it's covered, they will still have this rumor. Even when people are forced to pay it, they will still be complaining. And one time in it, where is the patriotism? Why do you expect them when people are paying you tax and are complaining? Like in Nigeria, what is the essence? Spiritually and physically, it doesn't work. Because somebody may give you money. Like they say in Nigeria, when people are collecting bribes, standing on the road, they say, give you money and say, go and eat this money and die. You go and eat it and eventually some people die. I don't know whether it's a prayer. Right, so let it not be that way, that when people pay tax, they say, carry this money, go and die. And, well, we wish Nigeria well, and we say, God bless everybody who has joined us this morning. God bless you, Chair. God bless Signaturetv. God bless me too. But remember that God's blessings are meant for those who deserve to be blessed.
Thank you, Chris, for your review this morning. That was Chris Maduka on our newspaper review and also the headlines this morning. We'll be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
New every morning on Signaturetv, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of our numbers, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signaturetv.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Super Eagles held a full training session on Wednesday amid growing speculation surrounding Victor Osimhen, Ademola Lookman, and reports of an unpaid bonus standoff ahead of Nigeria's move to Marrakech. The atmosphere in camp remains focused and united, with players and officials working to keep distractions away from the team's AFCON 2025 campaign. Contrary to online reports suggesting unrest, the Galatasaray forward was present and actively involved in training. It was gathered that the brief pitch side disagreement was settled on the same night it occurred, following swift intervention from senior officials. The chairman of the National Sports Commission, NSC, Shehu Diko, alongside other officials, stepped in to address the situation, with both players reaffirming their commitment to the team. With internal issues resolved and logistics back on track, Nigeria appear fully focused on the task ahead, on and off the pitch. The chairman of the National Sports Commission, NSC, Shehu Deko, says all financial entitlements of Super Eagles players and officials have been resolved. The news agency of Nigeria, NAN, reports that Deko's remarks followed reports of players threatening to boycott training and travel to Marrakech for Saturday's match against Algeria. Deko told NAN that President Bola Tinubu had approved the Super Eagles AFCON 2025 budget since November 2025, aligning the NSC, NFF and players. He, however, explained that approval and processing were different stages, but assured players that funds have been approved and were being released. The NSC DG said meetings were held with the NFF, team captain, co-captain and senior players to agree on tournament bonuses. He noted that the players understood their incentives and accepted the terms before the tournament began. He said the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) were working to ensure timely disbursement. The Super Eagles have won all their matches so far, scoring 12 goals en route to the quarterfinals. The Confederation of African Football (CAF) has named Somali referee Omar Atan to officiate the Africa Cup of Nations quarter-final clash between Nigeria's Super Eagles and Algeria. Atan, who is among the referees selected for the 2026 FIFA World Cup, is widely recognized as one of Africa's most respected match officials. The high-stakes encounter will take place at the Stade de Marrakech on Saturday, reviving memories of the 2019 AFCON semi-final, where Algeria edged Nigeria 2-1. Barcelona's Lamine Yamal has been ranked the most valuable footballer in the world in the latest CS Football Observatory valuation released for January. CS ranked Yamal as the most valuable player in the world with an estimated market value of €343.1 million, well ahead of second-placed Erling Haaland, which has €255.1 million of Manchester City, and Kylian Mbappe, €201.3 million of Real Madrid. At just 18 years old, Yamal's valuation dwarfs many established stars and reflects his exceptional impact at FC Barcelona, where he has steadily risen in profile since emerging from La Masia. He played a central role in the club's 2024/2025 La Liga title, Copa del Rey and Spanish Super Cup success, while also starring for Spain internationally, winning the European Championship in the summer of 2024. In golf, LPGA Tour star Lexi Thompson was in the building on the day the league announced the formation of WTGL, featuring LPGA stars competing at SoFi Center beginning in late 2026, preparing for a launch in winter 2026/2027. After the upcoming LPGA season, the WTGL will feature the world's best women golfers competing across a season of fast-paced team match play in the SoFi Center in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. TGL, a prime-time golf league featuring 6 schools of 4 players competing in a fast-paced form of team golf, was founded in 2022 by Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy's TMRW Sports in partnership with the PGA Tour. The league, which also plays in the SoFi Center, launched last year and its 7th team is joining in 2027. In cricket, Australia squeaked home to a 5-wicket victory over England in the 5th Ashes Test after a nervy final day in Sydney. The host dominance over the series reflected in securing a 4-1 scoreline.
What the third umpire's done there, because there's a murmur. There'll be a little bit of action out in the middle now. Brian Carson's a competitor. He feels he's been hard done to, and he has been. Harry Brooks involved now. Everyone's involved. Finally, the Ashes have come to life.
They're firing up. It's certainly not Jake Weatherall's fault.
Yep.
As we come to a close of the series, temperatures are rising. That will annoy the English. Weatherall gets creative, very first ball.
Final ball, the overcast to Weatherall. Oh, and that will annoy Cast. Weatherall starting to look in good touch.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
Welcome back to Signature Morning. Now, for a long time, for years, Enugu State has largely operated within a familiar political framework, which is the PDP. But, recent alignments and restructuring with the APC is changing that status quo. And that brings us to discuss the future of Enugu State in the hands of the APC. And with us this morning in the studio is Dr. Ben Woye, who is the chairman of the All Progressives Congress, ENUGU. You're welcome to our studio this morning. Thank you for coming.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Good morning. Now, I'll start with what this means exactly for Enugu State and Enugu people, because looking at the history of Enugu State under, a particular party, PDP, and now the shift to the ruling APC, what does it mean for the Enugu people and Enugu politics?
It simply means that now the Enugu people are part of the central government. Enugu people are part of the renewed hope agenda. And Enugu people will participate totally when there's a discussion about Nigerian people. It also means that in the Southeast, the fragmented type of politics is over, where you have Southeast with only 5 states before now, had 4 political parties controlling the Southeast. You have a PDP then in Enugu, you have APGA in Anambra, then you have Labour in Abia, and you have APC in Imo and Ebonyi. This is not the way our forebearers played politics. So we were the only fragmented zone. So the leadership that Governor Peter Mba had shown is such a way that he's pulling us, not just Enugu people, but by joining, he made that majority of the southeastern government are now in the center. Because if you look at the order of protocol, when you ask, we are now, I think, about the Southeast, the Igbos, Ndibo, we are now at about number 6 or number 7. That is the deputy speaker. It had never happened. The tripod that guided Nigeria, that tripod that we are standing on, the Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, it has been either we are number 1, number 2, or number 3. But how come we fell off that cliff? So what going on to the center means is that we will participate when it comes discussing the fate of Nigeria. Ndibo will be part of it. I recall that when we talk about Ndibo, they are not restricted to just Southeast. The Southeast is only the homogeneous zone in the entire 6 geopolitical zone. But Ndibo are spread all over the country. Outside indigenous people, in any city, in any zone that you go to, Ndibo will be the next highest number. But how come we don't participate? So we need to, the point of moving to that movement, the grand movement, is moving Ndibo to their place in politics. So when discussion is being done, we'll be part of it. Look at what happened. After the then Minister of Science and Tech resigned, the Enugu State, in particular, had the opportunity to participate in the process of the new nomination. How? Through our dear Governor Peter Mba. Before now, it would be someone outside Enugu State, or some people outside Enugu State will participate. Because if you don't go to the Progressives Governors meeting, if you are not close to the center, you will not be part of it. Appointments were being made whereby people from Abia State, Imo State, Ebonyi State, we are the one nominating their relatives or friends from Enugu. And sometimes it wouldn't be the best.
That brings me to ask, I'm wondering, and I'm sure a lot of other people are wondering, whether to achieve all of this, there must be an alignment to the center, because most people think that this movement is more of elite defections rather than, all that you've mentioned. And a lot of people are also wondering, just like I am, why can't these things that you've mentioned be achieved with or without aligning to the center? Must there be an alignment to the center to achieve this?
Yes, I just told you the example of where we are as in Igbo. Number 6 in the order of protocol. We played up to this day, up to the October 14th, when we moved, when the entire PDP in Enugu State, they moved, the grand movement. Southeast had played fragmented politics, emotional politics. It doesn't work. And when Governor Peter Ndubizimba made that decision, he made it conscientiously, knowing the benefit it will bring, aligning it to the ground. It's not just about when you say that it's cosmetic. No, politics are also about ideology. If you have in Abia State one ideology playing out, Anambra State a different ideology, Enugu a different ideology, we can't come together. So what has happened is that we are coming together based on that movement. And what you get into it is, look at Governor Peter Ndubizimba heading different committees. Now, the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, came to Enugu, saw what was happening. We recall that not long ago, we couldn't do business on Monday. It was a Monday sit at home. So when this man introduced the security architecture that he brought into bear, that made us, Enugu State, awoken again, and we went up on our internally generated revenue, went up because business started booming again in Enugu. Tourism started booming. Mr. President came in and he looked at it. When Governor Peter Ndubizimba joined the APC, you see that he's heading a committee that's responsible. He's now responsible for looking at examining all the security, where they are training security men and women, because he saw what is happening in Enugu State. And he wanted to borrow a leaf from it, because you can't have a secured Enugu State if Anambra is not secure, Ebonyi is not secure, Benue is not secure, Cross River is not secured, and Abia and Imo, they are not secured. You want to expand it. So that idea that, okay, we are now working together. This is a progressive-minded governor who is pushing the roof in terms of the ideology in developing Enugu State. Let us see if we can develop the entire country, getting those ideas. Because when Igbos are in power, better things happen, better leadership occur. But if we decide to live exclusively, that we can just live in Enugu, a tight corner, and expand Enugu, and the rest of it is not being expanded, then we don't live in that island called Enugu. We travel. So that movement changed the narrative. That movement allowed us to participate in national discourse. When there's a NEC meeting, for example, the APC meeting, I was there, the last NEC meeting, and our governor is not just an ordinary governor. Peter Bai is a super brand. So when he comes in, people know that somebody has come in. People know that an Igbo leader has emerged. People know that a new Nigerian is possible. So when you have a man who has led with purpose, clarity of purpose, a man who has idea and agenda, and those ideas that he preached before he became the governor, that he talked about, people thought it was impossible. But today we can feel it, we can touch it. When he says he's going to build X amount of roads, tens of thousands of roads, people thought it's impossible. When he says he's going to transform the educational system, people thought he's joking. Now, all those things are there. 260 smart green school everywhere.
That brings me to also ask you about this renewed hope agenda, because you mentioned it when you were speaking earlier. So how has that, interpreted in Enugu State right now? Can you tell us, particularly when it comes to the ward level interventions, tell us how it has impacted wards, how the renewed hope agenda and the ward development has impacted Enugu State and the wards under it?
Now, the World Bank supported renewed hope agenda. What it is supposed is going to empower 1,000 persons per ward. Enugu State has 260 wards. So we're talking about 260,000 human beings that will be lifted off from poverty. We are in the process, at this moment, we are in the process of generating the information. And it's not done on party line. Word by word, we are getting names from the faith-based group, from the faith-based group, the Christians, the Muslims, and all the faith-based community, from the community leaders, from trade association, from market women. We are generating names for now, which will be part of that 260. And by the way, our dear Governor Peter Ndubuisimba is the person in charge of, is the coordinator for the entire Southeast on that program. That wouldn't have been possible if he was not part of the Progressives Governors Group. So by the time it's done, by the time we are done with the generation of name, and by the way, it's not just fictitious name. You can't do that, because we are getting not just the name, we're getting name, we're getting their NIN, and we're getting their account number and their bank account. They'll be receiving 100,000 per month, not for them to go and begin to enjoy themselves or whatever, but to support their business, whether it's a farm business that they are doing, or any of the agro business, agro-linked business, or any other business that they are already doing, a small-scale business. What that will do, whether it's a small artisan buying tools for what they are doing, is that it will lift 1,000 persons per ward off the poverty line. And we are still at the prime of it in generating names. And it's being done across. We're not saying you are not APC, you are PDP. No, we are looking for the poor of the poor. And those who are working, but they are working poor, we are lifting them off, including the low-tech and high-tech people. We are lifting them off poverty. That's what it's supposed to do. 100,000.
So is it just focused on poverty alleviations? Are there other aspects that this intends to cover, like maybe infrastructure or other things, apart from just sending money to people?
No, it's not just about sending money. It's not infrastructure in the way you say it. It is not sending money to people, because some successive government have done that. It is supporting the business. So we're not sending money. You had the Empower where people were paid, unemployed, we were paid 50,000 naira monthly, done by the former president Muhammadu Buhari. No, this one targets people who are employed, but they need, they need hands up. They need support for their business. Whether you are growing chicken, or you are a fish farmer, or you are a small welder on the street who needs certain tools. So the focus is on enabling individuals to empower themselves. It's financial enablement. Call it grants. And the grant is a grant that will run for some time. There'll be training involved, and there'll be grant to support the training. So you're not just receiving money where every month you see an alert without something showing up. No, but at the end of the day, is that we're going to lift people off poverty. But you're not looking at using the money to build road or to build other. No, we have other sources. If you look at the budget, you have other source for that kind of funding. This is on human development. This is targeted directly at, if you're not the stomach infrastructure, but it's targeted on the human development, not money you give anyone to go and help themselves in a beer parlor. No.
So how aware are people in these wards of this thing going on now? How do you get across to those people who actually need the money? What is the process like? How do you get to them to get their names on the list so that they can be beneficiaries of this?
Okay. I told you, I mentioned through community leadership. You have the traditional institution in every ward. Even in the cities, there are traditional institutions. We have the trade associations. We have the what do you call them? The church. We have the mosque, the imams. We have the pastors, the bishops, the reverends. These are the people we are working with. Because these are people that when there's an issue within their environment, they know. If you go into, for example, you go into the market, you have the leadership of the Almater. You tell them that this is available, then they help in spreading the information. And it depends on where you live. You generate those numbers. Then we have coordinators. It's not done on partisan basis. The coordinators are the ones pushing the forms. So, but you have to have those numbers, your NIN. You have to have bank accounts. You have to have bank. You have to have something you are doing or something you wish to do. So it's like, okay, you want to learn how to grow tomatoes. You don't have the skill. You don't know how to start, but you want to. You'll be reading about it. These are kind of people. Or you're already growing tomato, but you want to expand it. You want to expand the scope. Once you get in, then you're getting that money to support the business, which at the end of the day is to lift our people off poverty. We are building human. We are developing human being, not the infrastructure. The infrastructure now is about human infrastructure.
Now, Dr. Nwoye, you know that there is this thing that is very common when it comes to this type of initiatives or agendas, where most people end up not being beneficiaries or end up saying that they did not receive this money. So what then happens when some people in Enugu State, say that this renewed hope never reached their ward or never, they didn't get to partake in it? Who takes the responsibility? What then happens?
The coordinators will take responsibility. But I'll tell you what, let us not be presumptuous, negatively presumptuous. But while I understand your point, that corruption is, that's the word you're trying to avoid it, that in a system where money is flowing, that corrupt-minded people almost always find a way to percolate into the system and hijack things. It will happen everywhere and all those stuff. That's why I mentioned the numbers. The money is not going to be paid like where you go and pull cash. You can trail the money. Most things happening now in our system, you can trail it. You can follow the money. You can say, okay, here is how much has come into Enugu State. Here we have 17 local government. We are just concentrating in Enugu. 17 local government. Here's the money that was sent by. Remember, it's World Bank assisted. This money they are matching it and they are following it. They'll try the money. If you say that you decided to pull off, let's say in this case that I'm one of the coordinators, and I decided to that, how am I going to divert it? When we have, if in my own word, and you have to produce 1,000 names with 1,000 NIN, with 1,000 bank accounts. You can't go through me. These are the system in place. Before, it used to be that in certain places they put kind of a middle person, a middle woman. Let me use middle woman. They've overused middle man. They put a middle woman like you, and the middle woman will decide to make a decision on who to get or who not to get. We can't do that because it's been tried. And then in some instances, fictitious names are written. And when those names are written, but things are different now. If money is paid into an account, it's not being dragged through the Ghana must go. It's not being pushed into one person's account to say you be the channel of distribution. Things are done in a way that is traceable. So the first thing is the question that you asked before. How do we get people? People need to make themselves available. In some cases, down here, it affects almost all the Igbo states. When these things are going on, and you tell people, they are doubtful. Just like the statement you make. They say, oh no, it's just politicians. They will eat the money. Please, nobody will eat the money. Then secondly, they are afraid of releasing their information. They say, oh, they want even a poor person has zero money, 0 naira in their account. They say they want to use my account for 419. Please, that's not the case. Release your information to the rightful coordinators to enable us have this product or project done in Enugu State. So these are some of the issues, is getting those numbers and getting people to believe that they will actually benefit from this program. Because if you don't convince, I'll tell you what, when the Empower came on board, do you know that I was a chairman of APC in those days, and I had to bring some high-tech people into my office and plead with people to come in and register. They never believed it until the first phase passed. We had mostly people who believed, who partook then. There are people from the Enugu North zone. Enugu West came last in participation, and Enugu East came next, kind of next to last, because we're a distant stop. And then, but a lot of people who believe the system from the Suka zone participated. Many got laptop. People didn't believe it. Because if I tell you now that government, through the World Bank Assistance Program, will be giving you 100,000 naira monthly for sustained for some amount of time. Many don't believe that.
How long would this 100,000, for how long? Is there a duration?
I guess there's a duration, but I don't have the number now. There's a duration because, again, it's measurable. And this is like grant. It's not like money you say you bring back, but they will monitor what they are doing, so, and then you pick up, then you're good to go.
All right. Now let's go back to the APC. You know, looking at the recent political climate where there seems to be a lot of defections, and before PDP was the ruling party, and all of a sudden massive defections now to the APC. Now, looking into the future, what if there is another mass defection from the APC to another party that could possibly be the ruling party at that time? Where then does that leave Enugu State?
You know, politics is dynamic and change is constant. Those like myself, people who manage political parties, we think through those processes. We know that it could happen. I believe you intentionally avoided mentioning ADC. They are gathering, and we are aware they are gathering. They are gathering everywhere. They are gathering in Enugu. They are gathering. We don't discountenance them. We know that we have opposition, and we acknowledge that they are strong opposition, and we acknowledge that they are preaching alternative theory. But what we do is put things on ground. What we do is that our job will showcase for us. Before now, things you see happening in Enugu State was almost like impossible. So if you are going to come to say, let's start with Enugu State, where I represent, where I am the chairman, you want to displace Pitamba. You will be speaking from theory, from a piece of paper. The next campaign, when it comes up in 2027, or by the end of this year, actually, sometime in, I think it should be sometime in November or so, October, November, when it comes, we, APC, will be speaking from standpoint of reality. You will say you're going to do. The next person who's running from either PDP or from ADC will say, I am going to build a road from here to 9 Mile. We will be saying, we have built a road from here to 9 Mile. The next person will be saying, I am going to put up the school academic infrastructure. We will be saying that we have built 260 functional schools. So we'll be telling you things that, of course, by then we'll also be saying at the national level, and we say, I'm going to lift 1 million people from poverty. We'll be saying we have lifted over.
You know why I asked this question is, you know, when you earlier said aligning to the center, so it just got me wondering, what if the center changes? What if, you know, that's why I asked that question. So we move again to align with the center.
And that's why I told you that politics is dynamic.
Yeah.
And change is constant. People, at one point, people say that PDP will rule this country forever. In fact, they put themselves at 50 years. I don't know why they put a 50-year mark. But others, even in Enugu State, I started with ACN, and they used to say there is no opposition in Enugu State. I ran for Senate under ACN. People laughed at me. ACN metamorphosed into APC. When I was running APC, people laughed at me. So politics is dynamic.
Yeah.
And then those who laughed at me were not in the same APC. So of course, change is constant. That's why I say that those who manage any political party, as successful as it may be, you have to be aware that competition is out there. You have to keep your thinking hat on. You have to always be in your feet to do better. What happened to PDP could happen to anyone, including APC. PTP self-destruct. We are guided by that example. We don't want to learn by our own experience. We are learning from the experience of others. People ruled this country for 16 years. We have not done that. And at their heyday, they were everywhere, to the point that they boasted that there's no opposition. Okay, so I can't sit here now and boast that there's no opposition. There's opposition.
course.
They are well and they are alive. And I have planned to defeat the opposition.
Well, that's a good one. Thank you, Dr. Ben Woye, for joining us this morning and being a part of Signature Morning. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you very much.
All right, that is Dr. Ben Woye, Chairman, APC, ENUGU State, talking on the future of ENUGU State in the hands of the All Progressives Congress. Signature Morning will be back in a moment.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
What I found most rewarding in being a community health nurse is my interaction with the society, my interaction with the village women. Because we're taking this health to the grassroots, and that is the primary healthcare initiative. And this primary healthcare initiative is about bringing healthcare to where people live and work. And what do? We do health education, telling them what they need to do to remain healthy. We talk about maternal and child health care, she already rightly said. When we talk about pregnant women, take care of them. They go through the antenatal to ensure that at the end of the pregnancy, we have a life baby and a life mother. We talk about environmental sanitation, which is a topic of this year's annual health day. Wellness through personal and environmental hygiene. In that environmental sanitation, we talk about how do you keep your environment clean? How do you take care of your environment so that the environment will be healthy? We talk about clearing the bushes around. We talk about destroying or doing away with empty containers that may likely contain water that mosquito would love to breed there. Then we talk about food and nutrition. How do we make the village women, how do we, the village people, how do we ensure that they have good nutrition? We don't want to talking about burger, talking about fried rice. We know how local food that they need to eat to be healthy. Then we talk about essential drugs. There are some drugs that are in essential drug list. That is essential. When you talk about essential, it means a drug that is mostly needed.
Can you reel out some?
We talk about anti-malaria because our area is we have malaria in our society. We talk about worm expellers. We talk about painkillers. We talk about antipyretic. We talk about small antibiotics. Antibiotics that will help them to remain healthy.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesday.
Welcome back. Now, Rivers is once again at the center of a high-stakes political confrontation between Governor Fubara and his predecessor Nyesom Wike, and the Rivers Assembly, starting impeachment proceedings on the governor and his deputy. Well, we have with us, joining us via Zoom from Port Harcourt, is Chief Obonna Nwuke, who is former Federal House of Reps member, here to talk on Sim Fubara versus Nyesom Wike and the scramble for Rivers State. Thank you for joining us on Signature Morning. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Now, what exactly would you say is the problem between Fubara and Wike? From your vantage point, at what point did the relationship between Fubara and Wike collapse? What is the reason for this feud?
I would like to trace it. The immediate cause certainly is the issue of who should be a leader of the APC in Rivers. And I think this crisis germinated as soon as it became clear that Fubara filled the form 001. And the APC is leaning behind Fubara, saying that Fubara, as governor, a serving and sitting governor, is the leader of the party in the state. And I think all of these controversies that we are seeing resulting in the use or misuse of the impeachment clause at this time is a product of the power play that is underway. Okay, and quite frankly, the APC is saying that the FCT minister is not a member of the party, at least not for now, and that going by convention is constitution, and of course, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria recognizes not a godfather, but the governor of a state as the leader of that state. And the APC's constitution aligns clearly with that perspective. And I think this is at the center, some interplay of power. Of course, you know that the minister has been touring the River State of late and has had meetings too, well known, with members of the House of Assembly who are part of his supposed political structure. So this is the thing. I think that there's no other. I don't think that the issue here is an issue of who has committed an impeachable offense. It is an issue of who is supreme when it comes to who is in charge of Rivers.
All right, so then what would you say is, because Wike accused or insists that Fubara violated a peace agreement brokered by President Tinubu. What is your stance on that? Do you think that that is just an excuse by Wike to further interfere in River State politics, or do you see a point with what he said?
I think most people in Rivers are bewildered by this constant reference to agreement. What kind of agreement? What agreement is the minister referring to? You recall that the last peace bid was likely between the Rivers players. They only went to the president to say to the president that they have reconciled. And that point must be made. So it's not a question of saying to us as Nigerians that Governor Fubara has reneged on an agreement that was reached between Wike and himself. before the president. You know, but for me, these are facades. Okay. I think what is clearly becoming evident is that in supporting Fubara to be governor, perhaps there was the thinking in some corners that somebody will remote control the governor and take charge of the state from behind. That is not happening. And this is the basic reason why at every turn and twist, Rivers, the image of the Rivers State is being dragged to the mud. It is unfortunate that people do not understand where their limits begin and where their limits end. But they're hiding under agreements. What agreements? What agreement is Minister Wike talking about? Okay, and let's be clear on this. Both belong to the People's Democratic Party. Up to this time, Wike still remains a member of the People's Democratic Party. Fubara has moved on. He is a member of the APC. And in Rivers State here, Fubara enjoys organic support. Most people here think, honestly, that Wike has had his way as governor for 8 years, and that the governor that they elected should be allowed to govern the state. The only point of departure here is that Wike is insisting I brought him, and so I'll remove him if he doesn't listen to me. That's exactly what we are seeing here. All these other ones about impeachment and no impeachment, they're all facade. Okay, the resources is a resource war. Somebody wants to control the resources of River State. Somebody wants to control the power apex of River State. And this issue of structure and no structure, let's be clear on that too, that Rivers has always had the structure. We have had structures. Those structures delivered the PDP over the years. One governor serving and leaving the structure behind for another governor to inherit. That's it. Now, there's an attempt to personalize this structure and make it look like somebody owns it. And maybe in Rivers, we'll be forced someday not to pray to God. We'll be forced to pray to Wike, and then possibly, perhaps it's time to change the name River State to Wike State. Maybe that will satisfy him, and then he will let all of us live in peace.
So how then would you say the Rivers House of Assembly is, how independent would you say the Rivers House of Assembly is? Because the legislators insist that their move is not influenced by Wike. So what do you see playing out among the members of the House of Assembly in Rivers State?
You see, I think that the legislature, honestly, should be independent. As a former lawmaker, I believe that the once elected members of the House represent the interests of the constituents. And if you are looking at what is playing out, if you are listening to what is happening on ground, most Rivers people are appalled by what is going on, right? And it will not be the desire of Rivers people to truncate a government that they elected. And so this should be made very clear. What is going on is the imposition of the will of one man against the will of a great majority, and the inability of lawmakers in Rivers to separate themselves from the support for somebody who elected them, and who rather nominated them, and then support for the state. I think that's where we differ.
All right. So let's look at Wike's influence and, federal power as a whole. Do you think that Wike's position as the FCT minister gives him some form of unfair leverage, over a sitting governor?
This, I think that would be for rational minds to really decide, because we can see these events playing out before us. Somebody who is supposed to be the minister in Abuja, who refers to himself as 001 in Abuja, won't let somebody else who is governor of Rivers State to exercise the executive powers of a governor. And so you need to nominate commissioners. You require Wike's approval. And so the issue is no longer whether functions delegated by the governor, which of course that's what it means when you're a serving commissioner. What you enjoy is delegated power. And one of the considerations is that such a person working in the State Executive Council must absolutely be loyal to the governor. Now, if we have people in the State Assembly elected as representatives of Rivers people, but who do not understand that they have a responsibility to Rivers people, if we have them at every turn and twist when there is apparent disagreement between Nwike and Fubara, the next thing you see is a brandished impeachment drive. How do we explain it? Then what will happen in the State Executive Council if nominees in the State Executive Council are not nominees of the governor? They are nominees from outside, from one man who is determined to, as it is, strangulate Rivers.
So what about the federal government? How would you interpret, the federal government's response to this, seeing that, Wike is working in the FCT and is the FCT minister? Would you say that the federal government has been neutral? Are there any expectations that you have that the federal government should put in place to, control Wike's excesses, as you may wish to call it?
I would like to agree with the national chairman, national secretary of the APC, who says that since Wike won't allow Rivers move forward, since Wike doesn't understand that he has responsibilities in Abuja, the best thing would be to ask him to return to Rivers, leave his position in Abuja, and then he has an obsession with Rivers. He can come back home and eat up Rivers if he can, So the reason, I'm sure, for your question, why you're asking me about Abuja, I'm sure that Abuja is studying the situation on ground. I'm sure that in so many ways, Abuja might not find this very amusing. But don't forget that it's a Rivers matter. It's only when it threatens the corporate existence of Nigeria or Nigeria's democracy, of course, that you expect the president to speak, and if you are the president, you cannot imagine that you have people who are working with you directly, but who do not play according to the rules. It's initiating.
Let's talk about Fubara and where he stands at the moment. Do you see, or do you think that Fubara has what it takes to handle this issue or to withstand all of this from Wike and also from the House of Assembly?
I think that very clearly the House has made its move. I sent out a notice and saying it's willing to go ahead with an impeachment drive. Now, what is critical here are the issues upon which the House is intending to impeach the governor. And there's one area where they're making a lot of, I believe there's a lot of error when they make reference to the issue of the budget. As we speak, this House cannot ignore the fact that a budget was transmitted to the National Assembly by the President during the emergency rule, particularly after the House refused to accept a budget from IBAS, who had no, in terms of democratic power, no locus to present a budget. Now, the presidency transmitted a budget to the National Assembly, the Joint Committee of the House, which oversaw what was going on in Rivers. And the budget was passed in July 21st, and that budget was not for 6 months, it was a budget for 1 year. And I think that the Nigerian people should take note of this fact, that a budget is alive, and that these people who are demanding, first they demanded for a supplementary budget. How do you demand for a supplementary budget when the budget that is running, the funding is sound, the budget aspirations of the budget are being accomplished? So what would we have done with an extra supplementary budget? For what reason? And there is an allusion, that Nigerians are also not taking good note of. Somebody is talking increasing about 600 billion. Why is he obsessed about 600 billion? Now, if we have a budget that is running a budget of about 1.4 trillion, and we have 600 billion in the kitty, it means that more than at least half the money required, because most of the budgets that we have there, are not fully funded. But in the case of Rivers, it means that Rivers has money to fund its own budget. So what are we asking for supplementary budget for? They said that somebody is trying to use the assembly to enact control, take control of the process, And so this issue should be, in my view, should be properly looked at by the Nigerian people. A budget, please, a budget is still alive. And that budget passed in July, I think July 21st, is still alive. Now, what this means is that the hurry to present a budget when a budget is already in operation doesn't make real sense. It doesn't make economic sense. It doesn't make fiscal sense. And I think it's time for Nigerians to interrogate this issue. What is this issue about a fresh budget when the life of an existing budget passed in July by the National Assembly is still operating? I think this is a question Nigerians should be asking these lawmakers in Port Harcourt and their chief sponsor in Abuja.
At the moment, and even how would you say that this has influenced and affected the people of Rivers State and the political climate in the state as a whole?
I think that Rivers people are shocked by the incessant recourse to untwisting politics. Rivers people want governance, and I think that the Fubara administration, looking at what is going on, is delivering good governance. Now, those who want the image of Rivers State written in their name are the ones who are angry that the governor is delivering to the people and is popular with the people. And of course, you heard Mike say that he will not allow himself to be buried politically. What does that mean? It means that he's obsessed with power. He's obsessed with control. It means Rivers will never find peace except we accept him as our leader. Yes, he led us in 8 years, and we must confess that he did some good job. There is not the only governor who served Rivers State that did good jobs. Amici did a good job. Odili did a good job. And he only built on the foundation that they laid. So the issue is very clear. That someone is taking the stimulant of power and is unable to give up, does not understand there is a change in the tone, of the beat. And so it's either we'll have him or we'll have nothing. And it's a sad thing, it's a sad development, and most Rivers people, yes, are so annoyed, so very angry about this kind of development. But we believe that the position that he's holding in Abuja must be responsible for his excesses. And it is high time the president also looked at that critically. And I'm sure that if you, of course, even on your channels and other TV channels, a conversation, both conversations going on along these lines. And this is the issue. If Nwike is stripped of his position as minister, if Nwike is stripped of the so-called instruments of power that are surrounding him on the basis of his alliance with Abuja, then Nwike will cool down and allow Rivers State run. For crying out loud, we are tired of his interference. We are tired of his high-handedness. We are also tired of the deification of Nwike. He's not a deity. Okay? Somebody brought him as governor too. You should remember that. He did not bring himself. So we won't die because he brought a governor. We won't die. Okay, what is his relationship with those who brought him? He fought all of them, didn't he? I think that well, it is not a matter for undue emotions, but as Rivers people, we think that these matters can be easily resolved. We think that good governance issues should not be tampered with. We think that if there are differences between the leader and the godfather, then what should happen? We should be left for the 2027 when Nigerians will vote. I think that's much more critical. But to obstruct governance and put Rivers State constantly in the limelight in a very negative manner, most of us here are disappointed. We are disappointed. And I like to join all those who believe that democracy is best served if the institutions of government align and work together. We want to join such people. We have persuade those in Rivers State, these actors in Rivers, to understand that we are past the era when you talked about strong men. Now we are talking about strong institutions, and these institutions must be made to align and respect one another and work together. There shouldn't be any undue recourse to the use of force, because it has become, this is about the third time that Governor Fubara will be threatened with an impeachment move by the same persons. By the same persons, for crying out loud. Why should it be so?
Yes, Chief.
Except that
I can see that you're quite passionate about this, and it's a pleasure to have you join us to share your thoughts on what is going on in Rivers State and the issue between Sim Fubara and Nyesom Wike. But thank you so much for your time. We hope to have you for more conversations like this. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
We just spoke with Chief Obonna Nwuke, the former Federal House of Reps member, on Sim Fubara versus Nyesom Wike scrambling of Rivers State. We'll be back shortly. Do stay with us.
We are local.
The international community is observing why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the view by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of our numbers, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Now we're moving on to another conversation, another topic to look at, which is the state of the Nigerian nation in the eyes of the people. Nigeria is weighed down by a lot, economic strain, deepening insecurity, public distrust, and a number of other things, which is what we're going to unpack this morning with Professor Benjamin Okaba, who is the president, Ijaw National Congress. You're welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, madam.
and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too. So now let's talk about Nigeria and the state of the nation. I want to get your thoughts on how you see Nigeria as it is now. How would you describe the state of Nigeria as a nation at the moment?
Nigeria, the state of the Nigerian nation can be best described as very chaotic, very, very unstable, with a future that I would not say is very bright, unless quite a number of things are addressed. And these issues have to do with deepening of democracy, which is the only way of restoring the people's confidence in the system, and also advancing sustainable development in this country.
Professor Kaba, are you still with me?
Yeah, I'm with you. I say unstable and with a future that looks bleak, because you can see that most of us came into the new year disappointed with what we experienced last year, rising hunger, insecurity. At the same time, we have crisis all over that even threaten even democratic base. So a lot of persons had failed expectations, coupled with the issue of the tax reforms. So I would say that the Nigerian nation is not very stable, but it's but all the same, we are not hopeless in the sense that in as much as we recognize these realities and we address them properly, I think we'll get off the hooks of the anarchy we are almost facing. Thank you.
About insecurity, we see the high level of insecurity in the country, number of kidnappings and killings all around, and even the United States intervention in Nigeria. What do you think about what has played out so far, how the federal government has responded to it, and also the United States intervention in these matters?
I think the point to note is the call for international intervention by public-spirited Nigerians across religious divides, across sections, which to a large extent we can also appreciate the Nigerian government for accepting the fact that they were overwhelmed by the security challenges. We all welcome the intervention of Donald Trump. Yes, issues of sovereignty are very critical, but again, you need to be alive to be able to protect our sovereignty. So the first thing is that of safety. The second thing is survival, and that is what the American government has guaranteed us. As a matter of fact, the intervention of the American government to a lot of persons in this country came a little bit, I won't say late, but we'll have expected this 10 years ago, because nothing has actually changed after several promises by successive governments, particularly by the last administration, that the banditry and all forms of insecurity have been dealt with drastically. And again, the intervention has also exposed the lot of laxity, lot of connivance, unseriousness of our government to actually address those issues. And I think Nigerians are happy and anybody who says it's not happy should be suspected as somebody who is either supporting or benefiting massively from the activities of these bandits. And that, I think, is very unfortunate.
Now let's look at the tax reforms. Earlier on you mentioned, the hardship in Nigeria, and now this recent tax reform. What do you think about how it has played out so far? Do you think Nigerians even understand what tax reform is? And the way it has been handled so far by the government, what do you think about it?
I think yes, the Nigerians are not properly educated on the content and context of the tax reforms. I can assure you that over 90% of Nigerians don't even know the implications. People are just following the bandwagon effect of debates upon debates. And most importantly, is the fact that is the observation made by the National Assembly that what was actually passed and was very different from what came out as a gazetted form, talking about areas that were injected, that were not even discussed, particularly those engagement with other international partners. This lack of sincerity, integrity, has actually weakened the very essence of that tax reform. Because if by omission or commission, a law is passed, and before it gets to its final stage, there are serious alterations, serious alterations, far-reaching alterations that will affect the lives and the national health of this country are being observed. I think is a very serious issue. So I agree with as many Nigerians who have said that we should take a second look of the entirety. In fact, the implementation should be suspended until we go back to the nitty-gritty and until Nigerians are properly educated. In fact, we cannot be taxing poverty. Hey, anything that will take one kobo from the livelihood of Nigerians is not acceptable. Up to today, as we speak, people who are earning salaries cannot even afford basic amenities. They cannot survive. Yes, at the last count, what was the bag of rice? About, let's say, yes, it came down to about 70, 60,000, 80,000. What is the minimum wage? If you buy just rice, a bag of rice, what about other condiments that you need and all that? So things are very expensive. So if we have a tax that will only end up addressing the yearnings of the rich, then that tax is not needed at this time. If we want additional money for development, the first step should be to curb excessive spendings. Our administration in this country is too expensive. We are running a too expensive system. So there should be serious and deliberate effort made to ensure that we cut the cost of governance by reducing too much excesses in personal costs. Personal costs is too heavy, and also balancing salaries across board. In a country, for instance, where some group of persons are earning about 14 million, 15 million officially in a month, then at the other end, somebody is earning 70,000 is unacceptable. There must be a reduction in the gap between the rich and the poor, and let all of us face the reality. These are things, and if all of that is done, like we have in some other countries, West African countries, even to speak of Ghana and all that, right? You can see that we can balance the effect. Excessive expenditure on governance is what is killing us. That should be addressed first and foremost before we can introduce any form of taxes. We are talking about borrowings on unnecessary, on cosmetics. We are all aware of what legislators, government officials take home outside their basic salaries, which are, of course, in a country that want to address austerity, should first of all look at. So I think government should go back to dealing with the first issues. One, how do we curb excessive expenditure of government? That is the first thing to do. Thank you.
Let's address River State politics. River State is, back again in the spotlight, looking at the Fubara versus Wike, the feud between the both of them, and now the Rivers Assembly, moving to impeach Fubara and his deputy. What are your thoughts on this River State issue?
Well, this is, I would consider it very unfortunate. I would consider it so shocking because we're all believing that with the invitation of the president of this country to both parties to also agreeing to sustain peace, what will be seen will be progressive development and realignment and having compromises on a lot of issues. But again, to be very frank, the body language of some persons, the altercations, claims and counterclaims, movements from one place to the other, and were actually precautionary warnings that in no distant time we might find ourselves in this quagmire. It's unfortunate that this is happening as the third time since 2023, where the Rivers State Assembly has rolled out what I call circles of political vendetta against the government. So the Indian National Congress, as a body, we condemn this action. We consider it unconstitutional, and we are also calling on all lovers of democracy all over the world to defend our constitution and also ensure that this very dangerous gambit is not allowed to have its way. The INC, we also want to say this, that this should not be seen as an job matter. Fobra, yes, similarly, Fobra is an job person, but it should not be seen as an job matter. And I'm happy, or we are all also very happy that even the ruling party, members of the APC, have come to condemn this act and are also calling that all attempts to impeach Fobra should be stopped because, again, it is anti-democratic. You will recall we said earlier that it is not about any other thing aside the quest for power. Inordinate control of power and resources is at the background to all of this. I wouldn't want to go into what is going around as rumor. I call it rumor because it is not a signed document, but it's going everywhere that, yes, again, going by the pronouncement of the speaker, that the FOBRA and the deputy has agreement reached. So we'll be asking what are the agreements, and what if what we saw on social media is the agreement, then I consider that document laughable. When you say a sitting governor should not nominate members for election into the local government council, that he should not nominate commissioners, that he should sack his chief of staff, and many other unprintable things that we hear. I think it's a very serious issue, and our feeling is that Nigerians should rise up to the occasion and condemn these dastardly acts. It is not good for our democracy. If we allow, we are talking about, we are already quarreling over a one-party system. But the scenario in Rivers State is a one-man show. It's one man against the state. A man who has even come up openly to say that if Obarai is given a second tenure, a second term in office, his political career is dead. So it's about his political career. It's not about governance. It's not about peace. It's not about development in Rivers State. It's about his personal. And we stand to say that Rivers State does not belong to one person. And this needs to be demonstrated by all concerned Nigerians. Rivers State is not a family matter. Rivers State, like any other state in this country, is beyond any individual. It's even beyond political parties. So no individual can come up to say that a man cannot go for a second term. It's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. You cannot play God. You cannot play God. And I'm sure that the only way this autocracy, this tyranny can triumph is when people like us, like you, and other well-meaning Nigerians keep quiet and stop to do what is needful. This evil cannot prevail above peace and light, because it is evil and it should be called evil. So we are again appealing to the president of this country, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to prevail again on his minister, and whoever is being used by him to truncate democracy and development in Rivers State. And just like I said, it is a fight, it is a battle for all of us. It should not be led for the INC. Yes, it should not be led for the INC. The INC is just a socio-cultural organization, advocacy, and speaking the truth. And if all of us who have the good conscience can rise up at this particular time to say no to this evil and this tyranny, then, and also fight to the restoration of democracy, to restore of peace, so that the people of Rivers State who are entitled to development, who are entitled to peace, to peaceful coexistence, who are entitled to prosperity. Rivers State is a rich state, a state that commands IGR that is close to 100 billion naira a month. If peace is allowed, I think Rivers State can transform much better than where it is now. I think that is the appeal of so many persons. And let me also align myself at this point with the communique that was issued yesterday jointly by the Ijaw National Congress Eastern Zone and the RYC Eastern Zone. Hello, are you hearing me?
I can hear you. Please go ahead. I can hear you. Go on.
Okay.
Professor Kaba, please go ahead. We can hear you.
So, like I was saying, yes, there are some food and this coming up. Like I was saying, we aligned. Strongly with the position of the RYC and that on calling on the crisis in Rivers State, calling on all concerned to be on one page to fight this endemic crisis. Then also to say that this is only the INC that can speak for Ijaw Nation. It's the only INC that can engage in matters concerning Ijaw, and therefore should disregard any statement made by anybody, any group of persons who say he just have left Fobara, that is not an job position. The RNC position is very strong and clear that we stand with Fobara. We condemn every action or any statement made by anybody to bring down Fobara and the government of Rivers State. Thank you.
Professor Benjamin Okaba, it's a pleasure to have you on Signature Morning.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. Okay.
Talking on state of the Nigerian nation in the eyes of Nigerians. And that brings us to the end of the topics of conversation we have this morning from our ENUGU studios. But don't go anywhere, as morning show continues, Signature Morning continues with more interviews and discussions from our Abuja studios. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thank you for joining us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Comes back. I alluded to, pardon me, Agberoism. If a tax officer, special tax officer, can enter my premises, seize my vehicles, seize my tables, maybe dismantle my air conditioners, seize my cameras, and without an order of the court.
Yes.
Of what use are the courts if the courts cannot protect me? Because it means this law has ousted the authority of the courts. I can only run to the courts, but the courts will refer me to the law, that they have right under the law to seize those things without the order of the court.
That is the issue.
Did the National Assembly see this?
That is the surprising part of it. But the irony is that they are all going to be victims and they will start shouting. Just like the previous Attorney General of the Federation is now shouting. I was surprised that what he brought out, the presidency said, he's been called to follow it, and he's complaining. Everybody, in fact, most of these persons that took part in passing this law, I'm sure they never knew what they were doing. They never knew what they are doing. The law is unfortunately obnoxious. And I don't think it's even those who sign.
Yeah, but even those who signed the law, even the presidency, even the Office of the Accountant General of this Federation is allowing a clause on this train to be inserted in modern law, tax law in Nigeria.
Is there? It violates the Constitution. The right to fair hearing is being violated. The various conventions, AU conventions, UN convention, they are all violated by this law. So you don't go all out straight to collect what you call revenue. Revenue for what? Is it not to collect revenue for our welfare? And in the process you have created serious disenchantment and impoverishment in the law. And I'm so surprised the level of campaign that is even going on to tell us how good the law is. Do you need to do all that?
Anyway, this part of it, please, I think those of them, because they have created a them and us, those of them in National Assembly, those of them in law practice, should please look at this again. And maybe, since it has already been signed, they may ask for amendment, because I would not want somebody to barge into my house to come away my TV while I'm watching something with my grandchildren, because I've not paid tax. When there should be a procedure. Take me to court if that is the case, and then let the court force me. Now let me look at the next section, section 62. Now, following from the powers to restrain, that is this enforcement of powers.
Yes, it's the same thing. Enforcement, very, very obnoxious, very, very violent, and in fact, they need to recruit those of them that you think are in the forest now to do these things, because that section It's actually formalizing the activities of the forest difficult people. I don't want to start. You get the point? Because if you look at that law, then you wonder how a tax official paid by taxpayers' money will now be constituted into a special purpose tax officer who has the power of the police and who can enlist the services of the security agency at any time. I mean, are we at war? I mean, Nigerians have a limit of endurance. The lessons from history it does not appear that those who took part in this law participated. And that was why during the public hearing, those that were allowed to speak were predetermined. You can't just walk in and talk. Some of them they will have even told you to remove certain things and all that. So that enforcement powers and the tax investigation itself, the tax investigation, it means for 6 years anybody can swoop into your books and all that and use it to justify every of those other actions. But the problem is, if you are crediting the professional that should serve me and I'm paying for it, he is loyal to you, how do you come back to talk of investigations going forward? And it's a 6-year period. Your books can be, they can investigate.
It was you who accredited who assessed
that is the
and
point.
caused me to pay or not to pay.
Then within 6 years, you are still open for a reassessment, a revisitation. And there's another provision there where the revenue itself can appoint an agent who will take possession of your funds, take possession of the resources and pay the tax. It's allowed by law. You can have access to your resources, have access to your funds, and use it to pay the law under the provision that deals with substitution. There's a substitution provision, which perhaps they might have copied from the France, the Yellow Vest campaign. That's a provision that caused public protest that has been dropped in France. That is what they brought there. Now, that is also a provision that caused a major riot in 2024 in Kenya. That set Kenya very hot, which was also dropped by the current Ruto administration. This is the same provision that the MPP government in Ghana introduced towards the end of that tenure. That was one of the reasons why he has to lose the election. The levy and all that. They've all been dropped. So now, how do you talk of investigation? The investigation can go on for the last 6 years and all that. While the tax authority itself, when you talk of accountability, is given a window of 6 months between which the FIRS now, which will be the revenue service late from January, should submit an account 6 months. And the depth of accountability required of the current day FIR is so weak that they are not even made to be accountable. In same jurisdictions, like the US and others, you are required to also, beyond submitting a detailed accounts, you submit what we call domestic reports. That is the unpainted reality of the status of your financial transaction before the final audit, which will now be a painted, it's like a painted house. The letter of exception, otherwise known as domestic report, is seeing the house when it's under construction, the kind of road, these are beyond the painting. And the audited report, in simple language, is the painted version. It's actually a 2-page paper. Then I was shocked that the tax law did not require long form audit reports instead of the short form. Long form audit report. That is, you go via the trial balance, bring all the charts of account, bring the issues you have raised as the auditor, the report of the management, and your final position as a professional on each item on the account, on the chart of account, not a global, usually repetitive language. This kind of tax law goes with long-form audit reports. It does not go with short-form audit reports.
So that the picture is clear.
Both ways. So that I can allow you to, it's like a father who has a stringent rule on alcohol and tobacco, yet in his own room, he has bottles of whiskey. No, it can't work. That's the situation we are now. That's the situation we are. If you are to exhibit that level of discipline, such level of misfeasance should not be found among you. We want to see a legal framework that will move from short-form audit reports to long-form audit reports, so that if I pay you and you have all the leverages and leeway to get the money, it should be judiciously applied. Therefore, the audited reports must be clear, transparent, and open to rigorous engagement on both ways, because nobody is an angel. Because angels live in the terrestrial plane. This is a mortal arrangement.
And here we are talking about a Nigerian mortal situation.
Yes.
This earth in Nigeria.
There is no angel here. And the earlier we understand that, the better. The only thing that can force you to behave like an angel is where the repercussion for being a devil is so heavy. Then that becomes the singular disincentive to committing malfeasance and becoming a nuisance.
And that's why there's hell.
To humanity.
That's why there's hell.
That's the problem. So that's because when you look at the weight of engagement, tightening the news on the taxpayer, the tax collector news is being wide and open. His belly will be getting fatter by the day.
Our president calls it widening the tax net for national development.
No, it doesn't develop. After all, what is development? There is also a counterfactual argument. While in some jurisdictions, people are now saying, paying tax, what is the ultimate objective? Is it not to improve the well-being of the citizens? Now, where you are not, you have shown that you are not competent, in quotes, in providing that level of livelihood, then you allow the people,
morally speaking,
yes, you allow them to actually make it organic, because for every 1 naira you live in the hands of a household, it is an organic development. The children will be well fed, schools, then the father can really discipline the children, because if you cannot provide certain things, there's a level of indiscipline that you must allow. But once you have more disposable income
to take care of a
you are
family,
in a more position to sit down here, do that. That's the point we're making. It's not the objective of tax actually to make well-being more reasonable.
Then, Prof, I have a bigger fear. That's a bigger fear. If my producer can once again bring up those sections, there's one that makes me a little bit uncomfortable, and that is Section 78, which says the power of the president to exempt companies from income tax. If in the layman's language, if I understand it, the president can say Mwabweze and Mwabweze multinational, Mwabweze and Mwabweze street sweepers limited, you should not pay income tax. Is that what that law is saying?
Yes, and it's so. I read it 5 times. Very short provision, but I want to be sure. Then I went to collect another act, another copy, to check whether it's a printer's devil, and I saw that that is the provision. Why on earth can that provision be there? There is no such example anywhere in the world where the president himself is a taxpayer, even if you himself a taxpayer.
Yes, he is.
So he has capital gains before becoming president, or even as president. He has interest here and there that will be paying taxes. Now, how can you put that kind of law there? These are the kind of provisions that will propel an appetite that will become unquenchable going forward. Because when the perquisites and the privileges are so massive, a man will start thinking, am I not God? Don't you know I'm God? When I can say, you don't pay tax, subject to, according to the provision, approval by National Assembly. And you can see how National Assembly approves. You can see it, subject to the approval. When they feel it is expedient, how do you define expediency? I mean, if the president is saying don't pay tax, is it not already expedient? It's already expedient. So that section is a very dangerous section. Believe you me, it's a very dangerous. Even if you have an angel today, that's a mistake we make. You say these are.
But we've established that there are no angels here.
Yes,
there are no angels.
Okay,
here.
good.
There should be laws.
Yes. So this provision is very dangerous because it nullifies the entire law, and you dare not do that. It nullifies the entire hurdles we're all going through. If at the end, a person, an individual, can say, don't pay tax.
In other words, in fact, don't obey this law.
Haba, don't pay tax. I'm not sure whether, I don't know, I'm still not at peace with myself that what I read is correct. But that is what it is. Because I read it 5 times. So there is nowhere in the world where a president can say you should not pay tax. Meanwhile, the power of this train is there. Some people's property can be seized because they've not paid up to what they're supposed to pay.
My door can be broken and people enter.
And the assessment. Even in law, you have layers of appellate courts. So even you can start a matter in the magistrate court and you end up in the Supreme Court. So even the judicial system, the people that feel they are experts in law are not even arrogating to themselves the ultimate power of finality. Whenever they take a decision, they still allow it to go to another level. And that is why from the magistrate court, 1 person, high courts, 1. From appeal, it's no more 1 person. It's no more 1 person. So why is that provision there? That is why I'm saying this law is not yet ready for implementation. It has to be looked into seriously because there are serious draconian provisions there that will even embarrass the presidency. How can that section 8 be in a law that we are saying is a reform? Because before reform, you must have performed. This is a situation where apparently where we are looks better than where we want to enter. After all, when you say multiple taxation, this and that, layers of people still go to court and challenge them. A lot of people still win cases. Just like the VIO have been asked not to seize anybody's vehicle again and all that without an order of a court. But the Revenue Board is asking the jurisdiction of the court.
You can move and seize my
property. And nobody is talking about it. Whoever must have found himself by accident of employment as a staff of FIRS is now a super police officer. In fact, he has powers more than a court. That anybody in a sane society can carry out any enforcement that is above the court is a big question. It is an abuse of the Constitution, because whatever law you are making must be in line with the constitutional provision for fundamental right for fair hearing. So now, the law did not go further in this section 78. It did not go to specify the requirements and the procedures, the audit processes that must go through. Who should recommend to the president? Under what condition can that happen? It means if I'm in competition with you, and perhaps the president says you don't pay tax when you are liable to billions. How can we be talking of all the royalties, everything coming, and you are even in foreign currency, and you are saying the president can say somebody should not pay tax if and is subject to approval by National Assembly, and you know the way the National Assembly does their approvals. You will just come and bow and go. This time you may not even be allowed to come in As you are coming, they will say just
go
from the gate.
You've done well.
They will make it, and they will just send you. You go, you turn back, turn and go. From bow and go, we get to turn and go. That's what this thing will lead to. Because if this type of law can be passed in this country, and they forgot there is cross comparison of fiscal legislations. They've forgotten that. They've forgotten that this law have subjugated the monetary authority 100% to the fiscal authority. We're talking of recapitalization of banks from next year. We're introducing that. It's also coming up with this new tax law, and people are already having a perception that their banking transactions may be jeopardized, because the power of this train actually relates to your bank account being torpedoed. That is the truth. These powers of investigation with the extensive provision of special purpose tax officers who have powers of a police officer. Remember, a police officer can get to a bank and issue an order
without waiting for a court.
Yes, that your account is under investigation. They will block your account. The timing is wrong. It may be subject to misinterpretation. It may be subject to misinterpretation in view of where we're entering in 2026. It is an election year. You cannot create such a scenario and you want everybody to believe that it is not, it cannot be related to something. Just like when the currency was being changed during the last election. All our funds were seized and all that. You cannot provide a formal, seemingly legal way of stupefying the free flow of resources to the common man in the on the street who have labored to buy orange, suffer through. So that is an issue. It could be an honest provision, but it is dangerous. It's not supposed to be there. I mean, our laws are being checked by others too. We engage in analysis, we engage in cross-country comparison, and you make yourself look like a laughingstock. I was at a session somewhere in Boston in August, and we're reviewing the global tax economic history of countries, just the history of taxation, to see how taxation has helped development. The findings were horrible. More developments were recorded in countries that seemingly do not emphasize this issue of come and pay, because the come and pay people put the thing in their pockets, especially in developing countries.
Very quickly, Prof, my producer has given me a signal. There are some provisions of this law that will also be effective from January. Let me just take one that bothers me, and that is the 5% hydrocarbon tax. 5% on petrol, on diesel, on aviation fuel, on industrial oils, but not on kerosene, domestic kerosene, not on CNG and LPG. Nigeria's transport system, vehicular motor transport system, is still heavily dependent on diesel and petrol. With additional 5% tax on it, the industrial oils industries are folding because they say cost of business is high. You put extra 5% tax on it. The airlines, Nigerian air travelers are already complaining of cost of flight tickets, and you put 5% tax on aviation fuel. In economic terms, what economic outlook can this mean from January?
Yeah, it's just like most other issues around what we're expecting. The manner and the content of this law have generated a lot of tensions. Most people are tensed up and people are just waiting to say, okay, let the January come, let us see what it looks like. But for me, those nitty-gritty details of percentages are usually not object of law specifications. They're operational issues, which the minister, the dynamics of the environment can even
and
Trump,
can even adjust.
Even Trump changes. You see how many times he has changed his tariffs there and there, eventually. So it's not supposed to be a provision of law that will now require you coming to amend the law
for it to have
for a
effect.
redress. There could be some redress that you will require in 2 days if it is purely policy level at the threshold of the minister and all that. You can always issue directive on. So those percentages makes little or no sense.
Being part of law.
Being part of law.
But they are part of law.
They are now part of law now. They are supposed to, the law is supposed to have macro provisions for which the details, the exact operational details will derive from the law, so that the action will be subject to legal interpretation. That is how you link up the 3 arms of government. But by the time you say this and that should be 15%, so whatever I do 15% on, it's already legal, without looking at the substance of how we came to that. So that is the question with that. The idea is to get more money and all that for the government, but as you can see, it's obviously going to lead to higher costs, which the Lafarge curve have already explained. It's a French economist, Philippe Lafarge, that at a point, when you keep on increasing the tax rates, it will be rising. When it gets to the peak, it goes negative. It must hit the zero vertex and go to negative range. So by the time you over militarize tax collection and revenue generation, eventually you may be worse off. That is what the experience of history have shown. That when you over militarize collection, when you are so aggressive on collecting without the quality of what you have collected before, without also matching it to the quality of life and well-being of the citizens, you will misfire. Because what are you basing tax on? Is it not an economic activity? Businesses are folding up, no jobs are not there, people cannot move freely. The farmers, I used to know a very big farm, 70% of our earlier farming capacity have gone down, zero. Now the importation that was done have further destroyed all the effort of the farmers. They can't make any profit out of it. So what tax are you talking about? And it is the agri sector that provides the real input for industry. And that is why, if you look around our state governors, nobody is talking of industrialization. Nobody is talking of production. Government is telling you that their business is not to do business. But so their business is to collect money from business. They do business. Do business so that I have a feel of what it looks like. Most jurisdictions are engaging in businesses. British Airways, go to all these same countries. The Chinese, most of these construction firms and all this then are owned by government. Why can't you have a hybrid, so that if you, who is approving, awarding contracts,
you know the pain of it,
you come and have a small pain so that you can understand what we're talking about. Pay tax from where? Where would the money come from? The prices are skyrocketing. The NEPA utilities are charging all kinds of things that you must pay. You spend an average of 20,000 in 4 days under band A, for which you have no control. People are paying through their nose.
And the income is not coming in
that way. It's not coming in. Then you spend a hell on security. As it is now, security is purely a private matter. You have to pay for your security. Now, that's the point we're making. Now, it doesn't mean that the 11,170 policemen that were withdrawn from VIPs will be deployed into FIRS as special purpose officers. And when that happens, you can imagine what Nigerians will see.
Well, if I allow Prof, there's so much more to talk about this new tax law. January 1, 2026, is it the coming of doomsday, Armageddon? Or can we listen to the government that says, not to worry, it is in fact the coming of boomsday, because the tax is going to create so much wealth that the government will be enabled to meet its obligations to the people. But are you obliged to the debt? Well, I don't want to quote Charles Dickens this morning because I've asked questions. But, hello, Mr. Government. Charles Dickens says, ask no questions and you'll be told no lies.